Very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for day three of this crucial encounter between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. The Volcanoes are in a strong position at 206 for 2, chasing the 382 for 9 declared set by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And it's that kind of a contest right now where we anticipate first innings will be probably uppermost on the minds of both captains, and then you kind of kick on from there to see what is on offer. Again, Kadir, as I say good morning to you, we've had so many wonderful talking points in this game, and it has to do with batting and responsible batting. First of all, we commented about Kofi James and Karima Gore and their splendid 167-run partnership. But now we could look at another sterling batting display from Kavim Hodge and Alec Athanaze. Athanaze, of course, getting 105 so far, and Hodge on 85. And those two have really put together a solid partnership, 196 runs already. And they've put their team in a pretty good position to probably overhaul that 382.
Yeah, a pleasant good morning to viewers and good morning, Ruskin. Yeah, definitely the Windward Islands at this stage of the game, heading into day 3, definitely in the driver's seat at 206 for 2 at a healthy run rate of 4.6 to the over run rate in which they've kept since they started their reply. And of course, the captain, Alec Athanaze, with a brilliant 100, his second one at first class level, 105 not out years. And he played wonderfully well and well supported by Kavim Hodge, who is 85. And I'm sure he's going to eye up 100 here on day 3. Well, the sun is out. Conditions very good for cricket again. And the not out batsmen will definitely have to restart, refocus, and I'm sure once they get through that period, scoring will definitely become a lot easier as they have to reset again.
Well, it is, and it's again good conditions prevailing here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I think we've been blessed with 3 wonderful days so far, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that it persists throughout. And the players, in fact, get the opportunity to play a full day today and tomorrow as well, if necessary. But, you know, we've seen games like these that are positioned in a particular way, and then things can change rather quickly. If, you know, we just get like a good bowling spell, and then everything turns old mass, as we say.
Yeah, and that's I'm sure that's going to be resonating with the Leeward Islands bowlers. They've not been as disciplined as they would have liked yesterday. They've been a bit too short, a bit too full, and that has allowed Athanaze and Hodge to really capitalize, and it's really aided in their scoring rate. As I've mentioned, 4.6, very healthy run rate. And this morning, I'm sure Jeremiah Louis and company, they're going to have to get it right in terms of getting that ball pitched up a little bit fuller and be a little bit more consistent in those areas. We had the debutant yesterday. He had a very indifferent spell. Javier Spencer got a wicket off his very first delivery in first class cricket, and then after on, it was just a mixed bag from him. It's going to be Jeremiah Louis starting proceedings here on day 3 from the northern end. Louis 7 overs, 1 for 18, getting the wicket of Karen Kotoy.
And he bowled well. He bowled well at times yesterday, but he couldn't do it alone. You need support at the other end, and so sometimes it's just that kind of a day. And immediately starts with a pretty good length, but it was more of a loosener. You could see there's no real pace in it, but at least he's trying to get his line and just get his body in rhythm. It's one thing to warm up and loosen up before the game starts, but it's another thing when you have to actually run in and bowl, and you want to make sure that you get the mechanics right. And I think I started to tell you a little bit about that as well with the biomechanics of our athletes. It's not something that we spend a lot of time with, but we really need to.
Yeah.
It's a no ball first for the morning. We've had quite a few yesterday, and this is the first one for this morning. I'm sure it's something that they will want to look at.
Yeah, we've seen quite a number of no balls in previous games. This game, no different. Jeremiah Louis on this occasion, Javier Spencer had quite a number of them. So I'm sure it's something that they're gonna have to work on with probably the bowling coach to just sort out and get things right.
It's something that can linger if you don't address it quickly. And I mean, there are a number of persons that you can, I suppose, talk to. Because most former players would tell you, look, they're just a phone call away. All you have to do is just adjust, talk to them and they can advise you,
Yeah.
as to how to deal with situations, how to correct issues, because they would have gone through similar things themselves.
So it's one slip, a gully, and this one is pulled away, and it's in the gap, but it's good fielding by Colin Archibald, and Athenaeus is able to come through for 2 runs. So short delivery by Jeremiah Louis, and again, Athenaeus needed no second invitation to get runs on the board, and just a one slip, a gully, a backward point out on the boundary. Well, in fact, a backward point up inside, and there's a cover point on the boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man at deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
And that's the area that he needs to concentrate on. I mean, we said that many times now, that off stump line is probably his best bet. Because you do two things when you bowl close to that off stump. One, it limits the chances of the batsman playing forceful shots from there. They tend to defend those balls more often than not. And if they try and they make an error playing an aggressive shot from there, chances are they could get out. You could either hit the wicket, hit the pad, or they may get an edge themselves. So there are a lot of good things can happen when you start in that area, even if you're not up to full throttle.
Yeah, but again, consistency, the key. You don't want to bowl one delivery in that area and then you deviate and you stray away from that area, you go short. You want to try and be consistent in that area, just to put that element of doubt in the batsman's mind. So when you do change up your length from there, it's sort of a surprise element, something that can catch the batsman a bit off with.
And at this point, you're really trying to limit their scoring. You don't want them to get off to a flying start this morning, so you're trying to keep things as tight as possible. And give yourself the best opportunity as well of taking wickets. And if you could build pressure, that's even better. So 209 now for 2 at the end of the over.
Just a 2 off the bat and a no ball from the Jeremiah Louis first over of day 3. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes still trail by 173. It looks to be Rakeem Cornwall to pick up the attack from the southern end. It's about 13 overs, none for 62. A bit on the expensive side. Well, he's had quite some success in the 4-day championship so far. I think he has something like 20 odd wickets to his name thus far.
And he's been bowling well. I think this is like the first real challenge that he's faced in terms of lack of wickets. And conceding runs as well.
It's Cornwall with the first delivery of day 2. Just the one slip. Backward point, cover, mid off, long on, straightish mid wicket, and a man at square leg. There's also a man at bat pad on the leg side.
And that's a good shot, yep. So Kareem Hodge is also off and running. He might come for a third one, he will. And they'll get it too. So both batsmen getting the opportunity to put bat on ball and get some runs. So adding to the overnight scores. So it's now 2-12 for 2.
Yeah. And partnership has gone past the 200 mark. It's 202 this partnership is worth. And so another milestone ticked off by this pair, both Athenaeus and Hodge, and it's bringing a number of field changes as well. As Athenaeus is on strike, a man has gone back to deep backward square. There's also a mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket in place, and the man has gone back to the point boundary. So Cornwall from around the wicket.
Oh yes, Jim. Oh yes, Jim. Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
And I was listening to an interview with Athenaeus yesterday after scoring his 100.
Come in, Jim. Come
And
in,
he
Jim.
said
Come in, Jim.
Hodge, batting in partnership with Hodge, he said they're best mates and they know each other well.
Oh, yes,
And that was the
Jim.
plan
Oh,
to
yes,
consolidate. And
Oh yes, Jim.
he also said that he found that the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands, sorry, scored a bit too
Come,
slow
boys. Come, boys. Come,
on
boys.
this surface.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Willis. Whoa.
This is close, but again, a good call from Kareem Hodge there to send him back. And again, that's one of those danger zones there where it's just square the wicket. Batsmen sometimes have difficulty judging those singles sometimes, but on that occasion, Hodge saw the danger and sent back Athenaeus. Athenaeus was determined to get that run.
Oh!
Yeah, good fielding by Thomas
Come in, boys. Come
at
in, boys.
cover.
So another quick over from Cornwall as he continues to plug away here, hoping to probably pick up some wickets today. Wasn't successful yesterday, which is unusual for him. I'm sure he would want to correct that. And the thing is, when he takes wickets, it's like he takes wickets in bunches. You know, he tends to go big. He had 5 and 5, and then 5 and 6. So he's been very prolific in terms of his wicket taking. So I'm sure he would want to get back to that as quickly as possible in this innings.
Yeah, but these two have really seized the opportunity to attack Cornwall. Since he was brought into the attack, they started using their feet. They started sweeping. So the intentions was clear that they didn't want him to settle on a line and a length. So they really used that opportunity to get after him. You see another single to Hodge, pushed into the offside. He goes up to 89.
They have to tweak something in terms of the field placings and the distances that they are away from the bat, because the batsmen are just, it's almost like they're gifting them singles. And so somebody has to make a determination here how they're going to curb that aspect. You know, it's like almost every time they play the ball, like square the wicket on the onside or on the offside, there's a possibility of a single. As we saw earlier, Hodge just pushed the ball into the cover region. There are two fielders close by, but neither one of them could prevent the single. Now, there's some singles you can't prevent because the batsman would have done well. But we've seen so many of these players doing that it's, you know, that the fielders just don't have a chance to prevent it.
And this one again played off the hip. And another easy single.
And we've seen the same thing as we saw yesterday. We have the deep backward square, and we have the fine leg. The deep backward square cannot stop the single, so that's out of the question. That's a gift there. So do you bring him in square the wicket, close to the umpire, and ask the batsman to try to go past him, and maybe hit across the line of the ball? But as it is right now, they could just turn the ball on the onside and it's an easy single.
Yeah, probably in the back of Hamilton's mind, these two are well set. And probably he's in a bit of a defensive mindset with just about 160 odd. The Windward Islands trailed their first innings by. So probably he has that at the back of his mind. But as you're saying, it's an easy single and an opportunity to rotate, strike.
Yeah, and I mean, even when they were 100 for 2, the field was that way, So it's like this is a deliberate ploy. And now it's a field that is set for a bowler who's going to bowl the short ball. And, and you're asking the batsman to hook. Now, we saw that briefly yesterday where they bowled a couple short balls, but in the main, that has not been the ploy. We haven't seen any bowling to suggest that is a deliberate ploy then that they're adopting.
This one is another good delivery by Louis. That's the sort of area Louis would want to operate in. So at the end of another over, it's 214 for 2.
Yeah, and if Louis is going to continue to bowl like that, then give him the protection, bring that fielder in at square leg, and don't just let Kaveem Hodge come off strike, with an easy single to square leg. So, so you that way you're helping the bowler as well, because you're giving him an opportunity to hone in on the same batsman, for an extended period of time.
Yeah, you're keeping the pressure, essentially you're building pressure, drying up those easy singles. So it's Cornwall again. But credit to these two, as Athenaeus was saying, that they know each other so well, they understand each other's game. So we were speaking about the yes-no in terms of the calling. And another easy single. Yeah, the yes-no for calling. But with someone who knows partnerships with two batsmen who know each other quite well, they battle a lot of times. It's just a watch. It's just a look, really. And they're off.
Yeah, which is an important part of, when you're trying to build a partnership, the running between the wickets is so critical.
Oh, ball in, Jim.
We saw a clip of the pitch this morning. It looks scarred at both ends, which is understandable. That's where the batsmen are. That's where the bowlers are operating. But it's not anywhere affecting the way the surface is playing. At least not just yet. They aren't the kind of boot marks that will force the ball to kick and jump from a good length. We haven't seen anything to suggest that.
Yeah, it's held up well in the main. It's not broken up, and the cracks have not started to open where the ball is gonna bounce and do anything awkward from it. So it's still relatively good for batting. In fact, it's very good for batting. And Athenaeus and Hodges showing that, scoring quickly.
And Cornwall also has to tighten up, because you bowl in his pads like that, you're basically, you're gifting him a run. Because the wicket isn't deteriorating the way that you would have expected it to, you have to, now more than ever, your line is critical in all of this.
Yeah.
And that is too short
Come in, Jim.
as well. So he really has to tighten up significantly here and understand what is required against the respective batsmen. At the end of another over, it's 218 for 2.
Yeah, Hodge is in the 90s. Hodge 91. He is just 9 short of another deserved 100. And together, this partnership is now worth 208. And I'm sure these two would definitely would like to carry this partnership for as long as possible. And hopefully they're able to knock off the 164 that they still trail by. But it requires some disciplined bowling. It requires someone to just hold a line, hold a length, and be persistent, be consistent, and just see what can happen from there. Both teams have been guilty of that, not being as consistent as they would like.
Forces the captain to be hesitant. Because of the bowlers are bowling on both sides of the wicket, it's difficult for the captain to actually set a trap then for the batsman because he's hesitant. He doesn't want to put too many on one side, and then your leak runs on the other side because 2 balls, 3 balls and over, the bowler will go to that side of the wicket. So it really puts the captain in a bit of a quandary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, runs coming on both sides of the wicket. And that's a predicament you face as a captain. You can't put a man everywhere the ball goes. So ideally you would like to set a particular field, whether it be an offside field or maybe a leg side field, and ask the bowler to bowl straight or to bowl outside off stump and just hold that line.
But there's some captains who are kind of laid back and they kind of work with what they get from the bowler, and there are those who will demand certain things from the bowlers, and I suppose cajole, persuade, whatever you're trying to use for it, and then there are some captains who are very forceful. They demand that you do certain things once you have the ball, because in the general scheme of things, this is what is required, so they're just trying to force you to do that as best as they can. They might set the field and ask you to bolt it, but you may not understand what the requirements are, so they'll tell you what the requirements are.
Yeah, and with all those singles, the slip has come out. It's just a gully catching behind. So it's a gully, a backward point, a cover point on the boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep forward square, and a fine leg. So they've taken the man out from slip and they've put him in the mid-wicket region just to probably try and plug up that gap on the leg side. But yeah, this is more like it. This is more like it in terms of an area to operate in. Jeremiah Louis.
Yes, and they've had a night to think over things. I'm sure they had their discussions last night and maybe again this morning as to how they want to approach, getting these batsmen out. And if you can't get them out, well, then this is how we're going to limit them to some degree. And so it's a process that you go through, and it's now up to the bowler to try to execute that plan.
Short delivery and a false shot by Alec Athanaze. Slight inquiry from the bowler, nothing doing from the umpire. At the end of 49 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, in reply to 382, they are 221 for 2.
So they continue to be in a pretty strong position. A 221 for 2, chipping away, chipping away. Athenaeus is up to 111. Hudge is on 93, so he too is eyeing 100 here. And the Leeward Islands really desperate to get a wicket at this point. And they go to their main man, Raheem Cornwall. But his 15 overs have come at a pretty hefty cost, just 69 runs.
Yeah, no bat pad this time. So slightly different field set. Still one slip, backward point, cover, mid off, a short mid on, mid wicket, long on, a deep backward square, deep forward square actually, and a short backward square.
Oh, ball in, Jim, ball in, Jim.
Yeah, nothing much is happening in terms of spin
Come in, Jim.
and
Come in, Jim.
bounce.
You continue to ball
And
that, Jim.
just looking at the conditions, there's no real breeze to speak about.
Oh!
It's a very still morning, and what I noticed
boys,
too
come, boys.
from Cornwall in
Okay,
this
lads,
over,
let's
he's
rock it,
probably
lads.
bowling a little quicker. Even though he's pitching up the ball, he's he's kind of deceptive when he brings that arm over. He has a quick arm action, and so sometimes he can slow it up, and then you go with the arm. You go with the speed of the arm, but he, can vary from there in terms of the speed at which he's bowling. But in this over, he tends to be a little bit quicker than in the previous overs. And as a result, he has Hudge playing at almost every delivery. The problem that he's facing is that he's not getting the ball to turn much. There isn't any significant turn.
Oh, yeah.
And Hudge is just sitting back on that back foot most times and just waiting for the ball to come on to him. So he's played out quick over another quick one from Cornwall. A maiden, 221 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, basically, it's easy going for both Hodge and Athenaeus as they continue to frustrate the Leeward Islands bowlers. No real chances for them this morning. So Ruskin Mark takes his leave and Keshav Bahadur Singh is joining in. Jeremiah Louis to continue, 10 overs, 1 for 26 into his 4th over this morning. So good morning, Keshav. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kadir, and good morning to all of our viewers. Lovely day of cricket here again. Looking forward to seeing some exciting action between these two teams after a very interesting day yesterday with many ups and downs from both sides.
Yeah, this partnership continues to flourish at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jeremiah Louis and company in search of another wicket. So far, none coming. This is nice. Both physios sharing some ideas and just exchanging some ideas or what have you.
Of course, I was actually observing them in the warm-up and just seeing how involved they are with the players.
Yeah.
It's very good to see that they are not just doing their role as physios, but they are also assisting the fielding coaches, the coaches with the wicket keeper and so on. They are involved in every aspect and making sure that the players are ready to go for each game.
No single on offer. Yeah, they do have a key role in the entire schematic of things. Uh, but it's always good to see when the interactions with the players and that bond that they create with the players is very nice to see.
Yes, they certainly have a very crucial role in the players' development because, as we know, cricket, yes, it's played at this point in time, but the preparation and the work beforehand takes a lot out of these, and everyone involved, from top to bottom. It's a bit full of delivery. Just coming a bit uppishly off the bat there, seems to have given him an awkward bounce, but on that point of physiotherapy, we note that Anderson Phillip has returned to the Trinidad and Tobago lineup.
Yeah.
And personally, I witnessed him do some of his therapy at Sportmedic TT, which is, a great institution that certainly deals with a lot of these West Indies players. In fact, just Monday I had a session myself, and I saw Jimbo was there getting some assistance. So the fact that players know, despite where they are from, once they're in Trinidad and Tobago, they have a safe haven and somewhere they can go to get treatment and to be tended to by the sports doctors and the therapists is certainly very commendable, and they are doing a lot of work with Jaden Seals as well to get him back to full fitness. I mean, I'm certainly anxious for his return, I must say, in Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies setup, because what a promising young fast bowler he is, Kadir.
Yeah, not much more needs to be said about Jaden Seals. His work has said a lot for him. But Jeremiah Louis, who's trying to be probing and trying to cause Kavim Hodge some problems, just to make him stay in the 90s a bit longer than he would like.
Over.
At the end of a good over from Louis, a good testing one. At the end of 51, it's 2-2-2 for 2. Look at that score.
I'm now going to say,
Nelson.
if the lotto wasn't won already this week, we'll have to find some numbers for tomorrow. Well, Windward Islands trailing by just 160 runs, and again, career comes down to setting those targets and achieving them, because yesterday we thought 382 runs was a very formidable score, and that they would have had difficulty in reaching to that stage. I mean, at this point in time, with both batsmen extremely set, a bit mindful this morning, just taking it easy thus far, not playing as aggressive as they were yesterday, but it's only understandable, just get back into your rhythm. As we see, Anthony is tucking that one into the leg side for a comfortable signal. I think the first goal here will be for Hodge to get to his 100, and after that, just again try to reach the 300, maybe 350, and see if they can get those first innings points.
Yeah, and it's just about getting accustomed again to the surface and what it's doing. It's a different day, different conditions, so it's just about getting accustomed. And this one is punched through the cover region, and it's gonna be a boundary to Kavim Hodge, which takes him on to 97. Just 3 away from 100 here. Slightly short, but it was a good forward and then back movement by Hodge, and he picked the gap.
Very good timing as well. He didn't seem to hit that one too hard. From the replay, you could see the ball hitting almost middle of the bat directly. So Hodge, certainly he would be looking forward to getting another 100, maybe even this over.
And this one is turned in the vacant fine leg region. Gore is given chase, and it just able to get 2.
I heard they call for 3 initially, because I think if he could have come back for that third run to get the 100, he would. But safety first at this stage. No need to throw it all away after that.
So Kavim Hodge, 1 short of 100, 99. He is. And this one is playing and getting a slight inside edge, but not going to hand, as Cornwall is just trying to prevent that 100 happening in his over. Just 2 deliveries remaining. The point has gone back. Well, in fact, he's been called in now. So he's going to come inside Kofi James at backward point.
99 is a very tough number to be on. Anything could happen at this point in time.
Yeah, just tuning this one leg side, and he gets there. What a moment for Kavim Hodge. 100 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and look what it means to him. His 4th one at this level, And Keshav, a well-deserved one.
Extremely well deserved. I was certainly in admiration of this innings from yesterday, and to see him reach that 100 after, yesterday we saw Gore not get into the 100 despite his excellence in the first innings for Leeward Islands. Hodge has certainly come to the fore here. Look at that celebration. All that passion, all that hard work and determination has certainly paid off,
Yeah.
Great to see that expression of emotion from Hodge.
Yeah, his fourth one at this level, and this one would definitely
Oh,
please him.
thank you, right there, Jim.
As it's sort of it all started as a consolidation effort on the part of Hodge and Athenaeus, and then they found batting to become a lot easier than they probably would have expected, and they certainly did what was needed, and they both cashed in, and now Hodge is 100, Athenaeus is 113, and these two best mates enjoying each other's success, which is so good for the team.
Yeah, they seem to be very good together in terms of their batting partnerships as well as off the field. I'm just observing them this morning. They were both chatting and probably just planning their strategy of how they were going to approach the day ahead to see whether they would take the attack to the bowlers or wait until, as we said, Hodge gets his 100. Hodge, a very seasoned campaigner, even though he's in his 30th year in terms of age, already played 48 first-class matches and a healthy batting average of 28. So, very good player for the Islands thus far over the last few seasons.
Yeah, good feeling by Spencer. It's a good firm drive by Hodge. And these two players come from the island of Dominica, so they would have played a lot of cricket back in their native island, and of course the Windward Islands. So it's no strange thing between them, and Athenaeus admitted that they are best mates and they love batting together. They talk a lot about cricket, and this is something very, very nice to see. They've put on 220 so far. Full delivery again by Louis. Louis has been good this morning. He certainly looked to pitch the ball up, and he's been the pick of the bowlers, of the Leeward Islands bowlers. He's only gotten one wicket, but he's into his 12th over, 1 for 27, and this morning he's been a lot fuller. He's been asking questions. It's just not happened for him yet in terms of wickets, but at least he's plugging away there.
Yeah, certainly the best bowler in terms of his economy rate thus far for the Leeward Islands and his accuracy as well, which is reflected in that. And just as we say that, delivery that's too short there and pulled away for 4 runs. I mean, not to say that it's the commentator's curse, but we were now praising Louis in terms of his line and length and making the batsman work hard for runs. And here we see that one a bit too short, and the form that Hodge is in right now. I mean, yesterday he played that pull shot so expertly each point in time.
Yeah.
That was easy pickings for him, Kadir.
Yeah, just too short from Jeremiah Louis, even though he had the fine leg back and the deep backward square. It was in the gap. It was too easy for Hodge. This time he's outside off stump, and Hodge is punching in the gap. He's not going to pick up 4. He's going to get 2 as Archibald comes around and does the fielding. So it's 236 for 2. As we see this field change, we take a look at the field, Keshav. Just the one. It's not a gully. It's more of a third slip, I would say. As there's a gap between the wicketkeeper Hamilton and Cornwall. I would say it's a third slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and a deep backward square.
Yeah, the field certainly seems to be more defensive than yesterday with all of these players spread around. I mean, it's a bit reminiscent of a one-day setting, except the long off and long on are still inside the circle for now. But Cornwall is in a very interesting position there. I think he's probably trying to pitch the ball up and see if he can get Hodge to drive one expansively and maybe get a thick outside edge to him. But apart from that, I'm not too sure why he's putting much more pressure on them closer to the bat. You know, I think it's good to just maintain that aspect, always keep in the back of your mind as a batsman, there's a player at short leg, or there's a player, three players in slips, and, you know, have them second guessing in terms of playing those free-flowing shots.
Yeah. It's 236 for 2.
We see another Hodge there, a namesake.
Yeah. Monson Hodge.
Monson Hodge indeed. I wonder if there's any relation, Kadir.
So, Leeward Islands with some headaches at this stage. Skipper Hamilton needs to use all of his experience as well as Devon Thomas. Monson Hodge to a certain degree as well, being an experienced man around the setup. You would all need to bunch up their ideas. Kieran Powell certainly need to come up with some plans of getting these batsmen out who look so well set.
Oh! Ball, Jim. Ball. Sorry.
So Cornwall just
Ball, Jim.
going
Ball, Jim.
past
Ball,
the
Jim.
outside edge. Not much turn again. Just
Come in, Jim. Come
maybe
in, Jim.
just
Come in, Jim.
slight turn on offer.
Oh, come in, Jim. Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
Oh no, Kavim, sorry.
Imagine if he had a short leg in right there, you know, just to keep Athenaeus guessing, to make sure that he ensures the ball is played down and not aerially at all.
Yeah.
In fact, I would have liked to see Jimbo operate from the other end, because as we saw from the pitch this morning, Kadir, there's a nice area outside the off stump for a left-handed batsman. And if Jimbo can pitch into that rough, I mean, we see he also has a bit of a rough on this end as well. But
Yeah.
I believe from the other side of the pitch, it's certainly a wider surface area for him to target that delivery into.
Yeah.
Oh!
But there is some footmarks to work with, but the pitch is hard. It's not breaking up, and you're not gonna get anything spinning, you know, that large degree from there. It just might deviate slightly, but it's no real. The pitch is not breaking up that much. Short again, and helped around the corner by Athenaeus, who gets an easy single. So at the end of another over, 237 for 2.
These two batsmen going really well. I like the point you made earlier, Kadir, in terms of they being best mates, you know, after you spoke to them, because it's evident on the field. And Hodge being just around 5 years older than Athenaeus, he certainly will be imparting some experience onto him from all of his tenure thus far in this first-class arena. And I mean, Athenaeus is, if he's not knocking on the door, he's certainly banging it down in terms of getting into that West Indies team. And at this point in time, I mean, he's certainly proven to everyone that he has what it takes. So both of them, that unity and that harmony. I remember some coaches used to advise that batsmen who bat together actually share rooms, or you know, they do certain activities together just to get that sort of understanding and that collaboration with each other.
Yeah. And I think as you mentioned that, I think these two they room together.
You see?
Yeah, they're roommates. So they spend a lot of time together off the field as well as on the field. So that always helps.
And that's the thing. Cricket is such a holistic game, you know. It's not just bat and ball and physical talent and so on. It's a lot of factors go into cricket once you're comfortable where you're playing, and you have that extra ability, you know, that extra incentive to push forward.
Yeah, so much times we see good things happening on the field, but we tend to forget that aspect of off the field and what happens behind closed doors, behind the scenes. And there's a lot that takes place behind the scenes as a result of what happens on the field in terms of results and those stuff.
Yes, even as we saw this morning with the groundsmen, you know, commendations to them for all of their hard work thus far, because to ensure that we have good conditions here, and again with the physio, the different coaches involved, the managerial aspects, it's really from top to bottom a full production.
Yeah. Yeah, Louis running in with some intent, with some purpose, and he's really trying hard. Jeremiah Louis into his 13th over. This might just be his. I think this is his sixth one this morning. So it's a sort of an extended spell for him. So at this stage, Alec Athanaze would probably just be thinking not to do anything rash. He might just have one more over in him, one, maybe two overs again. So no need to do anything rash. No need to play any false shots against Jeremiah Louis.
Also yet to see Archibald for the morning, so I assume that he would be replacing Louis at some point, given that Cornwall is already introduced at the other end. Nicely tucked away on the leg side there for a single. If you were in the position of the Leeward Islands captain at this point in time, Kadir, what would be your approach to get these two batsmen out, given that they are so well set and really don't seem to be bothered by any of the bowlers thus far?
I try to starve them of those easy singles. I try to make them work for it. I'd put that ball outside off stump and ask them to go get it. You want to score? Go get it. At the moment, they're bowling both sides of the wicket, which never helps as a captain to set the field. You always neither here nor there in terms of the field set. So I'd starve them for runs and see what happens from there. But I'll take, at this time, Ruskin Mark is going to join Keshav Bahadur Singh.
So Cornwall will continue. 238 for 2, so they're going along quite nicely. They're not rushing anything. In fact, this is another opportunity for them to really just tick off some of the boxes, which would be probably see through the first hour and try not to be separated. And then you make an assessment there and then kick on if you need to after that. But so far, so good. As they've been able to really pick up quite a number of singles and without taking any risk whatsoever, just nudge and run.
Come in, Jim.
And when you do that, essentially they're taking what the bowler and the fielding team is giving them. You're giving them gaps, so they're just using those gaps.
Indeed, I think it's very easy to score runs at this point in time. No real pressure being put on them. And even if they do have pressure in terms of a maiden over, they look to get those quick singles in or around the circle. So nothing really hindering these batsmen at this point in time.
But it's good batting. It's good, sensible batting.
Yes!
And you could just sense that Hudge just wants to kind of break free. You know, he feels like we've done the hard work. We settled, we consolidated in this period. Now it's time to try to kick on and they think again of, another quick single. And so now it's up to the fielding team now to just plug those gaps and keep the pressure on him. Maybe force him to do something rash, maybe run down the wicket or something and fire a big hit. Just to keep things going. And so this is one way to do it. In fact, we just saw that as this over comes to an end, 239 for 2. Another quick one from Cornwall. We saw that with the game yesterday, day before yesterday, with India and Australia. India looked pretty much on course for a victory. I think they were 170 something for 2 or something like that, coasting. And then they lost Virat Kohli. And they lost Virat Kohli at a point where the Aussies started to squeeze them in terms of their fielding. They couldn't get the boundaries and they couldn't even get singles. So the runs basically dried up. And then, of course, Zampa came and he produced a couple, pitchy deliveries, got some wickets. He got 4 in the end. And Agar, I think, also got a couple. He got the crucial wicket of Virat Kohli. And essentially, Australia stifled the Indian run flow, which is hard to see that a side could do in India, But that's exactly what they did. They put so much pressure on them with their fielding that it caused the batsmen, I don't know if they panicked or what, but it put so much stress on them that they couldn't get boundaries and they couldn't even get the singles. So that just kind of played on their minds, and then they gave their wickets away eventually.
Yeah, of course, that pressure certainly adds a lot of psychological advantage to the team that imparts the pressure onto the other, because really and truly, once you make it difficult for batsmen to score freely, whether it's Virat Kohli, whether it's any other player within the region or the local circuit, you are always thinking, if I am not able to score runs, then what do I have to do? I have to change something, I have to try something different. And that could either lead to a new progression. This one, they stick it on the leg side there, they push for one and not looking to come back for the second. But
just Kofi James is into the attack now.
Yeah, it's a good bowling change here. Looks like we're going to see spin from both ends, ideally. And I think James, being the slower of the two, he would probably want to flight that ball a bit more and tempt the batsman, as you rightly said. As we see the field changing for Hodge, with the fielder from mid-on going down to long-on, and then that fielder from the point region going down to the boundary area.
And yeah, because it's, this is part of the predicament I figured that the Leeward Islands have in terms of their bowling styles. That's another good delivery. He looked like he was going to make a big shot there, and then at the last minute, he checked and played it defensively. So you could get the sense Hodge wants to get on with things here now. He just seems a little bit agitated for the moment, as if he feels stifled or caged, and he wants to break loose. Probably wants to up that scoring rate just a little bit. And another quick single. But once again, if James is now starting, but you would think he would want to start outside the off stump and turn into the off stump, and you forget the leg side field for now. Force the batsman to try to access the leg side field. Your thing, here's a ball played a little bit uppishly, but it goes wide of Devon Thomas, and it goes into that extra cover boundary for 4 runs. And he never really looked like he was going to get across there, Devon Thomas, and that ball just curled away from him, and it went down to the boundary for 4. The bowler is not a happy man.
Very good placement again from Athenaeus. He has shown his ability to find the gaps from yesterday and into today as well. Really a masterclass innings thus far.
And there they go again for another quick single, and it's coming way too easily for them. I'm sure the captain is not a happy man because he would like them to limit the scoring as much as possible. Because, as we all said, if you're not getting wickets, then the next best thing is to just stop the run flow. And, if they're getting 2 and 3 singles and over without taking any risk at all, something you have to adjust something. And, I'm not sure if he's having that conversation with his bowlers, but he needs to demand from them that they do certain things. This is what is required under these conditions now. Forget everything else. This is what I want you to do for me now. And will them to do what he feels is required here, because they're just picking them off one by one, single here, 2 runs here, a boundary every so often, and everything is honky dory, as they say. It's 246 for 2 now, and that deficit is coming down all the time.
Of course, and in terms of how they are getting the runs, it seems so casual in their approach. They really are not putting any extra effort in terms of how much they have to do, as we saw just now with Athene scoring the boundary and the next ball getting a single. And that is a no ball there from Devon Thomas to start. So again, we see that recurring problem where a lot of these fast bowlers, I mean, Devon Thomas, I would say it's a more of a medium fast than a fast bowler. And to be running up from that short length and still bowling a no ball is, in my opinion, unacceptable at this level. It really needs to be taken out of these players' games.
Outside the off. Now, Devon Thomas is bowling with, I want to believe, is that a rag or something in his waist just hanging down in front of him there? I mean, that must be a little concerning for the batsman, because it's dangling there. So just as he's running in, it's almost like you're looking at two things. This object that is in front of him there, and, it's keep dangling there. That's a good shot. Again, but you won't get anything for it. Good save from Devon Thomas.
Surprised the umpires haven't said anything as yet, but I guess that they will leave it up to the batsman to see whether he's fazed by that. I mean, interesting, normally you'd see the rag behind.
Yeah.
As we are seeing, even Hodge has a yellow rag behind there, so not sure why Thomas has it in front, whether it's a bit of a mental ploy or not, but hopefully he would like to get into a rhythm here where he can find his line and length and trouble the batsman, make them play more often than not.
Again, he's driving outside the off stump. But again, to his credit, he's picked up that line, that off stump line, and you could start to work from there. If you want to go across him, if you feel you could bring one back into him, but that's where the line is for under these conditions with these two set batsmen. Again, he's outside that off stump, which is not bad, because he's having a hard time timing the ball. Maybe just a lack of pace from Devon Thomas is just throwing him off here a little bit.
And something as simple as the last 3 deliveries we have seen, all of them played to the same position, all of them mistimed. Again, Hodge going down to talk to Athanaze there, probably just reminded him, don't give it away. Let those balls go. It's just 1 over. We have many more to go, and you can continue batting.
Better contact this time, but still can't get a run out of it. But you look at the ground here, it's brilliant sunshine. It's really a lovely day here in South Trinidad. Beautiful conditions. I mean, the pitch on the slow side, but the batsman doing well. And that's his 4 runs. That's a good shot. You didn't have to go very far for it, but he got it past the fieldsman at that short backward point or short point position, and down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. And it was a diving effort there to try to stop it, but he missed it completely, and it went for 4. So you can see the captain, Hamilton, having a word with him and trying to iron out the field placings, because look at it, if he wanted the man on the boundary finer and the man on the inside a little bit squarer. So now they're trying to fashion what exactly it is he needed, but he needed to better. But it's 251 on the board now. So again, they're just ticking off these boxes one by one, and already putting together a brilliant partnership here. It's already a formidable partnership, and it just continues to go. It's 241 runs they've added together. And now Cornwall from the top end now.
Seems like James just did 1 over to facilitate the change of ends. for Cornwall and to allow Thomas to start from that other end. But as you rightfully noted there, Ruskin, Thomas building the pressure for about 3 to 4 balls, and then one loose and wide outside the off stump, allowing the batsman to flash his hands and get a boundary. So, you know, the pressure has to be constant. It has to be over upon over. These bowlers also need to work together in partnerships. Cornwall and Thomas should be, you know, understanding each other and what they're trying to achieve at this point.
And the thing is that Devon Thomas is not a tear-away fast bowler, you know, so control should be one of his strengths if you're going to be bowling at this level. And so that's what the captain is asking of him to do, you know, just to put it there and keep it tight for as long as possible and try to frustrate the batsman
That's one.
if you can.
Coming around to you.
I'd like to see a bit more variation from Thomas as well, you know, with that pace, as you rightfully said, not expressed at any point in time, but maybe some cutters, a little off cutter, a little leg cutter, slower delivery, sometimes even bowling wider the crease, bowling the same stock delivery, but changing where you land can just change the angle. That one is angled down the leg side and neatly played just for a single, but sort of a dab sweep there from Athenaeus.
You know, when you're batting, this is the type of bowling that you want to get because the bowlers are not really challenging you too much. Even if they challenge you for 1, 2, 3 balls, you know by the 4th ball you might get something to hit or something to nudge for a single somewhere. And so it makes life so much easier for you. And what is happening is that both batsmen are finding that out and they're able to continue scoring at both ends. So 254 for 2 now at the end of this over.
Yeah, it's really very easy going at this point in time. Both batsmen extremely well set. Their eyes would be in. Athenaeus at this point, I think, might be even eyeing 150, you know, having crossed that 125 mark. And there's really no rush for them to get out because with the target ahead of them, still trailing by around 128 runs, these batsmen can even achieve that if they continue to bat into the day. And I think their first goal would probably be to go to lunch without losing a wicket and to continue scoring runs freely.
Yeah, they obviously have their plans. They're going along nicely. They're not stressing too much. And they, as we saw there, a little bit of inward movement there from Devon Thomas. And but even that came off the middle of the bat, you know. So it's really a big ask here now for the bowling and fielding team. They really need to buckle down here now. And right up in the block hole again, and once again it's kept out by Hudge, but only just.
That ball stopping dead in its tracks there, making sure it didn't roll back onto the stumps at all. But that's a very excellent delivery from Thomas. We want to see more of that, Ruskin. Just getting that ball into the block hole, a bit of an in-swinging Yorker there.
So far, so good. And that's not bad because at least he's getting the batsman to play and to come onto the front foot to play him. You know, if there's any deviation at all, because he does have the ability to in-cut the ball. And if you can get one to just move off the seam, remember the batsman is going through the line. And so if you could just get one to come back in, and he might just get it through the gate.
Right on cue there as we saw that delivery, pitching a bit shorter from the first 2 deliveries, but getting a bit of nip back into the right-handed batsman. So Hodge would be mindful of that, not to be too expansive with his drives just in case that possibility remains.
And a little too much width there, but still the protection is out there for that, you know. So that's not bad. At least they get a single, and but you don't bowl something on his pads or something like that and just gift him runs out there, you know. But they need to figure out a way how to get a wicket here now because somebody has to try something, just something different maybe. Well, he's going around the wicket now. To see if he can just change up something a little bit. It's been a long time for the Leeward Islands since they saw the back of a batsman.
Oh, bowling style.
And Devon Thomas is really charging in here, trying his best for his team, which is good to see because he's not just running up and just rounding his arm, so to speak. He's certainly bending his back. But it's the end of the over. Time for a refreshment break. 2:55 for 2 it is at the end of that over. 127 to Athenaeus and 110 to Kaveem Hajj. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, we're getting ready for play after the little break, a refreshment break. Players get an opportunity to probably discuss plans, maybe change up a few things. I'm sure the coaches would have sent out a message to the batting team as well as the fielders and to see what kind of instructions they might get. That one kept a little bit low, but they certainly done the job here now. 2:55 for 2. The key though is to keep going and try their best to get the team as close as possible to that 382 target and beyond it if at all possible. There's another delivery that turns. He was playing him on the back foot there. Hudge probably would be better advised to come onto the front foot for some of those deliveries, but he's tending to play him almost exclusively on the back foot because he's trusting the bonks. This time he's on the front foot a little bit better. But he's trusting that bonks, but we saw a couple of those deliveries keep a little bit low, and he was hurried into his defensive posture. And this time again, he's right back on the stumps to play it in front of him, almost without any deviation at all off the wicket. And that has been the real revelation here. The ball just isn't spinning much, just a little bit of turn there, but not much. And Hudge is able to keep him out without a little anxiety in the end. But a maiden over, 255 for 2 it remains, as Kadeem is back with us. And Kadeem is more of the same. These two just continue to, I don't want to say pile on the runs, because they haven't really been blazing away, but they've certainly accumulated runs with very few alarms.
Yeah, I think they definitely would have gotten to the goal this morning to bat through the first hour and the first over after the drinks break, because we see that after interval, wickets tend to fall. So they've certainly achieved that goal, and now with they just trailed by 127, which is not really significant the way things are going at this stage. So for them, it's just to continue batting, not doing anything differently. And but on the other hand, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they certainly need a lift. They need something from somewhere, someone to do something magical at this stage.
And will it be Devon Thomas? He has been a kind of a breakthrough man for them in the past, so they're calling on him again to just pick a pepper for them. And let's let them see the back of one, if not both of these batsmen within the next hour or so. And here he is again, touching down on the stump. So he's bowling wicket to wicket. And that is garnering the attention of Atenes. You see him going for a little walk right now, because this is something different that he's facing, because in the past the bowlers have been either too short or too full. They've been outside the off stump, outside of his legs, and he's been able to feast here. He has to play, but he has to protect his stumps as well, because here he is again, right on that off stump there, just attacking the stumps, really.
Yeah, at least he's trying to do something different. He's trying to land those deliveries consistently on that off stump, and ever so often he's trying that Yorker length delivery, that fuller length. So at least he's trying something, and you can't fault his efforts for that. Nothing is happening around.
They'll get a single here. They have to hurry, but it's a well-judged single in the end. And that's the one delivery that he deviated from that off stump, off and middle line, and they were able to cash in on it. And you know, when you are in a bind like this, it's those little things that kind of hurt you the most, because here he is bowling a splendid over so far, and you know, he now has to bowl to a different batsman. But there he is again, back on target, right on that off stump, asking the batsman to play. This has been was a pretty good over from Devon Thomas, and you know, we'll see if he's able to persist with that, and if you can do that, Kadeem, for any extended period of time. So let's say he comes back the next over and he zeroes in on the stumps the way he did here. You know, then the following over, you know what he can do now? He could probably start to experiment. You say, okay, fine, my line is good. Let me just change pace a little bit. Bowling the same line. You know, let me see if I could force them into an error now. I'm still going to pitch it up, but I'm probably going to bowl it a little bit slower, or I'm going to bowl it just a trifle wider and see if they just go after it, thinking that there's something free for them to hit. You know, and as a bowler, this is what now you really have to think about what you're doing, and and try to put positive plans in place and see if it works for you.
Yeah.
This one is aerial, and it's high in the air. He could get under it, and he takes the catch. That's a good running catch there. Jeremiah Louis would have to go back a long way. And again, as we say, just that little change of pace there from Cornwall. He was through the shot a long time. You have to kind of wait, and then he hit it. He got under it, hit it high in the air, and his long, glorious inning finally comes to an end as Alec Athanaze is finally dismissed for 128. Look at it. The ball was a little bit wider, and he went after it, but he didn't get as close to it. As you can see him rehearsing a kind of a chip shot, but it's a good running catch. Had to go back a long way. Jeremiah Louis took a good catch over his head, and that's the breakthrough that they wanted. Athens goes for 128. It's 256 now for 3.
Yeah, end of an absolutely wonderful knock by the young Dominican, Alec Athanaze. Just didn't get close enough to that delivery, considering what he wanted to execute. But in the end, it was take nothing away from his effort. It's an absolutely brilliant effort, a captain's knock. But I'm sure he would be bitterly disappointed by the way he got dismissed. He really gifted his wicket away, you have to say, in the circumstances. Nothing was troubling him. But you felt like he just wanted to score. He wanted to get after the bowling a bit.
But this is what we were just talking about. The pressure from that over from Devon Thomas, where he kept him quiet. He was attacking the stumps. Here, Cornwall bowled one a little bit further outside the off stump, and he felt he had a chance to score. He couldn't score much off of Thomas, so he said, look, this is an opportunity now for me to get at something that looked a little bit loose outside the off stump. And instead of really going into the shot, he just kind of played it from the crease and succeeded only in getting under the ball and lobbed a catch to the man running back from mid-off to long off, 3/4 of the way back, and he had to depart. So finally, the partnership is broken at 146 runs they posted together.
Yeah, end of an excellent partnership by both Hodge and Athanaze. Hodge still there. Athanaze has left. And it brings to the crease Sunil Ambris, another experienced man around the Windward Islands setup, of course, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Ambris has been around for a while now, and you would think this is perfect for him because he might be thinking once he can play himself in that he could, probably post a big score himself and get his team closer to that 382. But as we've seen so often in this game of cricket, you get one wicket and you fancy your chances of getting a second one quickly. And then if you can get two, you're thinking maybe why not a third, and stuff like that. But it's the big fellow who got the breakthrough again. And congratulations to him once more.
Yeah, he persisted this one.
There's a loud appeal. He's bowled him. Well, he's out LBW. I thought the ball had gone past the pad and struck the off stump. But again, no turn at all. And that one went right through. He played for turn. He played inside the ball. And it just went its merry way and struck him plumb in front. He goes. That dreaded finger came up. And he is out. LBW to Cornwall as he goes for no score, Sunil Ambris. So 2 in the over for Cornwall. He's now 2 for 82. It's 256 now for 4.
Yeah, Cornwall didn't even bother looking back at the umpire. He was so confident. As soon as it struck the pad, he immediately went off celebrating. And I think some drift probably did for Ambris. It was starting to come in, and it just probably did something and shaped away from the bat and hit the back pad. So just like that, 2 wickets in the over for Raheem Cornwall. It's 256 for 4. Our double wicket maiden from the big man. And after looking so comfortable, Athenes and Hodge, now it's 256 for 4. Slightly different preposition for the Windward Islands Volcanoes at this stage.
Well, this ought to perk them up a little bit, give them some energy. They've been just kind of cruising. They've been, taking it as it came. Now it's an opportunity for them to force the issue here a little bit and see if they can prize out a couple more. And again, it's Devon Thomas with his, as Jeffrey Boycott would say, with his lollipops. Just keeping it in front of him, keeping it tight, forcing them to have to apply the power that they may need. And quite often we've seen in the last 2 overs or so, they've been mistiming his deliveries. That's another good one. Again, attacking the stumps here now. He's really veering down at the stumps. So I'm really hoping that if he hits the edge, that they'll take the catch, or even if they play it in the outfield, that the fielders who must be in the P's and Q's now, energized by those 2 quick wickets. And I really must be thinking here of another wicket or 2. And because when you get 1, you think you get 2. And as I said, if you get 2, you feel you could get 3. And how this game has changed. It was 256 for 2 an over ago. It's 256 for 4 now.
Yeah, slightly different. Something to think about for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But this might just be the lift that they're looking for, where they can now try to tighten up the field slightly, try to just keep the new man quiet, and try and go to work on him, and just try to get another one before lunch. Tevin Walcott is the new man from Barbados in the 16th first-class game. Of course, he spent some time in the Windward Islands setup as their wicket-keeper batter. Just the 16 games for him, 646 runs, a high score of 87 not out. I think he scored that this season, early on in the season, average of 29.
And that one was way too wide there. Hodge is going to think for a moment about a second run, but it wasn't there. And I think this is what they really wanted, to keep him down at this end and allow Cornwall to go after Walcott, or to face for Walcott to face Cornwall first up in this over, but it wasn't to be. He read it well, Hodge. And now he goes to Nelson, 1-1-1. So 257 for 4. But this is the game of cricket at this level. It changes so quickly, and we've seen the Leeward Islands do this in the past. When things look like not in their favor, they somehow find a way, and they rely on the big fella more often than not to get them some success, and he has again.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, at the start of day 3, the Windward Islands resuming on 206 for 2. They've progressed to 257 for 4 now, but the run rate has come down from where it was yesterday. I'm just thinking that as a result of that, the pitch might be starting to slow up slightly.
Well, we saw the shot from Athenes where he got under the ball, and he just kind of lifted it. Now he has played that shot in the past, but he hit it a lot more powerfully over the head of the middle fieldsman, or the middle fieldsman when he wanted to. Yeah. Here he got under. It was a little bit wide, and he tried to play it from the crease rather than going into it and really hitting it. And again, he was trying to go aerial, and he basically perished as a result. Off the outside edge it goes. They go for a quick single, and Powell bobbled the ball. He didn't really knock it down. And again, it's careless because he was going with one hand as opposed to both hands, because you want to keep Walcott on strike for as long as you possibly can. He hasn't settled yet. That one didn't hit the middle of the bat, hit the outside edge. But you don't want to give him a single in that situation. Hodge is so well set that you want to keep him at the non-striker's end for as long as possible.
Yeah, so he gets off the mark, Tevin Walcott. But yeah, they've not. That run rate has started at 4.6 this morning, and it's come down to just a shade over 4. So that tells me that it just might be slowing up slightly, and they just need to be watchful when playing those attacking shots. By far and large, they've picked up a lot of singles this morning as compared to those boundaries that were scored yesterday afternoon.
And here it is again. Hodge is able to pinch the single off the last ball of the over. So he retains the strike. It's 260 for 4. He goes up to 113. Walcott is on 1. But now you could hear a little energy in the field. You know, there are a lot of oohs and ahs. Guys their hands are going up now, and you know, because they feel that they can break through again and again and again. So maybe this is kind of like the little spark that they needed, and hopefully they can really drive it home now.
Thomas again, and no ball signaled by umpire Reefer. So Devon Thomas falls prey to bowling those overstepping the front crease.
We had 10 this morning in all, so this might be the 11th one, if not the 12th. No balls so far in this game.
Going right across the stumps and working this one out to the square leg region and picking up a single. So this is an opportunity for Devon Thomas to continue doing what he's doing, bowling straight to Walcott. So Walcott just a single so far, and Hodges is coming down to offer some support. Newman just maybe telling him what Devon Thomas is trying to do.
So now because Devon Thomas is attacking the stumps so much, you want to squeeze him. Yeah, you bring the field in because you don't think he's going to play a big attacking shot now. So if anything, he might just be trying to nudge and run. So you bring the field in and you don't give him those opportunities.
Oh yeah, well I'll tell you what, Walcott likes to get on with things. He likes to field ball on bat. So this is certainly an opportunity for them to close in the field, tighten up the gaps, and keep the pressure on Walcott in an aid to pick up another wicket. And certainly Walcott would certainly need the presence of mind to know what they're trying to do to him, trying to stifle him for runs. But it's an opportunity for the Leeward Islands with their tails slightly up after picking up those 2 wickets early on.
They want a single. He could be out. Oh, he just slipped and he almost gave it away there because when he looked up, he saw that Hodge was not responding, and just as he was turning, he just slipped for a moment. Luckily for him, Walcott, he was able to recover quickly, and even if he had hit, he probably would have been back by then. But I tell you, the game now is just taking on a totally different look now. The feel is different. There's a little greater urgency in the field.
Yeah, you can almost feel it from up here where we are in the commentary box. You could feel that something is about to happen, whether it might be another wicket, whether it be someone trying to get after the bowling.
It is. You could just hear them. There's a lot more chatter as well out in the middle. Guys are communicating more, and they certainly are trying to work on Walcott here. They push the man at cover back on the boundary though. But he can't get a run, so this is really keeping him kind of boxed in here as the over comes to an end. A good over again from Devon Thomas, 262 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah. Devon Thomas has come on this morning and he's come on with a plan, looking to bowl straight. And by him drying up the runs and being so persistent on that line and length, it has just opened up the door for Raheem Cornwall on the other end to pick up those 2 wickets. So here he is again, Cornwall, 23 overs, 2 for 85. His figures just start to look a lot better in the wickets column.
Pick up, eh?
What a difference a wicket makes, doesn't it? Or 2. Talking about a wicket or 2, Trinidad and Tobago in real strife has 89 for 5.
Itchy for the cover drive now. Take one another head now, see Brambo get one.
So it's Cornwall again, flighty delivery. And Walcott is watchful.
Now up to 95 for 5 now, TNT. But it's a big ask for them. That one is in the gap. It read aerial. There is a straight mid wicket, and then there's a short mid wicket, and the ball went almost equidistant between the two of them, and it went in the air, and again the hands went up, but nobody there. Not Devon Thomas couldn't get across there, and at the other side of him was Saunders, and he too couldn't move over. Saunders now has gone bat pad. He's under the helmet. And Devon Thomas has shifted a little bit to his right. The long on is also coming up to a mid-on position, fairly deep. Cornwall is just teasing him there, really inviting him to take a swing at him. And, you know.
He just needs to be mindful of just turning the wrist on the point of contact, Walcott.
And that's turn. that is the vagaries of a pitch like this. Sometimes one might turn, and this one turned appreciably, and it's buys. It missed everything. I thought it might have just brushed the pad on the way through, but Hamilton never went down the leg side for that one, and it went right through. Look at it again. This one hit it just spun. And it beat everything. Hamilton was just there like he himself was amazed how far that ball turned away from him.
Well, that's sharp turn. It's the first time we've seen something like that.
And there is the swing. There's a man out there, but he can only watch as it goes over his head, and it goes for 6.
Yeah, I think that delivery, that turn, put something in the mind of Tevin Walcott. For him to, in the very next delivery, you just freed the shackles and got some good connection on it, and he got it over the boundary at mid-wicket for 6 runs.
But I don't think Cornwall will mind that too much because at least you have him making a shot rather than just trying to defend.
Yeah, and he has some protection out there with that man on the mid-wicket boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, it just sailed over his head.
Yeah.
So the over comes to an end at 273 for 4 now.
Yeah, Cornwall with a wry smile as he goes back to his mark.
He doesn't go very far, does he? He bowls at one end and he goes and slip at the next end. He walks about 10 meters, if so much. And and he just stays right there. He call it economy of movement, you know. So he doesn't. I'll give you all a joke. One time, when Julian told me this, he said one time one of their fast bowlers at Kent came late, and the captain decided to punish him. So he put him to field fine leg to fine leg, fine leg to fine leg, about 4 overs, fine leg to fine leg. You know, he said after the over, he just hearing "Oh, Mike, can you do fine leg, please?" So the man had to run from fine leg to fine leg and this said. So Bernard say after a while he ain't taking him on. He waiting to hear it. So he heard it. "Mike, can you do fine leg, please?" So he go on and fine leg. He say while he's walking back to the position, yeah, shh, shh, shh. The man borrowed a bike and rode across the field. Yes. He said that, in other words, he said, "You feel you punishing me."
Oh my God, I've never heard something like that.
But I say everybody, he said everybody was on the ground laughing.
Saving some
Yeah,
energy.
save energy, man. That's one way to save your energy. Oh, man. Yeah, let me say good morning to Bernard Julian. Hope he's well. That's a great shot. He might get a run, and he just couldn't pick it up. Again, you see the running. He hit the ball. He hit it hard. He hit it well. But the batsman at the non-strikers and Walcott never moved. And although the fielder had to come across to make the pickup, he was waiting to see what was happening. The call was really Hodges. And Hodge had taken off, but Walcott never left the crease until very late indeed. And had he picked up that ball, that could have been very interesting, especially if Hodge had to turn and try to make it back.
Yeah, Walcott guilty of ball watching on that occasion as that call went behind him. So definitely Hodges' call. And you really need to trust your partner. You hear that call of yes. And you just need to scoot down to the other end.
Now look at Devon Thomas. He's really established that he's bowling a good line, and need him to vary his pace here now. And I think that could very well be a little trick for him. He has the batsman,
9 to 4, 9 to 4, boys.
basically reading his pace now, and just coming down and blocking and keeping it out. Now he probably just needs to just change it up a little bit and see if that went. I wouldn't even be surprised if the captain went up to the wicket, to wicket keep there,
Yeah.
Hamilton, just to keep the pressure on him.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have to go far to make that movement because the ball is already there.
Yeah.
And so now, I mean, all Devon Thomas now probably needs to do is just take a little pace off of it. He might get it to grip in the wicket. And, we saw one turn appreciably just now at the other end. Maybe one might just, carve in or carve out. Yes, a bouncer. And he did change the pace there, but he increased the pace with a short ball. Good bouncer, good line and everything. And the batsman just ducked under it. So that completes the over, 274 for 4. And, of course, with Hodge still there fighting at 100 and 116 not out, Walcott is on 7.
So it's Cornwall again from this northern end. Interesting field set. One slip, a backward point on the boundary. Cover, mid off, long on. And there's two catchers on the leg side in close proximity. One at a straightish short mid wicket. And one at a regulation short. One is at a regulation mid wicket, and Devon Thomas driven firmly to the middle off. Can't get a single look of him, Hodge.
Very exciting passage of play there, Kadir.
Yeah. Short and cut away. Just a single in it.
Leeward Islands will certainly be very happy with the last couple of overs. Cornwall getting 2 wickets in that over there. Extremely important breakthrough as well.
So slight field change again for the new man Walcott, as Saunders has now gone back under the helmet at bat pad. And this one staying slightly lower. Things beginning to happen for Raheem Cornwall.
As they always say, the third day of cricket is the most exciting, and we're seeing it here in this morning session already. Lots of variable bonks, turn as well, as we saw the delivery in the last over that missed everybody. That went for 4 byes.
So Thomas is
Good man,
just,
good man.
I'm not sure if it's an issue with the ball. They're having an issue with the ball. Both umpires converging. Leslie Reefer and Danish Ramdani. It might be to do with the shape of the ball.
Yeah, we know that yesterday there were a couple issues as well. I think with the fairly new ball, the umpires had to check it a couple of times, and then you know at the close of play, it was a bit difficult to see with the overcast conditions. At this point in time, slightly overcast as well, but I think we don't have any light factors. Could very well just be something to do with the shape of the ball or the seam itself. Captain inspects it, sends it back to Jimbo, and all seems well. If it's the same ball he got the 2 wickets with, I'm not sure why he'd want to change it at this point, Kadir.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he just felt that it might be slightly out of shape.
Over, guys.
So the end of another Cornwall over. At the end of it, it's 275 for 4. Cornwall has completed 25. 2 wickets for 93.
Yes, here we take a look at the clouds in the sky. Lots of cloud cover today, in fact. Yesterday we didn't have as much until the evening period. But thankfully it's still very clear. Sun still peeping through at times. Most grateful because when the sun is in its glory, Kadir, you know, it's very hot out there. The players tend to look for refreshments all the time. This one is into the body and flicked away on the leg side. Go through for one. Think about a second, but no urgency there for that run. Also very interesting to see Walker come out in front of Justin Greaves. I know Greaves would have been in a decent run of form as well, scoring a 15 in the last game. And a very capable batsman over time, so he has his pads on in the dugout, but could very well be a strategic decision by Windward Islands. And another no ball here from Devon Thomas. At this point in time, it's really astonishing. I think almost every over there's a no ball.
Yeah, it's just too much from the Leeward Islands bowlers. Devon Thomas with his second one of his spell so far. And it's something that really needs to be sorted out. Helped along to fine legs, so just a single. Walcott is slightly getting accustomed to what's happening out there. He's gone on to 8 now, 8 from 18 deliveries.
And confirm Hodge on 118, so again seeing some magical numbers there. I think Thomas, what he should probably explore to do is just take a step back in his run-up. You know, he doesn't run up very long to the crease, and there really isn't much pace in his deliveries to say that he has to bend his back when he reaches there. So maybe from your initial run-up, let's say if it's around 10 steps, take 12 steps, you know, give yourself that extra amount, and if you land before the crease, once it's not far enough, then everything should be alright, because at that point in time you would ensure you're not getting a no ball, and maybe even change the length to deceive the batsman.
Yeah. This time it's a short ball pulled along by Hodge and just a single. So Thomas is doing a job for skipper Hamilton as a senior player in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes team. He just felt like he needed to be the one to stand up and be counted. And so he's certainly putting some pressure on Hodge. And now the new man Walcott. And essentially what he's doing, he's bowling straight, wicket to wicket, and just causing some problems from there. Again, quick single. Walcott has to hurry, and Hamilton with a wayward throw in the end. So they're able to come through for that risky single.
Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of pick up the run scoring a little bit here. You know, they don't want to be bogged down by the fact that they lost 2 quick wickets in the previous overs from Akeem Cornwall. So taking the quick singles is always a good option to relieve some of that pressure on your own self. But at the same time, be mindful because you don't want to take too many risks and then run the chance of losing wickets too frequently. Thomas ideally should be looking for that same line and length he just executed. The shorter deliveries, not really faring too well for him because the ball just sits up and waits to be hit.
Yeah. So at the end of the over, it's 279 for 4. As Lyndon Rajkumar, the 4th umpire,
I should open up now though.
is going out with his bag of balls, his box of balls.
See Cornwall and James eagerly looking into that bag to see if they can select which one is to their liking, but I don't think the umpires would allow that. They have to ensure it's within the requirements and based on the amount of overs that have already elapsed.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind 70 overs gone, I believe in 10 overs they should be able to take the new ball. So it's really and truly a matter of getting a ball to last these 10 overs, maybe one that they can get some purchase off of the surface. You know, just around 20 odd minutes to launch as well, to see if they can get through these overs quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs to be in a similar sort of condition as the one they're changing. I think they got one. Cornwall has it in hand.
Been working very hard despite the cool conditions. As you can see, his back is drenched in sweat there, Cornwall.
Yeah.
You know, certainly he works hard in his game. For a big guy, it's not the easiest to get down and to get in and around, but tries when he can. He has some support from his camp there, encouraging him to get 2 more wickets before lunch if possible.
Yeah, flighty delivery from Cornwall. He's bowled a lot better this morning. Had some success picking up 2 crucial wickets for his team.
Yeah, the flight has certainly been a much improved addition. Previously
Short
bowling too
delivery and helped along. It's gone all the way for another 6 to Tevin Walker. Just a drag down delivery from Cornwall and disposed behind square for a maximum.
Nice little partnership forming here, 30 from 45 already. So some quick runs being scored. Trying to inch closer to that first innings target.
Yeah, and realizing that mid-on was a bit deeper than usual and pinching a single. Good running from Walcott and Hodge. Communication was good there.
Yeah, very good between these 2 batsmen. We see almost every delivery they are speaking with each other and probably just telling each other, look for the runs where we can get it. You know, we have already gotten that target less than 100 runs in terms of how much they trail by.
Yeah.
Just 95 runs at this point in time, so still very gettable. You know, 4 wickets gone and a couple of batsmen left in their lineup to still come in if needed. So these batsmen look to rebuild and to try to achieve that target there as easily as possible.
Yeah, another single pinched in the leg side. And Hodge has gone on to 120. And Walcott is 16 from 21. So maybe Walcott came ahead of Greaves to do exactly this, to probably just try to get some quick runs in an effort to get to that first inning score of 382. And then if he's still there, just to add something to it Looking forward to the Leeward Islands second innings. So at the end of another over, it's 288 for 4. So a bowling change from the southern end looks to be Colin Archibald.
Nice conditions for the left arm fast as well. We haven't seen Archibald for the morning. Just bowling 6 overs yesterday. Bowled fairly well. Struggled a bit with his consistency, but seemed to have improved on it in his latter overs.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be Colin Archibald from the southern end, replacing Devon Thomas, who did a good holding job for his team. A job I'm sure skipper Jamal Hamilton is going to be happy about. Well, it's time for the left armour in Colin Archibald.
See a slight movement away as that ball just seemed away from the right-handed batsman at the last moment. So Hodge would probably just watch him for the first couple of deliveries, see if there's anything on offer from the pitch or in the air, and also be wary of the field placement. We see he has 3 fielders on the boundary set for him at this point in time. That deep point, it seems to be, as well as that fine leg and deep square.
So we're not too far from the lunchtime here on day 3, just about 14 minutes or so. So a good time for Colin Archibald to just run and give it a good effort and see what can happen. Another good delivery, good area from Archibald, just causing a bit of problems for Hodge. The angle
Warm up the gun there, hard. Let me warm up the gun.
is going across Hodge and he's getting us some bounce.
Very close from that ball, just running onto the stumps there, as we heard Hamilton shout, "Bowl him!" as he thought that ball would have certainly clipped the bails when he played it on the inside edge. But I like to see this angle from Archibald. Doing a bit too much on the leg side, but he has the protection, so seems to be bowling to his field. The first 2 are a bit too wide outside off some, but looseners, as they would say.
Yeah.
That third delivery was spot on where he would have wanted to be.
So it brings Walcott on strike, 16 from 22 deliveries. Partnership has quietly gone on to 33 so far between these two. And they wanted a quick single. Hodge was coming to the danger end and Walcott responded. Another quick single taken. Running throughout this innings has been excellent. Firstly, we saw it between Alec Athenaeus and Hodge. And now Walcott and Hodge with some good communication.
Very good understanding for sure by these batsmen. Hodge showed his fitness as well, lasting 228 deliveries thus far, made that 229. And again he pushes for a quick single, just opening the face off the bat, angling it into the offside to the right of the fielder and allowing him to achieve that without any sort of hesitancy.
Yeah. So it's 291 for 4. And the Windward Islands just trail now by 91. So just 91 required to get even with the Leeward Islands' first inning score of 382.
There's notes in the score across in Guyana as well. Guyana against Jamaica, with Guyana making 278 in the first innings, bowling Jamaica out for 115, and they're currently batting 207 for 4. Tejan Chandapal on 89 not out, and Tevin Imlak also on 89 not out. Both batsmen probably looking to get 100 each and then declare, because they already lead Jamaica by 370 runs. So, you know, very formidable considering there's one more day of play is left. So probably both batsmen get to their 100, declare, and send Jamaica back in at the soonest to get those wickets.
So Guyana certainly making a huge push for the top spot to claim the trophy. As we know, they're currently leading the standings with 43 points, I believe it is.
That one looks to be plumb there, Kadir, and he's given out.
Oh, Walcott is not happy, but Cornwall celebrates and the Leeward Islands celebrate as Tevin Walcott has to go LBW to Rakeem Cornwall.
Flighted on the line of the Stumps, just pitching around off, and that one certainly seems to have been hitting him plumb there. Again playing a cross shot as well, so exposing the entirety of his wicket, and the ball keeping low enough to show that it would have gone on to hit the stump. So Cornwall with a very important breakthrough there. Thus far seems to be the main destroyer as usual for the Leeward Islands, getting his third wicket and dismissing Walcott. Well played in a short stint, Walcott, you know, showed some aggression, and the initiative to get those quick singles continue with the run scoring. And now we see the introduction of Justin Greaves into the pitch as he would look to continue his form from the last game. See if we can get a quick fire 50 here to accompany Hodge and just chop down those 90 runs remaining.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's been a splendid bowling effort by Cornwall so far this morning. He's picked up all 3 wickets and he's bowled unchanged this morning. So the big guy realizing that a lot was dependent on him, and he's not let down. It's 292 for 5 as Justin Greaves, the Bajan all-rounder, comes to the crease to join Hodge, who is well set on 123.
And Jimbo usually not a man of much words, but as soon as Greaves walked past him, he had something to utter to him there. So I'm sure his tail would be up, and you know, looking to get another wicket if he can before lunch. That would certainly confirm their ascendancy in this position. I mean, I think the morning session has certainly been won by Leeward Islands in terms of the amount of wickets they have gotten thus far, and that main scalp of Athens. This one is flighted nicely, and Greaves coming forward with a textbook forward defensive shot. Capable batsman indeed, so he wouldn't be too phased at this point. Hodge would reassure him that the batting isn't too hard out there, but just have to keep your eyes on the ball, as we have seen some variations in the bounce and turn on the pitch.
No.
Yeah. So Justin Greaves, a fairly experienced man at this level in his 35th first-class game. 1,194 runs, a high score of 114. And he's getting off the mark with a punch off the back foot. Exquisite timing, and it goes into the boundary now. So Justin Greaves off the mark with a boundary, and the end of a successful Cornwall over. It's 296 for 5.
Really nice shot there by Greaves. Just 2 balls he's faced thus far, and I mean, capable shot. That ball was short outside the off stump and played it all along the ground, knowing fully well no fielder was on the gap, as we see the physiotherapist doing another role of ensuring that the drinks are stocked in the cooler and ready for the players when they are coming out at the lunch break shortly.
Yeah, thanks.
So again, kudos to all of those in the staff of every single one of the regional 4-day teams. A lot of hard work and effort being put in from before the season starts, during the season, and even at the end as well.
So it's Colin Archibald again. Just about 6 minutes to the luncheon interval on the 3. One slip, a gully, and Hodge is just turning this one off the pads, and the fine leg has to come in quickly, keeps it down to 1. Brings a new man on strike, Justin Greaves, coming off a half century in his previous game.
Hailing from Barbados, one of the key picks for the Windward Islands in this tournament. I mean, not previously, Amir Django used to play for Leeward Islands for a number of years until getting into the Red Force lineup. Interesting to see that he played alongside Joshua De Silva as well. They used him as an opening batsman in this round. Fortunately, not getting any score of note. I think he didn't even cross double figures, but still has to keep pushing on. You know, once you get the opportunity, make the most of it. Justin Greaves, in fact, played 3 one-day internationals for the West Indies.
Yeah, he had that Ireland series, against Ireland.
Been around for a while as a member of the CCC team initially, and then the under-19s, West Indies A, Presidents 11, and so on.
Yeah, so slightly more attacking field for Justin Greaves, as this one is coming back in and comes off the inside edge. Not played confidently by Greaves, but he's still there. It's 2 slips, a backward point, extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and just a fine leg. So they've certainly tightened the field, the offside field for Greaves. Just the 1 man back on the leg side. Justin Greaves is quite capable with the bat. I remember he used to open the batting at one point in limited overs cricket. I think those 3 games he played for West Indies, he opened the batting. Yeah, so he's quite a capable batsman, is Justin Greaves.
Yes, his status is noted as a bowling all-rounder. However, take nothing away from his batting capabilities. In first-class cricket thus far, 35 matches, scoring 1,198 runs, as we see an LBW appeal here. Leslie Reefer Jr. seems unmoved.
Yeah, just too high.
So as we know, Greaves with a high score of 114, average of around 26.6. Scoring 107 50s thus far in his first-class career. So capable of giving genuine assistance to Kavem Hodge, as they would look to bat till his lunch break without losing any other wickets. Just a few minutes left. That would be the goal at this point in time.
Yeah, the appeal is going up, and nothing doing from umpire Leslie Reefer. This one may have struck him a bit high. We look at it here again. Colin Archibald definitely pitching in line, but I'm not sure if the angle is just taking it beyond leg stump.
Either something with the angle or with the height there, because we know he's a tall batsman as well.
Yeah.
So where the ball hits him is certainly a factor to consider. Umpire seemed unmoved despite the appeals from the fielders.
A decent over from Colin Archibald so far. I want to finish it off good, and he gets a good finish to the over. Just a single in it. A good tight over from the left armour. It's 297 for 5. And we may just get one more in before lunch.
Yeah, I think they'll push for this over just in light of the fact that yesterday, there were a few overs remaining in the day's play. And due to the conditions, they were unable to complete all of the allotted overs. So certainly they want to make up for lost time.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Cornwall again. So it means that he has bowled the entire first session unchanged. for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. So flight to delivery drilled to the man at long on. And Hodge gets up the other end. So Hodge goes on to 125. It brings Justin Greaves on strike as Saunders is putting back on his helmet. He's going under the bat on the leg side. One slip. Those are the two catchers. One on the offside, one on the leg side. There's also a short cover in Karima Gore. Just for that mistimed drive. Slightly flatter delivery. Punched into the offside. So just one ball remaining in the over.
Over. Time, guys.
So that's time and lunch on day 2 of this for the championship match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. At the close of lunch, it's the Windward Islands 298 for 5 after 75 overs. An interesting session this morning's session. The Windward Islands resuming on 202 for 2. 206 for 2, I make that. Athens and Hodge. And they've lost 3 wickets in this session, and they've added a further 92 runs. So Kesha, have your thoughts on this morning's session?
Yes, Kadir, I think Leeward Islands would be very pleased with how the session went. You know, not that many runs scored in comparison to yesterday, as freely as it was. And initially, with the way that Athens and Hodge started, they were certainly continuing in that form as we get a lusty round of applause for Hodge coming out of the lunch break, unbeaten still. So, really and truly, to see, you know, the commitment from the Leeward Islands bowlers to persist and try to get the important breakthrough of the wicket of Athens was a very critical point in this match, because we saw in the same over Soda Lambris going for duck, and then Walcott came out with a brief cameo, also going LBW to Cornwall, and now we see Greaves at the crease with a nervy first over facing against Archibald, but interesting to see how they would fare after the lunch interval. So all in all, a very good morning session of play, some wickets, some runs, a nice competition between the batsmen and the bowlers as they try to outthink each other and plan for the remainder of sessions ahead.
Yeah, so it's 298 for 5 as we take lunch here at the Brian Lar Cricket Academy, and we'll join you back in about 35 minutes or so for the second session.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Baranara Cricket Academy, where we have a very interesting battle developing here. And it's like the Leeward Islands against Kaveem Hudge, so to speak, as he will resume after lunch on 125. And Graves, his not out partner, is on 4 as they resume on 298 for 5, and certainly they have done most of the work. They now need to finish the job, so to speak, as they close in on the 382 as scored by the Leeward Islands. So they still have some work to do, and they, as you would imagine, they understand that.
No?
Another 84 runs, or should I say 85 runs to get them over the line. So first innings points crucial at this point. And so we wait to see if they're able to get the required run so that they can secure first innings. These battles between the Windwards and Leeward Islands, they've always been interesting. And this is more of the same here in this one. We've had 3 centuries already in this game. We have 1 from the Leeward Islands and 2 from the Windward Islands. And of course, Alec Athenaeus with his 100 before he was out for 126. And then of course we saw Kaveem Hudge push on from his 85 not out overnight, and is still there on 125. So it is an interesting. The game is set up quite nicely at the moment, and Kishav is back with us, and it certainly is a situation here where it could still go either way. Either Kaveem Hudge puts his head down and just shepherd the rest of the way with the Windward Islands batting, or the Leeward Islands with Cornwall in form, possibly getting the wickets that they need to secure the first innings. As you see, the first ball after lunch is driven nicely, and they think for a moment of a second they will get it too, as Hudge pushes on here, gets it up to the 300 mark. So they're counting down now. They're 82 and 83 runs away from securing first innings points.
Yes, Rusky, and I believe that their approach should be to get those remaining runs and try to do it in the best manner possible without losing too many wickets, so that they can probably try to get a respectable lead if it is they have to send Leeward Islands back in. So at this point in time, Kaveem Hudge maybe can look to get a 150. He's already on 125, and Greaves capable partner at the other end. That's one a bit shorter. Just banged into the pitch and played defensively into the offside. So
but that is what is required now. I think it's sensible cricket on both sides is really the order of the day now, because you can't afford to give it away. Both teams must be thinking, we've done so much hard work. The fielding team, they got themselves back in the game with those 3 quick wickets, and now they're probably thinking, how do we finish this off here?
No.
And just jumping into line there, Colin Archibald. He's come in and he's put up a pretty a good effort, a workmanlike effort. Kept things tidy at one end, and Rakeem Cornwall was operating at the other end, picking up the wickets. And that is always so important when you can bowl in tandem. So one bowler locking up another at one end, and the bowler at the other end is taking wickets.
yeah, good partnership thus far. Archibald has been spot on since he has resumed the attack this morning. Just 6 overs yesterday. That one a bit too wide. In fact, I think it actually crossed the wide line there. But
I am not sure how that isn't called a wide.
yeah, it seemed actually further than some deliveries that were called wide previously. So
But it's not the first time. I think in this game alone, there are at least 3 other deliveries that went as wide as that, or probably even wider, and weren't called wides. So it's a little bit strange, but I've seen it now, so I understand. At least they're consistent with the calls.
or the lack of calls, as they say.
Driving again outside the off stump. He wants a second run. I don't think it's there. And they will settle for that. So just to give you some lunchtime scores, Guyana 278 and 220 for 5, Jamaica 115. The Leeward Islands, of course, they're now 298, well, the 298 for 5. They pushed on from that. They were over 300 now, 301 for 5. And Trinidad and Tobago 114 for 5, batting a second time. So they have quite a bit of work to do, Trinidad and Tobago.
In the Guyana game, Tevin Imlach scoring 101, not out at the moment. Stationary Chanderpaul getting to 89, but unfortunately falling LBW to Jermaine Blackwood, which is off spin.
And again, just trying to get under the bat there, Archibald, but unable to do so. Graves bringing the bat down on time. So 301 for 5 it is at the end of the over. And they trail by 82 runs at the moment. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. And I think they now have to figure out here with Hodge as the centerpiece. Everybody else would bat around him, and he just has to kind of keep his cool and stay the course and try to see his team home. Graves, I would imagine, because he's a noted, a fairly powerful strike of the ball, at some point he's going to have to play his natural game. But I think in the main, he must be thinking, how do I stick around and partner with Hodge to make sure that we're able to overhaul this total.
Yeah, agreed. Hodge would certainly have to be the pillar remaining and standing tall for the Windward Islands in this batting chase. So we see James taking up the attack.
And because Cornwall is off the field.
Yes, probably had a lunch and just taking a bit of a rest before resuming. See the substitute fielder down at long on.
Odin, but when you're taking wickets, you're not coming off the field.
Likewise, I'll be rearing for that opportunity to get back.
So maybe it might just be something that is that has him delayed a little bit. So we expect to see him back in the field pretty soon.
Good to see James still getting a chance, you know, with his off spin coming off a very good batting performance. You'd want to complement that with a wicket as well, if possible.
And once you shift down there, you're basically asking for trouble because, again, the batsman doesn't have to do too much, and he picks up 2 easy runs. And this is what you're trying to prevent. So once he starts on the stumps, middle and leg, it's going to end up going down the leg. So he needs to be mindful of that and try to start it outside the off stump and force him to try to play across the ball as he did there. But again, you can see him using the crease and giving himself as much time as possible to negotiate whatever spin there might be. And more runs again. So he's manipulating the bowling to a large extent because he knows when he wants to get the single so he can be on strike at the other end. And so he's leaving his partners, you know, with a few deliveries to negotiate. But in the main, he wants to get the bulk of the strike.
Yeah, and he's certainly been using his feet well. He's just shifting back and across to play deliveries outside the off stump and also on the leg side, as we saw with nice flicks and pull shots. Good manipulation of the ball and using the field to his advantage.
Graves is right in there. And now for Graves, as the over comes down in 304 for 5, I don't see why they feel they need that man at backward point all the way out there, because Graves invariably is going to try to hit the ball on the onside more often than not. And especially if you're asking the bowler to, you know, pitch the ball up and keep it just outside the off stump, turning into that often middle stumps. You know, you want to keep the pressure on at that area. You don't want to give him a single at any time. In fact, you need to make him work for all of his runs where possible.
Yeah, that's a huge gap with that fielder being on the boundary. because he can easily just open the face of the bat if he wants to get a single. He doesn't have to play the cut shot necessarily.
Now this is where they think, do you give him a single or do you try to stifle him as much as possible? They persist with the fine leg and the deep backward square. As goes from around the wicket now, and it's another easy single
Hey, come now, Larry.
for Graves. For Hodge rather, as he continues to push on here.
Come on,
Graves
come on, go.
comes back on strike. Hodge is up to 131. So he's moving along quite nicely. And that total keeps coming down all the time now. 305 for 5. 78 runs from securing first innings points.
Wants to keep the scoreboard ticking, that's the main goal. If even they don't get boundaries, they are getting singles very frequently.
So again, it's really about trying to figure out how you can maybe squeeze out another wicket or two here before they get settled after the luncheon interval. And, Graves he hasn't really settled yet at the crease, so you want to put pressure on him. There are 2 slips in place as well, so they're hoping that that's where you could get him to make a false shot. He's driving again, but not timing the ball very well. He's a big, strong man.
Yeah, I'd like to see him play with the full face of the bat, especially that delivery. If he played it straight on, might have gotten a boundary, given that the fielders are up in a circle, and he has long levers, so why not feel free to use them?
And the thing about it, most times when you look at batsmen, especially low order batsmen, they don't use the crease as much as they should, and give themselves a little extra time. That's a much fuller delivery, and but it's at this point where you feel that Graves wants to play at almost everything, and so you probably look to start him on the stumps, because if he misses, then you either get him LBW or get him bowled. And from there, you just kind of shift it an inch or 2 wider, just to have him feel for the ball a little bit at times. But in the main, you want to keep him playing at deliveries. And that's like that, because he will play at it at all times. And you're looking at it as a freebie, because it's wide, and he almost got the edge. And that is good, sensible bowling. But now you're probably coming back on the stumps now to get him back into that routine of playing the ball, and try and see if you can just pin him down a little bit. Because he looks like he's one of those cricketers who just loves to be involved and score quickly. It's have to hurry, but it's a well-taken single as well. And although Hodge was a little bit late in starting, I thought the judge did very well in the end. And but what it means is that the Graves is going to have first strike at the other end, so it's 306 for 5. Now he will take strike to start the next over. But still no Cornwall.
It'll be an interesting matchup here to see if Graves is going to take the attack to James. James hasn't been as consistent with his line and length. Both some good deliveries, but in between, just getting one to go either too wide or too short on occasion, and giving the batsman that opportunity to relieve the frustration and get a boundary.
He has a tendency to push the ball in towards the leg stump to begin with, that's where you want to end up, not start there. That's better for him there. And but did he catch the ball or did he drop it? Well, he took the bails off. I thought he had dropped it, but Hamilton did take the bails off, but the batsman looked firmly planted in his crease.
That one just beaten outside the off stump, probably playing for a bit more turn than was on offer.
And that's where he has to start. He cannot start on the stumps. If he starts on the stumps, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already heading down towards the leg. Even if it's on the angle, even if he doesn't spin it much, it's still sort of the tendency is to go towards leg on the angle from which he's bowling. And that is so much better because he's really just asking him to play, come and play at the ball out there now. If he could spin one like we saw earlier, one that just bounced and turned, that would probably cause all kind of confusion in the minds. He has that forward short leg in place as well. And
Bit too full on that occasion there. But again, good to see him coming forward because as we can see from the pitch, there's just a bit of rough right before that off stump for the right-handed batsman. So if he can pull back his length a tad bit, just let the ball hang in the air with the flight and the drift, you know, and get one to just pitch and turn sharply, can cause all sort of problems.
it's too short because I think he's trying to adjust to the new batsman, but he's adjusting probably in the wrong way. That length is you're gifting Hodge runs in the offside. And that's guided nicely down to third man. It's a long chase. It's going to roll into the boundary now. And again,
You see there Hamilton just gesturing to the bowler, using his gloves to show him where he wants him to bowl, as we see in the picture. He wants him to bowl on the stump, so just outside off stump. Too short and too wide there. Nice shot play, just using the gap. And even with the fielder on the boundary from square, he couldn't get around. So, again, agreeing with your point, he should have that pressure with the fielder inside the circle.
that is the area you want him to start, just outside that off stump, and keep the batsman quiet, or at least force him to make some kind of a decision there, good, bad, or indifferent. So, but it's 3-11 for 5 at the end of the over, and there goes the big fella. He's back on the field, and I would imagine pretty soon he would be back in action as well. He has those 3 wickets, and I think they'll be looking to him to continue with his wicket-taking ways.
A very leisurely stroll to his fielding position. I'm guessing he's going in slip.
Yeah, because I think he's just removing the helmets, getting them off the field, and we should be able to resume any moment now.
They'll also be mindful, seeing that he's sending back the 2 helmets. I'm wondering if he's going to take pace from both ends, given that we are approaching the 80th over and the new ball will be on offer.
It is possible, but you could also go the way of giving the new ball to Cornwall and give him, hopefully get that extra bounce and some skid.
Yeah, agreed. I thought he would have probably just left the helmet, or at least one on the field in case he has to use that. So not sure if they will bring it back on or whether his ploy is to go to fast bowlers immediately upon getting the new ball. But I like that idea because Cornwall has shown he can get turn and bounce. So with a new cherry in his hand, many possibilities exist.
So they may very well do that, to give Louis a loosener with the old ball, and then, the next time he touches the ball, he'll probably have a brand new cherry in his hand. So Archibald is doing a pretty decent job here. They're not scoring off him as much, and he's encouraging the batsman to play at almost all of his deliveries, apart from that really wide one that wasn't called a wide. Even though he bowled a wide one that the batsman chased, but that's after he had bowled 3 or 4 right on the stumps and had him playing there. Now he felt he had an option to score, and he almost edged it behind.
That one again looking very close to the wide line, but certainly more inside than the one that
Yeah.
wasn't called a wide. So at this point in time,
And in the general scheme of things, a delivery like that is still a good delivery because, as we keep saying, he's bowling on one side of the wicket. You know, he's not allowing the batsman to just pick him off on the onside. You know, if you're going to score, then you have to score in this area here. And that is what they're asking Graves to do right now. There are two slips in position for him, a nice little ring, a backward point, a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. And again, he can only defend. So, again, even though he's not getting wickets, but he's doing his part of this puzzle right now. And I think that is what the win was when they had the discussions at lunchtime. That is probably what they had, how they planned it out. You try and plug one in, and we will try and see if we could operate at the other end. But I feel you're right. I think they're going to come with pace. They're going to take the new ball when it's due, and then try to kick on from there. I wouldn't be surprised if after maybe just 3 or 4 overs with the new ball, Cornwall is back into the attack.
yeah, definitely. As we saw just yesterday, he came to the attack, I believe, with not even 10 overs bowled with the new ball.
And that's a good delivery. Unfortunately, he got the inner portion of the bat. He probably just brought that one back into the right-hander, and it hit another no ball. So it's just been coming and coming, one after the other. It just seems, and it's something that I'm sure they'll be looking at and working on.
Yeah, definitely seems to be troubling all of the fast bowlers, because I think Archibald has been really good thus far in terms of not making many overstepping deliveries, but that occasion they're just overstepping and the umpire calling it. We've seen Devon Thomas struggle with it a lot. And
Which
Louis,
is funny because he's running off a few paces.
very easy run up, in
Yep.
fact. You know, a couple steps backwards, and to me it will solve the issue.
Yes.
When it's punched nicely into the offside in that open area, again to that fielder on the point boundary.
It's kind of like a limited overs field where you have that man in the a deep point who is sweeping out there, and you live with the single. But in a 4-day game like this, you bring that fieldsman in, or even if you have him out there, you want to have a fieldsman in that general area because that's where batsmen, it's easy to just stand up and push the ball in the offside and take off for a single. So you don't want to give them that. And here he is again, just veering down on those stumps at the moment there. So Archibald completes another over, and at the end of it, it's 3:14 for 5. So I think they're going to take the new ball as we see Jeremiah Louis is going to come into the attack. So we have 80 overs completed. And he's not even going to warm up with the old ball. I think they're going to give him the new one almost immediately.
Yeah, taking no chances, just using that new ball as soon as they get it. As we see the umpire signaling, they're shining in this glorious sunshine. I'm sure any fast bowler would love this opportunity to run in here with a relatively new batsman at the crease with Justin Greaves, 7 of 28 thus far, very watchful in his approach, and Hodge 137 from 248 deliveries, so they'll be hoping that he has a minor lapse in concentration.
And again, but the thing that you want to see now from Louis is a similar pattern to what we saw at the other end from Archibald, where he was spot on, right thereabouts. Because with the new ball, it could kick or it could scoot, and we've seen one or two keep low already. And so it's just a question of trying to sort it out and make sure that he gets the line right first up.
So the skipper Hamilton there just picking up a bit of grass a couple occasions and throwing it into the air to see which direction the wind is blowing. Probably to determine what he's doing, because it took a while to reach to the other end as the wicket keeper, and probably just allowing Louis to warm up, around his arms to the fielder there before he runs in with his first delivery with this new ball.
And again, look at the field placing. He has a mid-on, but he has two men on the boundary. Unless he wants to give him the single and focus on Graves. But anything on his pads, you're basically gifting him a quick single. And that's a good start.
Yeah.
But look at the height. It's almost past about stump height or half stump height. It didn't really go through with, at climbing into the gloves of Hamilton.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see that fielder brought into the circle. Maybe just leave the fine leg in the event that anything is clipped off the pads or the keeper doesn't get to it. But, you'd want to keep the pressure on at this stage of the innings.
Or even push the mid-on a little bit to his right. More of a mid-wicket. And there's a ball. He's bowled him. Well. He left the ball alone. It hit the bat and it trickled back onto the stumps. What a way to be dismissed. It was a good delivery. He got into line. He picked it up. And then he just it just hit the bat. As he was trying to leave the ball alone, it struck the bat and it trickled back onto the stumps. He goes for 137. The new ball has done the trick. It's 314 for 5.
Yeah, the end of an excellent innings by Kavem Hodge, and he'd certainly be very despondent after that dismissal. I mean, having worked so hard to reach to the stage, He did everything possible. And we saw a couple of those shots, or half shots yesterday, Ruskin, where he just hung the bat out there and at the last minute pulled it away when he realized the delivery wasn't necessarily required to be played at. So on this occasion, that new ball, as we see again in the replay, so he stepped forward as if he was going to play it into the offside, and then trying to pull away at the last minute, the ball rushing onto the bat and getting the bottom edge. I mean, to out in that way is very unlucky. The odds of the ball hitting the bat, the base of the bat outside the off-stump and then rolling and trickling onto your stumps without you getting time to even kick it away, as we see most batsmen trying to do. Unfortunate dismissal there, but he did everything he had to do for his team. Trying to reach the 150 would have been, just the cherry on top. And to be there to see his team reach to that first innings target, but at the same point in time, all commendations to Hodge based on that innings.
Yeah, it really was a fine innings. His 100, of course, came up of 167 deliveries with 13 fours. And he just really, he looks so solid, that you probably figure out how are they going to get him out. And I don't think I really had playing on as one of the ways to get him out. But it just shows you how the new ball can be effective, because had that been the old ball, he probably would have middled that, and just played it back along the wicket. But because it's a new ball, and he probably played it and then tried to cushion it, so to speak, but it hit the face of the bat, the inner portion, and it just sort of just bounced back onto the stumps.
Justifying the captain's decision,
Yep.
We still, as we saw, even after that wicket, warming up as he was bowling some to the fielder at mid-off, but no harm in taking a new ball, because all of these variables can come into play as he runs in again to look for another wicket.
And quickly out in front there is Edwards, Larry Edwards, and looking as confident as ever. Coming onto that front foot and pushing the bat nicely in front of the pad. And Louis now just has to maintain his focus here. He just needs to be mindful of the requirements. You don't want to give anything away here. This is being stingy at the moment, but trying to be successful with the ball. And again, that's a good delivery. At least the batsman is thinking about it, whether to play, not to play. He opted not to play on that occasion. So the new ball really done the trick for them here now. Can they pick up another one? As you've seen all along, the game can change rather quickly. In the space of a few overs, the whole complexion can be altered.
Good delivery there onto the stumps. Larry Edward very mindful in his first couple of deliveries being faced. High score 43 for Larry Edwards, so can't stick around. And I think the aim here would be for Greaves to probably take up the mantle as being the last recognized batsman in the lineup and see if he can marshal his troops over that first innings target.
Because now that's probably what they're saying. Who is the player that could get us, to 383? Beauty. Just beating the outside edge and going through to be taken by the keeper. A little better bounce there as well. But that ends a successful over. It's 314 for 6 at the end of it.
Looking forward to seeing Archibald in this over with the left arm natural movement of that new ball.
So they've gotten rid of the 2 Centurions, and now it's a question of how do they navigate the rest of the way. And you look at it, 126 and 137. 17 by Walcott is the next best score. Bishop made 4, Kotoy no score, Ambrose no score. So outside of those 2 amazing innings, the Windward Islands hasn't really received much else from any of the other batsmen so far. And I think if I were the Leeward Islands, I'd want to keep it that way and just keep probing now. Now is the time you're going to go for the jugular here.
Yeah, that partnership was 246 runs between Alec Athanaze and Kavem Hodge, so certainly a substantial amount of this first innings total has been scored by those batsmen. This one is playing to the offside for 1, looking for 2, but deciding against it as the fielder picks up there and throws it cleanly to the keeper.
Again, that gap is there. There's a fielder sweeping on the offside on the boundary at point, deep point, and none of these batsmen have really shown that they can really execute that cut shot with any great degree of certainty. Even if they play it, they might play it straight to the man at that short point, backward point position. So don't let them get off with easy singles, especially in that area, in that location. And they think for a moment about a single, and but it decide against it. So now Larry Edwards is the one on strike now. So I think they must be thinking everybody would probably now have to contribute something. 10 here, 12 there, a little partnership, 20, 25 here. Because that is what it's going to take to get them over the line.
Yeah, just to occupy the crease and look to keep the runs flowing as best as they can. I'm surprised to still see that fielder outside on the boundary in the point region for Larry Edward, the new batsman.
He's been a constant.
Yes, I think despite whichever batsman has been facing, they have that fielder out there. Not too sure what's the reason for it, because as you rightfully said, you want to build that pressure, and even if the batsman happens to play a good shot and it goes away to the boundary, or they get a couple, there's no harm in that because you still have some runs to play with here. But wickets are what you're looking for. If you're looking to just defend or to limit the run scoring, it's really and truly not going to help you achieve that aim. 4 wickets left in the innings, and 10 runs per wicket or so would help them get very close to that target, and anything could happen.
And that's nicely played off the legs, and again, he's flirting with danger. Once you push it up on the batsman's pads, and all Edwards had to do there was just brush it, flick it off his pads, and picked up 2 easy runs. So he's off the mark. 317 now for 6. 66 away now. He's in behind it. There's a hint of a single, but then they quickly decide against it, closing in there very, very quickly again, and not giving them much to work with. Kerry Magore.
Looks formidable in his defense, is Larry Edward. Didn't bowl as much as he would have liked in the first innings, just 15 overs. So surely he'd want to contribute with the bat here. Probably get a 15-20 at least. Should be very vital runs at this point in time. This one a short delivery, but not angled the best, you know. Short deliveries, you tend to want to make the batsman have to either play at it or avoid it very close to the body. That one, easy to get out of the way and duck out.
Well, at least he's sending a little signal to him that I do have that in my armory, and if you think you're just going to come on the front foot, think again. But 317 for 6. Now remember, he's bowling left arm over the wicket. You see the umpire checking on his boot mark and his follow through. That could create a little bit of a problem for the right-handers facing the off-spinner from the top end. So it's part of, you know, it's just part of the game. He has to run somewhere, and if he's bowling over the wicket, then that is the side of the wicket that will be scuffed up over time. And if somebody like Cornwall could pitch the ball into that rough there, it could create all sorts of problems for right-handers. Away movement, but way too wide on that occasion.
Yeah, not close enough to the batsman. If he can pitch that delivery, maybe start it on or around the line off, middle and off, get it to move away from the batsman, drawing him forward to play. That would be the aim for Jeremiah Louis at this point. Bowling well thus far, 2 for 34, having gotten a wicket in the last over.
Again, just zeroing in on the stumps there, but Grace played it well, came right out in front. See, now it's almost like if the players are waiting almost expectantly for something to happen. They anticipate that something is going to happen with every ball, but you're not seeing that little energy, that little boost to the bowler. Just letting him know that
Excellent bit of fielding there, just randomly by Devon Thomas. Feeding the ball cleanly and throwing the ball at the back of his hand without even looking and hitting the stump. So, batsman safely home, of course. But I like the fact that you mentioned, you know, the morale. The players just seem to be expecting something to happen, but not giving the bowler the encouragement. You're not hearing any kind of support on the field. You know, they're just going through the motions at this point. Having just gotten a wicket and a very important one, you want to see a bit more excitement and determination. It's a good delivery there, angled into the stumps and defended well by Greaves.
I would like to see him just pitch it up a little bit more, because he does have the tendency to in-cut the ball. But as we saw earlier with the wider delivery, he can take it away from the right-hander as well. And but I really wish to see him pitch it up a little bit more and see if he could just kiss the outside edge on the way through. Oh, that struck him on the helmet, it looks like. Or is it on the shoulder? It goes for 4, so it's going to be 4 leg buys. And so I'm sure the physio is going to go out there to check the helmet as is the normal protocol. But you look at it again. And Graves had to take evasive action. The ball just kind of followed him there and struck him on the helmet and it went through. So he looks to be okay. In fact, he was probably be saying to the physio, "I'm fine," you know. And I'm sure Cornwall and they are probably telling him, "Go off now, boy." You know,
Yes, they're not.
You're better off in the pavilion.
And to add insult to injury, it went away for 4 runs, so chopping 4 away from the total. Hamilton was visibly not pleased there because I think he wanted the fielder to be a bit finer. And if he was, he might have stopped the ball, but he was more towards the square leg region, allowing that ball to run away for 4. So just doing the checks and balances, as is custom nowadays.
And Hamilton is right there in the middle of the conversation that the physio is having with the batsman. And like I said, this is like friends playing friends here. You know, they know each other very well. And so they're all having conversations.
Even Hamilton with the umpires, you know, I think any opportunity he has had since yesterday, he has gone up to them just to have a conversation, make sure his 2 cents is being heard.
Cornwall is still there in the thick of things with the 2 batsmen. I'm sure he's pleading with them. He said, "Guys, why don't you just go off?" And in fact, he looked like he's going off. And so maybe Cornwall persuaded him to go off. And then a new batsman come to the wicket. In this day of protocol and concussion protocol, you're taking every precaution. And, you know, you don't want to jeopardize the young man's life in any way, form, or fashion. You're not sure. He might be seeing a little bit blurred. And you know the thing with concussion, sometimes they don't always kick in right away.
Let's go, guys.
You know, and I think that is what we're learning more and more of. And so he might seem okay, you know, but he may be feeling a little bit woozy. You know, he might be seeing a little bit blurry. You never know. And so that's why I suppose they ask them the pertinent questions and see what kind of answers they give you.
Totally understandable in this day and age of the game. As we see, he's been escorted to the tent, where I believe the medical officials are to ensure that all their safety checks are put in place. I recall just recently looking at Fire in Babylon for probably the 10 to 15th time. And you know, you would have seen somebody get hit on the helmet like that. No grill in place.
Nope.
No other chest guard, arm guard, anything of the sort. And they would just shake it off and have to go back and bat.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes they look to the umpires as if they would want to be safe, but there was no mercy back in those days, Ruskin.
And the thing about it is that cricketers then, most batsmen then, wouldn't want to show the opposition that they're hurt. You know, they're not coming off the field. You know, if it's anything, they just want to show that they're tough. But you don't always have to be tough. When you're playing with something as serious as a concussion, you want to make absolutely certain that the player is out of danger and that he doesn't put himself in danger, because let's just imagine he continues and just as the bowler bowls, he starts to feel, you know, a certain way. You know, the bowler doesn't know that. He doesn't react to it. He just continues to bat. And before you blink, you know, something else happens and he's in even greater jeopardy now. So it's better off to take the precaution, let him maybe sit for a little while, clear his head, and then see if he's able to resume his innings.
And of course, leave it up to the experts. You know, as much as we might think We know what's best. Always good to get checked out by the medical experts who are on hand and available for these situations.
Yeah, and they're trained to look for that now.
Of course. They're about to face his first delivery, and that's a beautiful peach of a delivery from Louis there. Just beating the outside edge of the bat, shaping away. And he'd be excited at this opportunity with the new batsman Demba in the crease.
That's the whole thing. And you know, I have to say again, I just feel Cornwall was egging him on there, you know. What are you doing out here, partner? Go back inside and sit down, you know, because he was right there in the middle of the conversation, yapping at them.
He always has to be involved, whether it's bat, it's ball, it's on the field, off the field. It's hard to keep him out, Cornwall.
You know? So I'm sure he must have been there telling them something. And but he too must have been concerned about because like I said, they play the game in such good spirit. You know, they know each other very well. They could see them rooting for each other. And what was even better was when you saw all the centurions. We had 3 centurions and 3 century makers in this game. All 3 of them were congratulated by the players on the field. They didn't wait till they got in the dressing room or anything like that. They came up and they all shook their hands. Twice we saw it from the Leeward Islands players, and yesterday we saw it from the Windward Islands players when James scored his 100 as well. So
it was truly admirable, you know, to see the friendship and the amicable nature of everyone around. Very harmonious for the development of West Indies cricket.
There's that easy single again that is being had in that general area, square the wicket on the offside. And, you know, it's like, it's almost like he doesn't see that as a need to plug, as a gap to plug. He'd rather give them that single there and persist with the man down at the 3rd man boundary. You know, but I suppose he wants to keep his 2 slips on a gully in position, so he's sacrificing that man at point and persisting with the 2 slips on the gully, and now he's going back with the
short leg,
fine leg, and the man at deep backward square. So we may be able to see a couple of short balls thrown in the mix here. As you said, plus there's the forward short leg. The man is on mid-on, so that's the 4 on the onside. They have the 2 slips on the gully, a 3rd man, and an extra cover. 3rd man is wide, almost like a backward point on the fence.
That one played right into the forward short leg hand, so already seen the ploy in place, and notably the backward square came off the boundary. He was on the ropes for most of the overs before, and now he's a bit 3/4 away from the boundary. So,
and the sun is really trying to fight its way through here. It's not at its brilliant best, but it's bright enough and it's dry enough. There's a little bit of cloud cover above us, but it's high clouds. I don't think it's going to affect us by way of rain or anything of the sort. This time he's pitching up outside the off stump, looking for some kind of response from the batsman. He got nothing. And Kenneth Demba, who bowled very well. Now he gets a chance to bat, and as a bowler who would have been toiling, he had 2 for 103. You know, you would think he would want to bat and try to keep the Leeward Island fieldsmen out there for some time as well. And that's another lifting delivery, and played well in the end, you'd have to say, because he got right up on his toes. He's a tall man, and he got right up and more or less straightened up and played it out in front of him.
I think he would have been showing some confidence by Larry Edward having taken a single off the first delivery, so allowing him to face the entirety of this over.
Edwards must be only too happy to get down to the non-strikers end. Get out of the
other
fire
view
line.
as well.
Get out of harm's way.
Protect yourself first.
Yep. And another easy single pushed out into the offside. So they really finding that little gap there, that seam in the defense, if you want to call it that, where there's a single to be had, and they're able to cash in on it. 3:23 now for 6.
Certainly be relieved to get off the mark there. Takes away that initial bit of pressure when you still have 0 next to your name. And we have the working scoreboard as well, so I'm sure the players are looking across ever so often just to see what's the score, what's left, how the run rate is looking.
59 away, 60 runs ready. They need now to go past this. 382 for 9 as scored by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He's playing at one outside the off stump there and not making any contact. Edwards, as we say in local parlance, he went fishing outside there and got no bite at all. 3:23 for 6 it is at the end of the over.
And just out of the screen, seeing Greaves is being escorted by the physiotherapist as well as the team doctor, and they're just walking. He seems to be doing okay. You know, he's chatting, walking freely. So I think it's just to determine the extent of that injury, if it was anything serious or not, and whether he has to remain off field for any considerable period of time. Thankfully to see him standing up and walking though, so it was a good sign to see players moving well after being struck in that manner. Never easy thing to be struck on your helmet. I mean, that ball would have certainly been traveling at a decent pace. And the new cherry as well, you know. I think we in fact heard it from up here.
Yep. So it's
Can also play on the psychology of the mind to Ruskin, even apart from the concussion aspect and the medical aspect, you know. You would be kind of weary knowing that it happened.
and not only that too, imagine he goes back to bat, say maybe in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so it's still fresh in his mind, and knowing how fast bowlers think the first ball you're bowling at him is another bumper.
Of course.
You know, that's the mindset of the fast bowler, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if that happens. That's a peach of a delivery again, just angling in and then straightening and holding its own, and going past the outside edge. Not much Demba could do about it. And now Edwards wants to have a word.
Yeah, that one actually reminds me a bit of Kyle Mayers in terms of how Louis runs up to the crease and his delivery style, getting some good movement from the ball, release him with his action there and get him to shape away from the batsman. So Edward will be giving Demba some encouraging words, as in to just let that ball be in the past and focus on the new ones that coming up ahead. Greaves looking on would certainly be happy to just sit down and, you know, relax for a bit, get some of that shine off the new ball before he has to go back to bat.
Makes sense. Again, he's playing at another peach of a delivery that just is touching down and seaming away. And this is good bowling again from Louis. Just keeping his team in the hunt here, probing away, trying to see if he could prize out another wicket.
It's just to get one a bit closer and try to buy that outside edge. If he can even move one back in.
Yes, there is hit in front of for that's out. It's there's no debate about it. A little bit of swing as well, and it just squared him up, struck him on the pad low down, and I don't think he had a prayer of surviving that one. You look at it again, right up at him, and it pitched and it straightened on him. He was playing down the wrong line, and he more or less kicked the ball and prevented it from hitting the off stump. So that's the end of Demba, and he goes for 1. It's 3:23 now for 7.
just as we mentioned, Ruskin, once he got that delivery to pitch in line with the stumps, and that was ideally the perfect line and length, starting off around middle stump and shaping a way to off Demba, try to play it to the onside there. If he actually maintained his position and played straight, probably would have been a nice straight back drive, but unfortunately, that one hitting his pads, plumb LBW, not much difficulty for the umpire to raise his finger, and we see the entrance of Preston McSween. So, no reintroduction of Greaves as yet. And after that dismissal, I'm sure he would just want to send out the rest of batsmen first before he has to come back. We see the umpire just signaling to the fielders there, pointing to his watch.
Yep.
Indeed, because we know that yesterday there was a bit of a slow over rate as we ended the day with some overs remaining. Didn't get to go to 5:30 due to the fact that the conditions were a bit overcast, and umpires agreed to call it off after just around 5:10, 5:15.
Yep, and I think the umpire wants to get the refreshments off, the refreshment cart. Well, it's not a cart. The guys just brought these trays out with some water bottles also. And so it's just trying to make sure that they get on and off the field in a timely manner, and that we can get play, because the batsman was already out in the middle and they were still in a huddle. So I think they want to just keep things moving along right now, and I'm sure the Leeward Islands would want to keep things moving along right now. They're just nosing ahead here, but they have to keep taking wickets. That's the critical part. They need to keep taking those wickets, because that is the only way for them, because the wicket is such a good strip to bat on that you don't want to even think that you could relax here right now. That is out of the question.
Yeah, the game has really ebbed and flowed. I mean, we saw that amazing partnership, 246 runs put on, and then from then till now, partnership of 0, 36, 22, and that last partnership just 2 runs. So nothing crossing 50 apart from that magnificent double century partnership.
Here's another delivery played down, and it's good stopping, good effort in the field, and this is what the bowlers want to see. And in fact, I think the captain would want to see that as well, is to see fieldsmen giving that a little extra to deny the batsmen scoring opportunities.
I mean, now seeing a bit of more movement from all of the fielders. The fielder from forward short leg actually ran across to the slip to just give him a bounce there.
Yep.
Acknowledge his efforts.
And
This is what you would want from everyone out there at this point in time. After lunch in the hot sun, never the easiest session to be in. But once things are going your way.
That's Saunders under the middle. That one is going to run away. It mightn't get to the boundary. In fact, the wicketkeeper Hamilton took a lot off of it, and they're able to get 2 byes. It was badly lined down the leg side, and it bounced in front of Hamilton. He was trying to block it as he went across. He's not a big man, and the thing is, wicket keeping is such a tough job on wickets like these, especially when they start to keep low, when the ball bounces a second time. Well, you're never quite sure if it's going to jump up or if it's going to stay down. And when it's like that, where he's going down the leg side, it makes his life twice as difficult. Again, trying to square the batsman up and trying to get him to play down the wrong line. That completes another fine over. It's 325 for 7.
Just take a look at the scores there. Batsman having a chat in the middle. So across in Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad and Tobago presently on 136 for 6. Jade Gooley not out on 27. Tian Webster not out on 2. Top score in the innings so far from Darren Bravo of just 36. Followed up by Jason Mohammed with 22, who also out there. So Jed Gooley currently taking over factors of the scoring. Trinidad and Tobago leading Barbados by just 68 runs with 4 wickets in hand. So I'm sure they'll want to look to bat to the end of this day at least and not allow Barbados any opportunity to bat until tomorrow with some sort of respective lead ahead.
Well, you want to at least get 200 if you can and make a game of it. But again, the way these games are going, of course, Guyana looks like the team to beat right now. But we're seeing kind of like an up and down part of the Barbados team. Jamaica, they're having a hard time making runs. Their bowlers are doing a fairly decent job, but they're not able to really bat with any degree of certainty. It's another nibble at one outside the off stump. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago also having problems putting big partnerships together. You know, we've seen some big partnerships in this game from both teams. And, you know, I think when, I'm sure Desmond Haynes, the chief selector, when he watches at these two teams and those partnerships, he would be smiling, you know.
No.
Yeah, truly is a relief to see the approach from the batsman in this game here, specifically noting the scores around the rest of the region. Guyana presently batting 279 for 7 and amassing a lead of 442. So very formidable, the lead. But that said, they still didn't get over 300 in either innings. Main partnership there of 175 between Tej Narayan Chandapol and Tevin Imlak, who's presently on 128 not out. Spencer Bowes again there. Seems to be a no ball signal by umpire Rifa.
Yep. So it's another no ball. And that has sort of crept into their game here. Not a good sign, really, because when they played at the Oval last week, I don't think they had that many no balls, you know. So it's a little bit. I mean, for example, when you consider Spencer didn't play in that game, he came into this game here, but he has been the main culprit. However, we're seeing now more and more bowlers. Archibald has sent down a few. We saw Devon Thomas send down a few, which was probably very surprising.
Last week we saw Niall Smith bowling a few as well, over I think around 9 or 10 no balls in his spell. So I'm wondering if it's something to do with the Brian Lara cricket run-up.
But like I always knew that bowling up the hill sometimes can be a bit of a challenge. And anyway, I've never bowled on this ground, so I don't know what it's like running up the hill here. But I know, for example, like at the Oval, you much prefer to be bowling from the top end, from the commentary box end, going down, because you're kind of going downhill a little bit. So you can just lean forward and look up, and then you're at the crease already. That's a beauty, really. It pitched and it jumped over the stumps, jumped over the blade of the bat as well.
Bit of a rash shot there as well. Not sure what he tried to do, McSween. Seemed to have been going forward aggressively and then trying to pull back. That one, yes, just swinging at it as if he tried to play a straight back drive, but
nowhere near the pitch of the ball.
Indeed, the shape was all over.
And this is where, every batsman has to be smart now, as the over comes to an end. 327 for 7 at this point. They're still in need of another 55 or 56 runs, so there's still some ways to go, as we say. And the players will get some refreshments because it's a nice, hot, humid day. And my favorite sons will come out on the field with their little jalopy and brush away the dirt, and then they put it in reverse and take it off the field. I'm still amazed how they, not once have they even turned it around and drove off the field. They just insist that they reverse it and reverse straight into the parking area that they have there. So at the water break, as the players get the refreshments, it's 3:27 for 7. Thank you very much. As we getting ready here for play after the little break for refreshments and I suppose some discussion as the both camps realize that they still have some work to do here. As Kadeem is back with us, 3:27 for 7, Kadeem, and since lunch, which was taken at 2:98 for 5 with Hodge on 125 and Graves on 4. Graves was struck a painful blow. Well, he was struck on the helmet, and I suppose with the concussion protocols, he had to come off. But they also lost, a couple other wickets, including that of the Centurion, or the second Centurion of the day, Kaveem Hodge, for 137. At that time, it was 3:14 for 6. Remember, they also had Tevin Walcott, LBW to Cornwall prior to the luncheon interval.
Away from the return, please.
So it was a question of who would stick around. But then Kenneth Demba was also at LBW to Louis with a peach of a delivery, 3:23 for 7. So we read 3:28 for 7 at the moment.
Well, good afternoon, viewers, again. And this game has once again turned on its head, as we've seen on day 3. The fall of some wickets. It started with just 2 wickets this morning, and it's now 7 down. So which means the Leeward Islands have fought back, and they've gotten 5 wickets. And the good thing for them is they've got rid of the 2 Centurions, as you mentioned, Athenes and Hodge. So it's now down to the lower order. Larry Edward and Preston McSween. This is a nice punch by Edward. He's just going to get a single for it. So that lead just, well, certainly the Windward Islands trail by 54 now, which seems a long way away from here.
It is, but again, the wicket hasn't really done too much, although we've seen Louis get the ball to seam away nicely. In fact, that's how he trapped Demba in front. He pitched it more or less on middle and leg, and it straightened and was going to hit the off stump as he squared him up. And I think that's what he's striving for here. He was been a little too short in this over so far, but let's see how he adjusts to the right-hander, who is on strike now, McSween.
Yeah, Louis just asking the fine leg to go a bit finer. Square leg on the bounce is also come around slightly. 3 slips away.
Going at one outside the off stump, but again the foot is coming down the wicket, not across to the ball, and he was just throwing his arms at the ball. Look at where that left leg is. It just came down, covered the leg stump, and the bat was nowhere near the body. He could easily have gotten an edge there, and that will be that, as they say. And you don't want to. You want to try to stay in the game. You don't want to lose too many more wickets here now, too quickly. And that's a good stop. That's a brilliant stop there from Hamilton, because that would have been at least a single or more. But he went across his left and pulled off a fantastic stop. Kept it in front of him and denied him even a single.
Yeah, it may have gone for 4 leg buys that came off the tie pad. It was good work from Hamilton. It's good commitment on his part, leading by example, the captain, Chama Hamilton.
That's a brilliant shot. He hit it back. He dropped it. Well, he went after him. I thought it was gonna sizzle past him, but he stuck out his right hand, Louis. Got his hand to it, but those have to stick. It's very difficult to say you're going to catch those because you have to, in your follow through, you have to check and then kind of adjust to it, pick out the ball and try to get your hands behind it. He did, but he couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, always difficult in your follow through, and it was hit back firmly by McSween. But McSween, Mixon no matters. He wants to get after the bowling, which I think he should just try to apply himself a bit.
And there's another lifter. That one had him down low. He had to do a little limbo to get under that one and avoid being struck with it, similar to how Graves got struck a little bit earlier. And that is the return catch that he just couldn't hold on to at that point in time. Would have been a fantastic effort.
Yeah.
Indeed, and that would have been another wicket for them. So they'll have to keep trying. It's 3:29 for 7. Ordine is off the field, coming back on. It looks like it's James, Kofi James.
Yeah, so it's Javier Spencer from the southern end. Yeah, I think Preston McSween should just use the approach of just trying to occupy the crease a bit, just try to get that runs that they trail by down a little bit more. Larry Edward is 5 from 18, so he's been there for a little while.
Spencer starts with a wide, very wide on the leg side.
It might have even been too wide for a right-hander. It's got his radar all wrong, Javier Spencer.
I think he just needs to settle down and recognize what has been happening and what is at stake here now. That's a peach of a delivery, and that one moved as well because you could just see Edwards following the ball. He tried to get into line, then he tried to duck, but he also jumped as he was ducking, and the ball seemed to follow his head. Luckily, he just got his head out of harm's way, and the ball wasn't too far from it.
Yeah, good short delivery, good aggressive short delivery from Spencer. Well lined as well.
And it moved.
Yeah.
So that's what made it even more dangerous.
Yeah, Edward did well to get out of the way. Another lifting delivery, which Larry Edward just withdraws the bat.
I'm surprised he doesn't put any forward short leg now, because you would think that if Spencer is going to pepper him with the short ball, that you want the forward short leg in there, should in case he just fend off one.
Yeah.
That's good
So
bowling.
1-2,
Yep.
1-2 trick. The short ball and then a full delivery just to try to offset the weight might be on the back foot.
Well, this is where the sometimes the captaincy is a little perplexing. You have a bowler who is showing a tendency to want to bowl the short ball, and but you do not have the man at deep backward square, as you've had almost all day long, and nobody was hooking then. But he persisted with that. Now we have a bowler who is definitely looking like he wants to bowl the short ball a little bit more. You don't have the forward short leg, and you don't have the deep backward square leg. And that's another peach of a delivery. And that just touches down and leaves the outside edge, and missed everything and went through to the keeper.
Yeah, this is almost perfect from Spencer. Pitched on and about middle and off, and it kept going away. The angle bringing it in, and it was just moving away ever so slightly, and it beat the bat, beat everything. Very good delivery. Let's see if Spencer can repeat this.
Again, he's pitching it right up to the left-handed Edwards. He survives as he remains on 5. McSween is yet to score. It's 3:29 now for 7.
So Jeremiah Louis, who is going through a very good spell at the moment. 17 overs, 3 for 35. As Colin Archibald just leaves the field. Ordain is on as a substitute.
He's been on and off quite a bit
Yeah.
in this game so far.
Larry Ordain, he's going out at that deep backward square position.
So let's see what Louis has in store here now. McSween shows that he wanted to get at him in the last over. And that's a beauty. Did he touch it? Yes, he is. He's gone. McSween is saying that it might have brushed the pad. It touched something on the way through. The appeal went up, and Louis has another one. So McSween departs for no score. It's 3:29 now for 8.
Yeah, another good delivery from Jeremiah Louis, angling it in wide on the crease, pitching and swinging away from Preston McSween, and he's not happy. He's just articulating to the umpire that it may have just missed the bat, but he has to go for no score. Preston McSween, a wry smile as he walks off. It's 3:29 now for 8. And they still trail by 53?
runs.
53. They're behind by.
So Lewis is coming out. So still no Graves to resume his innings. So Sherman Lewis has entered the field of play. He bowled well, but now they're going to ask him to help out with the bat as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is what it's down to right now. The second new ball has certainly done the trick.
Yeah, second new ball really paying dividends for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Nothing was happening with the older ball, and the new ball has really brought wickets. And Jeremiah Louis has bowled fantastically well with it, getting it to move about a bit. 17.1 overs, 4 for 36. Good stuff from the very experienced Louis. But he has Sherman Lewis now in his sights. Still 3 slips. Pad. Cover. Point back on the boundary. Mid on. Fine leg and a deep backward square.
And there's another one, second implement front, peeling to the umpire. Not out, says the umpire. And certainly they have their hands on hips, wondering what was different to that one. And going down leg, I think it's pitched, but it didn't come back enough. He was hoping it would come back a little bit more, but it certainly looked like it was heading down the leg side. But the pressure is on right now.
Yeah, definitely. Splendid spell by Jeremiah Louis, making things happen with this second new ball.
It took the new ball just about an hour ago, and they've priced out the 3 wickets. Plus, they have one batsman who is uncertain to whether he will come back. And this is the man who's been doing the damage. And you could see him really bending his back here, trying hard. If anything, he just seems to be losing his form at the delivery point. He's trying so hard to bring it back. But he probably needs to stand up straight and deliver the ball. And if he gives it a little time in the air, it might actually swing for him. He's already cutting it nicely off the seam. And I don't think he needs to do too much more than that. Just line it up on about middle stump, middle and off, and it's going to go its merry way. Again, he's pushing it as opposed to pulling it.
Yeah, he's pushing. He's actually pushing it. And he's pushing it too far down.
It might be the fatigue to it because he's been going for a while, you know. So he certainly wants to.
Yeah, he wants to finish off things and get inside and put his feet up. It's been a long, hard day for the Windward Islands, for the Leeward Islands bowlers into the 89th over.
But this is where he has to just relax, trust his fitness, and just let his mechanics take him through. And right on target, that's a good shot. He plays it well in the end. And but he shouldn't mind too much because that's the line that he wants. He wants to start it on the stumps and then try and see if he get it to deviate like he's been doing. And who knows, he might touch the edge like he did earlier to get rid of McSween.
So Shimon Lewis off and running. A nice firm push. He gets off the mark. So Larry Edward.
And I think he was just So so he's decided he's going to go around the wicket now to the left-handed Larry Edwards, and still with the two slips and the gully in position. Louis is going to try from around the wicket now just to change the angle a little bit. And again, he's just pulling it down now down towards the leg. And I think it's the fitness, his rhythm is not the same because he's striving here now. He's pushing himself, but he's just his delivery strides. It's just not as polished as it was before. And we see the officials deep in concentration, walking around the ground, enjoying the sunshine here at the Brian Lara Academy. 330 for 8 it is at the moment. And they're still 53 runs away from securing first innings points, or the Leeward Islands are 2 wickets away.
Yeah. At this point, it looks like the latter, the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, you
certainly
favor the bowling team, the fielding team.
yeah, they certainly look to want to get things wrapped up as quickly as possible, and they would not want the lower order to frustrate them in getting these last 2 wickets. Just would give an update soon on Justin Graves as if he would bat or not.
Well, he was up and about, and but it will be interesting to see if he has on his pads. And that will be a bit of a travesty, or a tragedy. I shouldn't say a travesty, but if he's not able to resume his innings, but if he's concussed, then he can't. However, I'm not sure if the rules apply here, where for concussions you can have a replacement. Another delivery outside the off stump. Because you know with concussions now, they allow you a substitute.
Yeah, concussion substitute.
Wouldn't that be fun if I'm batting at number 11? What, I was 12 man for the whole game, and then they say Russ can go in and bat. Imagine you're an opening batsman. He's driving outside the off stump and he can't get a touch. And so...
Yeah, I think but the thing is the Windward Island squad was depleted
already depleted
due to some sicknesses. But I'm seeing that Ryan John, he is back up. I'm also seeing Johan Jeremiah. And so these two seem to be okay. They're in their uniforms and they're doing their duties.
Nibbling at one, there's a peel, but I don't think he was pulling the bat on the inside. I don't think that he went through with the shot. And it just zoomed past the outside edge. Somebody hearing them in the microphone saying they hear something. And I think by now they should know that you apart from hearing something, you have to see the ball onto the edge of the bat.
Well, it's Spencer who has been doing decent so far. Shorter delivery, and Lewis is just getting inside the line and turning it down to fine leg, where he gets another single. Sherman Lewis.
So Spencer has that 1 wicket. That was his miracle delivery, the first ball he bowled in the game. And he's been striving for another one ever since.
Seems to be a few words between Lewis and Spencer.
As I said, I just think this game has been played in such good spirit. I think they're probably just joking with each other. you know, telling them, telling him, you know, I could play, I hope you could read the face of the bat or something like that. And there's a powerful shot. It's in the air. Can he get to it? And he takes it. They're going back for the second round. The ball just ballooned in the air, and it's a no ball. So out of all of it, the no ball is called yet again.
And a cardinal sin once more from Spencer. It's been a problem that he's having, Javier Spencer, and it's costing him wickets. Take a look at this one. It's a good running catch as well from Karima Gore. And all that good work was undone due to the front crease. Javier Spencer is pressing that front line, and a no ball called.
I think this is the second time that he has gotten a wicket, only to have it negated by the no ball call.
Yeah, this is not good enough from young Spencer. It's something that should be sorted out before he gets to this level.
Well, that completes the over, and at the end of it, all the threes, 3 for 8 at the moment. And the question is, will he be able to bat? Or will they be able to substitute him? And I think the medical people are the ones who will determine his readiness or fitness to be able to resume his innings. So we'll wait to see. And of course, Louis is going to give it one more try, I would imagine, as he pulls the choke here. He's really been really going hard in this spell with the new ball.
Yeah, so we've just got an update on Justin Greaves. He's having a reassessment to the concussion that he had, the blow that he had, and if it is that he's not fit to take the field when they finish the reassessment, then they're gonna reinstate the concussion substitute. So that's the update on Justin Greaves. We do hope though that all is well with the young man, and we do hope that he can finish this game and take a further part in it.
So now the question is, who will be who will get the nod?
Well, I
Ryan
think
John?
the coaching staff would decide is Ryan John and Johan Jeremiah. Those are the two reserves.
So which one of those two?
Yeah. So at the moment he's undergoing a reassessment, a concussion reassessment. So in the meantime, Shimon Lewis and Larry Edward would want to not give the wickets away.
Give him time.
Yeah, at least until the assessment is over. So at this stage, 333 for 8. The Windward Islands still trail by 49.
He's just striving a little too hard here. He's not really able to line up the deliveries in the manner in which he was doing. And this is what, his 6th over with the new ball. So he's obviously been going now for a while, and it's probably taken an awful lot out of him. It's a hot day, and so 6 overs on the trot, and in a tense situation like this, just adds to the sapping of your energy. And he's almost got it through on that occasion. Another ball off the inner portion of the bat and into the pad.
Yeah, this might just be Jeremiah Louis' final over of this spell. He's really given it a good effort. As you mentioned, it's a hot day, and the energy is just beginning to wear on Louis. And he's done well. 4 for 37 so far.
You just look at how he's striding to the crease. He's not as fluent. He's not almost as if he's missing his stride sometimes, but he's still going through to deliver the ball. Pitching up, and it's badly missed, and that's going to be 4 runs. He got around to it here, should have really stopped it, but in the end, James was not able to haul it in, and once it passed him, it had 4 runs in the books there to Edwards, so he goes into double figures now. He goes up to 10, 337 for 8.
Yeah, a good shot by Larry Edward, presenting a full face of the bat, and a slight misfeel by Kofi James. So Larry Edward picks up a boundary.
They think up for a moment of a single and then decide against it, as Edwards again finding the middle of the bat. That should end the over. It might very well end the spell for Louis. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 41 for the young man, putting in a very solid performance here for his team. 337 for 8 at the end of it.
So Spencer is going to continue. Javier Spencer.
Really just shot himself in the foot with that no ball. Had himself another wicket, and then he just had it erased.
Yeah. Definitely those no balls is really an elementary mistake at this level. And I just think that it should not be happening so often for him. He had quite a number in yesterday.
That's short, pulled away nicely into the gap at mid-wicket. They're going to get 2. They might even consider a third, and they are going to go for the 3rd run. And that's really lazy out there. He had more than enough time to get behind the ball, but he seemed to just jog behind it, Colin Archibald. And the batsman punished him for it with a 3rd run.
Yeah, good shot and good running from Sherman Lewis and Larry Edward. Realizing the opportunity to get another run, and they seized that. So Spencer a bit too short on this occasion.
Because what I'm saying, if he's going to bowl short, then bowl a bumper. You know, if you're going to bowl short, and he has produced a couple of good bouncers so far in this spell.
In this one, Edward is just turning it leg side, and another single on offer.
And you get the impression that what the captain is banking on is that he's able to line up one properly, you know, and that might be all she wrote. But so far, he's not been able to really get it in that zone where he wants to put it. And like I said, he has the 2 men out, so the short ball. But if it's a short ball, it has to be a bumper, high up to the throat. And he's going outside the off stump, looking to pitch it up.
Yeah, he really needs to get it up, maybe up by the badge.
Yep, get it up in the throat, up in the neck area.
Yeah.
And see how they...
Yeah, those midriffs are just too easy for even the lower order batsmen are going to put those away. He really needs to get it up a little bit more to cause some problems.
Looking as solid as ever. In behind it is Lewis. Probably saying to the openers, this is how you do it.
He's probably looking for a promotion up the order.
Yep.
He's seen Preston McSween come ahead of him and just swing for the hills.
But no, I played on a team already where the coach reversed the batting order, you know. And it took nothing out of him to do that. Again, they thought for a moment of the second run, and good effort out in the field by Louis, despite the fact that he looks a little bit worse for wear from that long 6-over spell. He still got to the ball quickly and had the return on its way in a flash. So that single takes it up to 342 now for 8.
Yeah, some valuable
40,
runs.
Yep, 41 away now.
Yeah.
That's the area that they wanted him to do it. That's going to be 4 runs because it just hit the outside edge. The batsman was deceived, but he got enough contact on the ball, and it slipped in between the gully and the second slip, and it rolled down to third man for 4 runs. So 346 for 8 now, and they're getting closer. It's 36 runs away now, so we'll see whether they will get there. And of course, the other thing, Kadim, is whether or not Graves will be able to come back and resume his innings, or will we have a replacement player in terms of the protocols to take over. He seems to be back with the pads on, so that is good news for the Windward Islands, and so he may be back there to continue the good fight for his team.
Yeah, so that's good news for Windward Islands and certainly Justin Greaves, as he would play a further part. He is padded up and he's ready to come out
15.
next. So that
guys.
is definitely good news. And in the meanwhile, Justin Greaves, my apologies, Shimon Lewis and Larry Edward are going along nicely. They've constructed a partnership of 17 so far, and the Windward Islands trail by just 36. And Jeremiah Louis is back for another over. That one would certainly surprise Mr. Ruskin Mark. As a welcome back, Keshav. Keshav, what are your thoughts so far? 346 for 8, 92 overs bowled. The Windwards trail now by just 36.
Well, good afternoon, Kadir, and to all of our viewers again. Certainly a very thrilling session at this point in time. 2 wickets left, 36 runs also left to get to that first innings total. And, anything can happen at this point in time, really and truly. As you rightfully said, Jeremiah Louis has been bowling on the trot consistently, and to get another over is really, speaking a lot about his fitness and his determination at this point in time. As the saying goes, when a fast bowler is getting wickets, you have to be crazy to take away the ball from them, because they have a certain, renewed vigor and innate motivation that they thrive in at that point in time. And they seem to get energy from nowhere at all.
Yeah. You gotta literally pinch it away from them when they're in this sort of mood, as Louis is. He just bowled a good delivery. The previous ball just went past the edge. This time another good delivery, good aerials from Jeremiah Louis, just getting that ball to tail away as well. With Lewis, credit to Shimon Lewis, he's looked compact for a low order batsman. He seems to be getting in line with those deliveries, and he seems to be enjoying his batting.
Yeah, indeed, and he's certainly been very watchful, even that delivery there, leaving it alone rather than putting his arms out there and extending it. So very good to see that they're still watching each ball and playing it on its merit. 36 runs can seem like not that much to get, but at the same point in time, you have to be very mindful of how the bowlers are operating and the consistency that they have maintained in this session thus far.
Just some scores coming in from the Queen's Park Oval. The TNT Red Force currently 155 for 6. So a mini fight back by them. They lead by 87. Jit Gooley and Tion Webster, the not out batsman.
I think if they can get a lead of 200 ideally, and achieve that before the end of today's play, that'd be very good for Trinidad and Tobago. At least they can bat into the morning session and try and send Barbados in, just before lunch or just after lunch tomorrow and see if they can get all of the wickets. We know that pitch is indeed a very much turning one. And with Imran Khan, Brian Charles, Carrie Payne in the lineup, even Jason Mohammed with his part-time off-spin, they would be looking at the opportunity to get all points if they can.
Yeah, definitely. And over in Guyana, the Guyana Harp Eagles have declared on 294 for 7, setting Jamaica 458 for victory. Jamaica in their second turn at the crease at 10 for 1. Leroy Logg, the batsman, dismissed.
Over, guys.
Interesting from Leroy Lugg as well, making 10 of 5 balls, 1-4, 1-6. So I'm not sure if he was in a hurry to get that 450 plus runs.
Yeah.
What's going on in the pitch across there, but certainly very different and contrasting to what we are seeing here. Here has certainly been in favour of the batsmen, and the bowlers have had to toil, work continuously hard to try and find ways to exploit any weaknesses that the batsman may present or have on offer.
Yeah. Tijno Chandapol getting to 89, and Tevin Imlak 136 not out.
And so here we see the return of Raheem Cornwall to the attack, having bowled 28 overs, 3 wickets for 107 runs.
Yeah, Rakeem Cornwall back into the attack. He started the mini slide this morning in terms of wickets. Picked up 3 in the morning session and allowed the other bowlers to get into the game as well. So it's Cornwall. He's going to be bowling to Larry Edward. Yeah, Larry Edward 15 and Sherman Lewis 6 not out.
Oh, get it! Come now, fellas.
It brings Sherman Lewis on strike. Slight change in the field for the right-handed Lewis. There's a slip in play. A backward point, cover mid-off. Long on.
Oh. Hey!
A quick single again. Good
well,
running
clean it
from
up,
these
clean it up.
two. So the field changes ever so slightly for the left-handed Edward, and this is the good thing with the left and right hand combination. You have fielders moving to and fro every time the batsman change.
And the ideal situation is to get a single every ball. Keep them changing and keep them ticking over.
Oh.
So a flight to them well played. Larry Edwards seems very compact.
Come boys,
I
come
must
boys,
say
come
as well,
boys, come
you know.
boys.
The
Yeah.
fact that he is playing a very good innings at the end here, 16 from just around 34, 35 deliveries.
Oh.
But apart from the score, it's the manner he has approached his innings in. He has certainly showed that he can face up to the fast bowlers, to the new ball, and now having to face up to Rakeem Cornwall.
Oh.
Good
Ball in,
technique, good balance, good poise and composure.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the bowlers or the bowlers, they really enjoy a situation like this where they can show the coaching staff, teammates. As we say this,
Plum there, Kadir.
just as we was saying, Larry Edward was looking so solid. Rakeem Cornwall breached his defense, and Edward has to go for 16. LBW to Cornwall. It's 348 now for 9.
And Kadir, that's actually the first time I think he has played and missed convincingly in terms of any ball that has been on his body. Majority of the time, his bat would have come out in front of the pad On that occasion, the bat had a gap between the pad, and that ball finding that gap smartly and actually hit him on the back leg. So there was no question of whether it was going on to hit the stumps, based on the way where the ball hit the batsman. Was certainly low enough. I would have gone on to clip the base, but at that point in time, the Leeward Islands was supporting, because I believe thus far they haven't gotten a decision from umpire Leslie Reefer. As here we see the physiotherapist is running out to speak to the umpires, and I'm now seeing that another batsman is down on that far end. Not too sure what happened to him there, because it seems as if it was off the ball. He wasn't struck or anything as far as we saw. Could be an issue to do with cramp. Sherman Lewis just taking his time there. Players naturally concerned around him. Initially, I actually thought the physiotherapist was running out to explain why Justin Greaves was coming back out, but as rightfully informed, it seems that Sherman Lewis is on the ground there due to another injury, so we're really hoping it's nothing too serious. He's still on the ground.
He seems to be in some discomfort. Not quite sure what the incident was, but
No, you come to real good, but you very yeah.
Therapist just taking a stroll with Sherman Lewis to find out what's going on away from the huddle of Leeward Island players. I'm sure they will be very excited to know what's going on if he's going to stay and bat. And it's a very tough decision at this point in time, because as much as he seems to not be comfortable, the irony is if he is unwell and has to leave the field, Greaves, who left the field earlier, is in fact now returning. So not the best situation for the Windward Islands. Volcanoes, as they trailed by just 34 runs, and I'm sure they will be dying to get to that target, Kadir, after reaching so close. As the saying goes, you reach so close yet so far.
yeah.
And 30 is such a sticky figure to work with, because you can get 30 in a matter of, a few overs if you score boundaries easily. And then again, it can be very difficult if you're just going about getting singles.
Yeah. Well, it's Justin Greaves who has returned to the middle.
The physio has certainly had a work cut out today, as we saw since this morning. She was assisting with putting water into the cooler, assisting with a warm-up, picking up those loose balls that were on the field, and now today, certainly making sure that the players are in top shape.
Well, this one is going to surprise Mr. Ruskin Mark even more. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue from the northern end.
I think he heard Ruskin while he was, commentating, and he said he has to prove a point. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And again here, just seeing.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good for Sherman Lewis. He Well, in fact, he's trying to fight it, whatever it is that is affecting him at this point in time. He's just trying to weather it and do what's best for the team. So he looks as though he's gonna continue. There's Sherman Lewis showing some good character and fight.
Yeah, I think the question is really and truly if he's okay to continue or not, because as much as it's good to show the fight, he doesn't want to risk any further injury.
So this is good from Louis again.
Louis, that's one for the over. Louis.
Yeah, so we're just waiting to see what's going on with Sherman Lewis there.
Well, we're coming very close to tea time, so I'm not sure if we're gonna get the extra half an hour as 9 wickets are down, or if we're gonna come in.
So guys,
So we once this wicket doesn't fall before the allotted tea time, we're gonna have the extra half an hour. Inside edge and a single on offer on the leg side. So 349 for 9. Sherman Lewis is 7. Justin Greaves, who is returning after being struck on the helmet earlier on by Jeremiah Louis. He has returned. He is 8 from 38 deliveries. Mightily close from the looks of things from the Leeward Islands players. Justin Greaves just playing, and that ball just threatened to trickle back onto his stumps. Yeah, just bounced up and landed just behind the stumps. So it's 349 for 9 and 94.3 overs gone. Jeremiah Louis, currently an extended spell for him. This might be 8 overs on the trot. Shorter delivery, and Greaves wants nothing to do with it. Just lets it go by. The Windward Islands Volcanoes trail by 33 more. Driven beautifully through extra cover by Greaves. A lovely shot by Justin Greaves. And the 350 is up. It's 353 for 9. And Greaves goes on to 12. Lovely shot on the up.
Yeah, excellent shot there from Greaves. Certainly doesn't seem to be phased by that initial blow to his head, to the helmet, rather, I should say. But, you know, never an easy situation when such a injury happens, and we weren't too certain what was going on in terms of seeing him walking without the pads, and then after the assessment he was told he could put on the pads and resume his innings. So I'm sure he would want to stick around here, Kadir, you know, knowing fully well that the batsman on the other side is not moving as freely as he would like. The goal here would be to try and put away the bad balls and see if he can maximize the scoring, get to that target as easily as possible.
Yeah, well, that's the end of another over. And Sherman Lewis has gone off to the side again. I don't think he's feeling well at the moment. He's dropped his bat, and the physio is coming on again. He's down on his haunches. I'm not sure what is exactly wrong. So at this stage, it's not looking that good for the Windward Islands Volcanoes and Shimon Lewis, as I think he's not going to continue, which means we've come to the end of the Windward Islands innings. It's ended abruptly at 353 for 9 as Lewis makes his way to the medical at the medical tent, where I think he's going to be assessed as to what is taking place with him. But in the meanwhile, that means that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they have a lead of 29 as this innings Keshav has ended in a rather abrupt manner.
Really unfortunate, Kadir, I must say. Honestly, I was looking forward to this thrilling encounter, you know, with that extra half an hour to potentially be played, seeing as they were down to 9 wickets. As you're just seeing the fourth umpire signaling to the scorers there, I believe. But yeah, it was really unfortunate, as I said, because, you know, 1 wicket remaining, just 29 runs. Anything could have happened, and Greaves from that last shot we saw was certainly in the mood to take the attack to the bowlers and see how best he can get these runs quickly, but it seems that Lewis was unable to continue. And given that he could not have made at that point in time, you know, safety first, which is most important, and he needed to preserve himself there before getting any kind of further injury. So it looks like they'll take the tea interval at this point in time, and we'll definitely look forward to the resumption when we come back from the break.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. Welcome you back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We have the Leeward Islands getting ready to start their second innings, taking a lead of 29 runs over the Windward Islands into this second knock. And that's because very unfortunate for Sherman Lewis, unable to really continue, and was eventually retired out for 8 as the innings closed at 353 for 9 after 95 overs. So close and yet so far, one would have to say, for the Leewards. So again, after they posted 382 for 9 declared, the Windwards responded with 353 for 9 of their own. And to the 29 runs, the difference between the two teams. The question now is, can they build on this in a meaningful way? Today is the third day. They have an entire session to try to pile on as many runs as they possibly can, and I would imagine maybe bat probably until lunch tomorrow, if that is possible, and then maybe make another declaration, which will be the second time in the game they'll declare, and push on. Now I say that because last week we had a situation where Barbados didn't enforce the follow-on, and they went back with the same intention of building on the lead they had. They had a bigger lead than this, 176, and but instead of really pushing on, they got rocked and were bowled out for 78, leaving the door open for the Leeward Islands to come back and win that game, getting to 247 to 48. 247 for victory. So it really is a situation here now where they must have in the back of their mind they don't want a similar collapse like that to happen here and leave the door open for the Windward Islands to kick it open and come from behind just like they did last week against Barbados, for them to suffer a similar fate here as well. The question though is, can the Windward Islands without Lewis, can they really produce something special here with the ball? We know Maxwell has been their main cog, so to speak, with the ball, and I would anticipate that he will again be relied upon to do some damage for them. But a man short and a crucial man in that it's going to take some doing on their part.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it will be very interesting to see how they approach the second innings, whether they would look to score runs quickly and get a decent total, in addition to that lead of around 29 runs that they have at this point in time. Windward Islands would be certainly, lamenting the fact that they could not have finished the innings, having to retire the last batsman out at that point in time, He ideally would have wanted to bat out there, see if they could have gotten up to that first innings score and gotten the total points for the first innings after doing all the hard work thus far to reach very close and, so close yet so far at the end of the day. So really and truly the morale would be with the Leeward Islands team after having toiled in the field, still being able to come away with that first innings point. And, it's interesting to see how the opening pair of Monson Hodge and Kyron Powell would take to the attack of Preston McSween from this end.
But this is the big question now to see what the approach would be. And first one is touching down way outside the off time. No interest there at all from them. So it's really about being positive, playing, playing what you see, if you know what I mean, without taking too many risks. And just try to rotate the strikers as much as possible and try and put the bowlers off and maybe force them into error and cash in when they stray in line or length.
Yeah, it's just to watch these first few deliveries and see whether there's any significant movement. That one swings into the batsman there and played nicely. This defensive shot ball is trickling down to that short mid-on fielder. I know Maxwell will be running very hard here, eager with this new ball to try and get some early wickets. Monson Hodge in the first innings, holding out to McSween, caught by Walcott, making just 6. So he would have that at the back of his mind, try to see if he can get another edge from this batsman.
And he's off the mark. Yes, he punches this into the cover region, and a nice tumbling stop here in the end to deny them a second run. Good effort in the field there by Larry Edward. So remember, every run they score is they're adding to their lead, so they effectively 30 without loss at the moment.
Yeah, it's always a mental factor to take note of whenever you have a lead. It's not just the score you're seeing in front of you, but also to add to that total.
Yep. It's not a big addition, but it may prove significant in the end.
Yeah, by no means. I mean, the score that Barbados had last week, as you rightfully said earlier, was one that would certainly be considered a respectable lead, and then to come and get bundled out so cheaply thereafter really shows how volatile this game of cricket is. That one is driven lovely through the offside there by Kieran Powell, and looks like it will run all the way to the boundary for 4. So McSween over pitching a bit there on the offside and allowing Powell to just step into that ball, put his front foot forward and drive freely along the ground for 4 runs. Lovely shot there, Ruskin.
Yes, 4 good-looking runs, as they say, because he just eased onto the front foot. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just pushed it away from the man at cover and picked up 4 runs.
Powell has always had a bit of class about his batting, you know, a very nice way in which he approaches his innings.
So again, they're going to look to McSween to really do something for them here with this new ball. He saw what Jeremiah Louis was able to do when he got that second new ball in his hands. And that is a close one indeed, and he's out. A peach of a delivery. It kept low, but it was bang on target. And that is the end of Kieran Powell. He goes for 4. It's 5 for 1.
Just as we see in the replay here, lovely delivery from McSween, pitching in line and hitting the batsman plumb on target. Standing no chance there, Powell. Didn't really seem to have any difficulty with the decision either. He knew where the ball hit him, and it kept a bit low because, you know, he seemed to be off balance after that ball struck him on the pad. So first breakthrough for Windward Islands, getting the wicket of Powell. That would be a boost to them, because Powell, having scored 75 in the first innings, you know, would have given Leeward Islands that start. And after the top order relatively failed, with Akeem Saunders being run out for duck and Devon Thomas making just 1, Jamal Hamilton 12, you know, it would certainly be enticing for the Windward Islands bowlers to try and get more early wickets here, and perhaps even restrict the Leeward Islands to a total that would be easy for them to chase on the final day.
So they one down. I think that's how they have to look at it, and they try to see if they could prize out a couple more before it's all said and done this evening. If not all.
Ball it. No, watch me. Ball it, watch. Ball that thing. Yeah. Ball that. Make sure don't brainwash you. I wouldn't want to do it again because you take out the confidence in him.
So it seemed like a little bit of confusion as to who was actually going to bowl at the other end. Remember, Lewis is off the field. And is it a stomach bug or something he has?
Yeah, I think we just got a bit of information that it seems to be a stomach-related issue. Not too certain whether it's similar to the other players who are out, you know, that bit of food poisoning that goes around. And I mean, it's very difficult, having recovered from a bout of that myself just a few weeks ago. I can only imagine, you know, if that is in fact the situation, how you'd be feeling at this point in time. It's easy for us to look out from the outside and see that, you know, he looks to be alright physically, but what happens inside is another story altogether. So, see Kavem Hodge opening the bowling from the southern end.
Well, he did well with the bat, and he's probably thinking, hey, why not do it with the ball?
As we have Hodge against Hodge here. And that's a lovely delivery first up, you know. On target. Good drift into the right-handed batsman. Again on target. Nice field set as well. All of the fielders close inside to build that pressure. Just one fielder on the boundary, which is at that deep mid-wicket region. One slip in place.
Remember, good backing up. Very good
I
backing
think
up.
his goal here would be to drift the ball into the right-hander because understandably no turn would be on offer with this ball. Cherry rather than ever at this point, just one over all.
Jesus Christ, quick. Quick call away. I still low down one. Hey boys.
So the Windward Islands will be
Hey boys.
really boosted by that early wicket, and they probably feel if they could pick up a couple more, who knows?
Keep going, Cav. Keep working, Cav.
And the difficulty for Windward Islands is that two of their other pace bowlers in Sherman Lewis and Justin Greaves are the bowlers that were affected.
It's another close shave here, and this one is going to run all the way down to the boundary.
That one seemed to have beaten everyone, Ruskin, as the umpire singles bys, you know, just as we see the replay going passing the outside edge of the bat and also passing the slip, keeper, everyone, and it ran neatly down to the boundary for 4. So, not a bad start from Hodge, and that delivery just showing that there was a bit of turn. I assumed I would have pitched around that rough that we were seeing from since this morning, which would have only grown considerably over time. And, you know, without the opening fast bowler Sherman Lewis, who we have just heard has a bit of a stomach issue, and Justin Greaves, who was struck on the helmet despite coming back out to bat, I'm sure he wouldn't want to overexert himself at this time. So, pace from one end, spin from the other.
Which makes sense, you know, and if he's going to turn the ball that much, then it is a viable option.
They also have an option in Kieran Katoy, who we didn't really see feature in the first innings, but we know he's capable with the leg spin, and didn't come off with a bat, making a first ball duck, unfortunately, getting his chance to open, but a handy bowling option if needed. Seeing the bowler pointing directly where he wants the fielders.
Being very meticulous.
I know that yesterday he wasn't too pleased where 2 runs were scored in that region, so just trying to tighten up where everyone is placed. Going down the leg side there. Again, not where you want to be pitching. As much as you have a bit of protection on the leg side, you'd want to focus that delivery outside the off stump.
Yeah, because you're trying to get wickets now, and you know, and you're also trying to limit run scoring. If you put it on his pads, all he has to do is touch it, and he likely get a single to fine leg, if not more. And but outside the off stump, you stand a good chance. You have 3 slips and a gully there. Driving outside the off stump and not making contact.
A bit of a loose drive there from Saunders, very early up in the innings. Ball was pitched in that half volleyish length. At the same time, you know, you have to just observe the ball. Second delivery alone he's facing from Maxween, and hasn't really seen whether the ball is moving a lot, whether it's coming off the pitch and shaping away or into him. So we'll be mindful of that before he plays such extensive drives.
This is closer to him, and he's a little more watchful on this occasion. So Saunders, unfortunately, run out in the first innings.
I think that's one of the most painful ways to get out in a 4-day or test match, Ruskin, to be run out.
Yes, it was a direct hit too that from Edwards that accounted for him. And but again, he was the one who was he left late and had to run the full length of the pitch in a hurry. And that's another good delivery. So I'm hoping he learned his lesson from that. That you always have to back up and give yourself a couple meters so that when you're running is less distance you have to cover when you do it that way. But if you stand in the crease and wait for the run to develop, and then when you get the call, then you're really starting from about 2 meters further back than where you should be. That's a good shot. Again, this time the dive is put in, but I think it was all in vain, as that's 4 more down to the extra cover boundary. So Saunders, I'm sure will be more than pleased with that.
Much better shot compared to the first one where he drove without any sort of real confidence. This one, keeping his eyes on the ball, as you could see, even when he played the shot, his helmet and his bat and everything was facing in the direction where the ball ran away to the boundary.
So it is a period here where the batting team, they just want to build. They don't want to lose any more wickets, but they just want to build and keep going. And here's another ball pitched right up, but that one would have been beaten leg stump as well. And just not, probably starting a little too close to the leg stump, pitching probably outside the leg stump. It's the end of the over, 13 for 1 it is.
Hodge to continue from the other end to right at the batsman in the crease at this point in time with the dismissal of Karen Powell. So he's going to be around the wicket. Would be nice to see if he can even try a couple of deliveries over just for that change of angle, get the ball to angle across and move away. Thus far his modus operandi seems to be just getting that ball to drift into the right-handed batsman and try and angle it into that rough as we are seeing just outside the off stump.
Keep going, keep working.
So this is going to be a real examination here, because with the spinner, it means you probably have to play out a lot more deliveries than if it was a fast bowler who might have been spraying the ball about outside the off stump, maybe down the leg side. Here it's constant.
He's very busy through his overs as well.
Yep, he gets through them rather quickly.
All of those things can be a factor in the mind of the batsman. You know, this over will be basically done in a flash. Then after the pace and the swinging ball from McSween on the other end.
But this is a good ploy because it keeps him churning all the time.
No.
What?
Yeah, they will try once again to see how quickly they could probably get through overs, because the more overs you can get at these batsmen, it means it's the better chance you have of probably picking up a couple of wickets, and also keeping that over rate going quickly, so that you don't want to be having to bowl 5-6 overs beyond 5 o'clock this evening. So with Hodge doing his bit there, it certainly it offers a slightly different look on things. So one man's disappointment is another man's success, isn't it? There's another ball pitched on his legs. He's going to get, no, just well stopped on that boundary down there. Yeah, for a moment there, it looked as if he was going to be beaten by it. He took a funny angle, but eventually he got to it, and the batsman had to settle for just the one run.
Good to see that effort being put in even in this regional 4-day format. You know, you think sometimes you see fielders leave it just for the 50 over and the T20 to throw their bodies around and get those stops seen. But in this game, thus far, we have seen good fielding efforts from all of the players.
Yeah,
I'm
when,
sure.
when you have a surface like this, you want you don't want anything to pass you, not even breeze. You want to pass you.
Yeah, the outfield is really lush, very amazing. When just walking on it earlier this morning, it was like walking on sponge. You know, each time you land, there's a sort of cushion that allows you to just spring forth with your next step.
Yeah, and that is what cricketers like. This is what they get used to, especially playing at the international level. You know, one of the amazing things always has been the way they cut the grass at especially at the fields in England, in particular. You know, the different patterns that they use to cut the grass, and when you see it, it's a picture. It's a scenery. You know, sometimes you don't even want to walk in it because it's looking so nice. You know, but you know, they have all these different techniques that they use to get that effect.
Yeah, we see some of the gears just being dried out. Even beyond the boundary rope, you know, there's ample grass and ample area.
So warm
Everyone.
day. It's a pretty hot day now. The sun is really out now. It's not as breezy as it was. And flicked away nicely. And just got a couple. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. The batsmen themselves are not really pushing too hard. So they seem content with the 2 runs. So 16 now for 1 it is. As we continue, McSween, somehow he doesn't seem as G'd up as one would have expected him to. You know, he anticipated he would come here now and run in hard and hit the deck hard and probably scare a couple batsmen. But he just seems to be a little bit subdued, not really his aggressive self.
Yeah, it will really be a test of character to see how these players go about, whether they would use their usual nature or change to suit the circumstances.
He's bang on target. You can see he's sort of cut his pace and is probably striving for better accuracy than he is for out and out pace. This one is running it down to third man. That's 4 runs. A little bit risky because it went close to the man at gully, but it went down and it spread across the turf. We were just talking about how nice and lush it is. It's also lightning fast, and that one raced across the turf for good-looking runs. So that pushes Hodge up to 7 now, and it is Saunders who is on 5. Who is going to come back into strike at the top end.
Yeah, 20 for 1 after 5. Essentially 49 for 1 considering the lead that they have already. And healthy run rate thus far. Maintaining that 4 runs and over. As we saw in the previous innings from Windward Islands, they started, I think, majority of their innings, in fact, up until Athenaeus was dismissed this morning. Their run rate was about 4.5 to 5 runs and over. Very healthy indeed, as they did a very commendable job to reach close to that target.
So this is where, so ironically, this is kind of like where the real test is, it seems, as the batsmen are not comfortable playing the left-arm orthodox spin here of Kaveem Hodge. And again, he's having to kind of dig it out from under him. He played it well in the end, but he just seemed hurried to get the bat down.
Not bowling too slowly either as Hodge. You know, he's certainly darting that ball in to the batsman. Not being allowed much time to play the ball comfortably. So essentially, yes, he has the ramp of a spinner, but you know, with the pace that he's bowling at, it could very well be, you know, seen as a slow medium if so much.
And that one just coming off the inner edge as well. And but you get the impression that he's not turning the ball away from the right-hander much. If anything, it's coming in on the angle. And so he's just trying to line it up and hope that the batsman plays around it. It was a little too short. No pressure on the batsman. There's 20 for 1. They lost the wicket of Kieran Powell after an exquisite cover drive.
Another tight over there from Hodge. 3 maidens. He has both thus far. So all of the runs being scored on the other end from McSween, barring the 4 byes that we saw initially.
But this is good, sensible cricket on the part of the Windward Islands. They're not letting the game just drift, but they're not letting it get away from them either. You know, so they're just trying to keep as tight a rein as possible. 29 runs is not a big lead. The trick for them is to try to get wickets and keep taking wickets and try to limit the score, the second inning score by the Leeward Islands. That's another sweetly timed shot. They're going to get a couple. Not going to go into the boundary. So 22 for 1 it is. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting a second time. That's after they earned a 29-run lead on first innings. The Windwards, unfortunately, after a brilliant 246-run partnership between Athenaeus and Hodge, who made 28 and 37 respectively, they couldn't carry on. Here's another delivery. He's not in total control here, but another run added to the total. McSween scratches his head. So now the captain might be thinking, what's my next option? You know, who on this team could really give me 5 wickets? You know, I think that's what he's thinking now. You know, who he could turn to if need be at short notice to really come and rev up things a little bit.
Given the 2 right-handers in the wicket at this time, I'd probably expect to see the introduction of Larry Edward if he has to make a change soon. You know, being another left-arm orthodox bowler, it would certainly assist in the angle, as we've seen Hodge doing a good job already, and the left-arm seam of McSween. Other than that, Kenneth Demba, right-arm off-break. Good option once he can get his line and length in gear. But I think the left-hander against the right-hander is just a natural advantage that they should look to capitalize on.
A little too full there. In fact, he couldn't. He came down on the ball. I think he was trying to guide it through the offside, but he dropped the bat on it when it threatened to pass under the bat. Always a difficult ball to face. But we've seen some good cricket, and we've also seen a battle royale between these two teams. But in the end, unfortunately, the Windward Islands came up just a little bit short, and here's another ball running off the outside edge, and nicely fielded in the gully position. No run resulting. So it's not been the easiest of periods for both teams because if you don't get another wicket, you tend to drop your head. You feel like you're out of the game or you're being batted out of the game. But there's nothing like another wicket or two to really add some pep in the step, so to speak, but also to heighten the interest in the game, keep the players' minds on the game. There's another pitch of a delivery, an allowed appeal, and they're going to go for what might be a leg by unless he got a touch onto it, and it might actually be a run, but it's leg by, signaled by the umpire.
And at first glance, that one just seemed to have been angling down leg side. Take a look at a replay and we'll see where it pitches. Seems to have pitched
Just outside
close
leg,
here, just outside the line. Very marginal call, obviously. As we see the physio again on the field here.
And I think the situation really is
Just checking up on Justin Greaves. I think Captain probably want to know if he's available to bowl.
I'm sure he will put his hand up if required because it's all hands on deck, as they say. She's had a good workout today in very hot conditions.
Certainly making sure that she earns a keep. She's done a splendid job to take care of the players thus far.
And,
As has the physio from Leeward Islands as well.
and they have assistance from the medical team who's present on the ground, providing an ambulance service and other medical assistance if necessary.
Yeah, I recall yesterday evening at the close of play, the physio from Leeward Islands was actually making a lap with Jeremiah Louis because it seemed like coming up closer to the end of the day. He scored a very good 45 as well and batted long. So
Catch it!
Here's the ball. It goes in the air and it falls safely into the gap there between the mid-off fieldsman and the extra cover region. It went over the head of the man close in, and it's gone down there for a couple runs. You can see him splicing the ball over the head of the inner ring.
very, very wayward shot. That ball angling down to the leg side and he tried to play it to the offside. Naturally, they would have looked to play it on the onside, either on-drive the ball or even flick it to the leg side, knowing fully well how the ball is angling towards that area of the field already.
And again, he's turning it off his hips. He might get a second run. He should. And they'll get it too. Nice return out of the deep, but way too late. The batsmen were comfortably able to come back for that second one.
Keep going, Haja.
No, he's another one there, just teasing him there. And he's right on target. That's the good thing. He's just keeping it very, very tight indeed. And Hudge, a real revelation here. And this one is hit in the air again, and the batsmen are going to get a single. So they're living dangerously here, especially Saunders. But he lives to fight another day. The end of the over, 28 for 1.
Exciting over there. The first time runs were actually scored off of Gavin Hodges bowling. A couple of the shots just a bit aerial. I think that shot on the offside that he took from leg side, the play there would have been bearing in mind that the fielders are placed strategically on the leg side for him to play that shot into their arms. So again, it's good to use the gaps, but at the same time, no harm in playing the stroke where it's intended and just ensuring that it goes along the ground.
And that's the key. Play the ball on the ground. On the ground, you can't get out caught. But it's when they try to do the aerial thing, and we saw that with Athanaze this morning, when he gifted his wicket away after batting so beautifully. He got under one. It was a little bit wider than he anticipated, and he just kind of spooned the ball up to the man at long off, who took a good catch running back, by the way. And here's a Another scoring shot. They're going for one. They want a second one, but Hodge says no and sends back Saunders.
Lee just inching up to around 60, 59 runs at this point in time. I think if they can first set a goal of reaching to 100, and then after that look to go in increments there, before the end of today's play. Probably get a lead between 100 and 150 before the close of play today. That would be ideal.
Just what the doctor ordered. That's a peach of a delivery. Again, we don't see him bowl that often enough. The one that goes across the right-handers. It's almost as if he struggles to bowl it, or he has to put a great deal of effort into it. And but the one coming back in is the one that he fancies the most. And as a result, he doesn't bowl that away swing, the away swinger, very often.
Each time he has bowled a delivery, in fact, it has always deceived the batsman. I think more often than not, once he pitches it, he gets the better of the batsman. So it's just to try and execute it more. That one is again into the body. That same line, if he uses that same line and gets the ball to move across, subtle variations.
Yep. And this is what I found from the time we were looking at him in the first, and then I'm saying he's having a hard time bowling the ball going across the right-hander, which to me is probably the most natural thing a left-hander does, is cut the ball so it goes across the right-handers. But he seems to be a slightly different person, where he tends to want to bring the ball in a lot more. That's a great shot. That's going to be close to the boundary, and they're going to get a couple. They might get a third if they hurry, and I think they're coming back for it now, and it was a late decision, and the throw not a particularly good one, but the batsmen decided that they will take the third run, and as we were saying, not very often you get to run 3 runs on a ground like this, but here we are.
I think the timing has been a major issue because, as we saw yesterday with Athenaeus and Hodge when they were batting, timing was impeccable. Majority of the deliveries they would have just punched, sometimes gently into the offside or leg side, and it would have sped along the carpet for 4. Seen much more effort in the shots from Saunders and Monson Hodge, but not the same end result. So timing a significant factor.
It's certainly going to be very interesting.
As I welcome back Kadir to join me here.
Hey, good afternoon again, viewers. After 9 overs, it's 33 for 1. Sweden has completed 5, 1 for 23. Hodge, though, has been excellent with the new ball. 4 overs, none for 5.
3 maidens in that 4 overs as well. 1 over, in fact, in which 5 runs were scored off of him. So I'm sure he's looking for all-round effort here. One thing we've seen is that across the regional formats, much more batsmen taking up the ball to get into the attack. And a lot of bowlers as well have been making runs. Everyone is trying to show their all-around capabilities to get into that West Indies team. And it's really a good sight to see everyone trying to harness all of their talents.
I think what has really lent to that is the shorter form of the game, where it requires more of an all-round effort. So it's something that is practiced a lot. Batsmen do bowl a lot in practice, but yeah, that shorter format of the game really lends to that type of all-round cricket. Hodge has been keeping it very tight. Monson Hodge just trying to release the shackles slightly. 13 from 26 deliveries. stifle appeal.
Hey, boy!
And again, Hodges right at the batsman. So it's Hodge versus Hodge.
It's a very interesting matchup here. Hodge against Hodge. Which Hodge will prevail?
Yeah, that's the question. So this is good from the Windward Islands bowlers. They sort of look to be patient and they just plug away at a line and a length and not go searching as they've done in the first inning. So at the end of another maiden over from Kavim Hodge, at the end of 10 it remains 33 for 1.
So what are your thoughts, Kadir, in terms of the trajectory of this game as we go into the fourth and final day tomorrow? Do you think that both sides are looking to play for a draw? Do you think that Leewards would look to take the ascendancy, set a reasonable total and put Windwards back into bat? Bearing in mind that two of their batsmen presently seem to be hampered, Justin Greaves and Lewis the fast bowler as well.
Yeah, well, there's all of 29 overs remaining in the day's play. So I'm sure if once these two batsmen get settled, they could probably think about just changing another gear. And but again, it's an entire day of cricket remaining. Tomorrow being the final day of this game. So I think all three results are still possible in terms of a win for either of these teams. Oh, that's a good delivery. The edge is taken, and
Just as you
Akeem
call
Saunders has to go. Preston McSween with wicket number 2.
Right on the money there, Kadir. Anything is possible in this game of cricket. And, you know, I was just wondering when McSween would have gotten that other wicket, because every time he shaped the ball away from the right-hander, he got the better of the batsman. As we see here again, that one pitching very nicely between middle and off and just shaping away. Not a bad shot. I mean, Saunders seemed to have just hung the bat there between his bat and pad, but at the same point in time, might have just missed the way the ball was going towards that angle and biting the edge at the end of it. So very good breakthrough for Windward Islands there, and it brings Devon Thomas to the crease.
Yeah, that delivery is exactly the line and length. It's perfect. He has to play from there. He doesn't know whether it's gonna come back at him or if that's the one that's leaving him. So he has to play, and it pitched on and about that middle and off line, and it kept going with the angle. So that was excellent on the part of Preston McSween.
Just last over, in fact, Ruskin was begging for McSween to maintain that line, and thankfully he did maintain the line and got his wicket, got the just reward.
Yeah. So Devon Thomas to the crease. Didn't score much in the first innings, so I'm sure he definitely want a better that performance. He's out at the crucial number 4 position. Man with a lot of experience. He now has a test cap for West Indies.
Yeah, certainly he'll be happy with that achievement, but he'd want to keep his place because the competition is very high, as we can see from all of the players around the region. So it's a foolish delivery and driven nicely to that area.
Yeah. So yeah, I still think though that all 3 results are possible. So it's just a matter of who takes the ascendancy, who wants it the most. They definitely would get the result intended.
Yeah, that passion and that drive is certainly what will determine the result of this game. You know, it can easily peter out into a draw if neither team wants to take the initiative, but if any one of them chooses to go for the win, it certainly is possible here once they play their cards right.
Thomas is away, nudged easily into the leg side.
And Thomas is a free-flowing batsman as well, not one to let balls accumulate unnecessarily, so he will come out here to play his shots. He will look to put away any bad deliveries that are not on target.
Yeah, I think though too that Kieran Kotoy, once he can bowl, once he's fit to bowl, I think he might be though. He would play a serious part in this game, being a leg spinner and seeing that the pitch is just slightly turning a bit, and some are just tending to stay low. So he might have a big part to play. Kieran Kotoy.
Yeah, I agree. I would have loved to see him in the first innings as well, because we know here this pitch, as much as it's a batsman's paradise, leg spinners have always had good reward. Imran Khan, Yannick Karaya, many times when they played here for the Red Force, getting a lot of wickets. And just last week we saw Virasamy Purmore, left arm orthodox, so different style. But again, just using the different guile and deception of a spinner.
Yeah. Yeah, so he probably would hold the trump for the Windward Islands. So too would be Kenneth Demba. Yeah, I think once this new ball, once this opening spell from Preston McSween comes to an end, we might see Justin Graves, or we might see the introduction of a spinner.
Well, last over, I just saw some conversation with Greaves, and the physio ran onto the field, so probably just checking and see if he's alright to bowl, but we'll wait to see how he goes. Don't want to over-risk anything at this stage to injure him before they go into the final round as well.
Yeah. Lovely straight drive from Thomas. McSween got a hand hit, and just a single as it ricocheted to Teddy Bishop at mid-off. So that's the end of a successful McSween's over. It's 36 for 2.
And again, as you saw there from Thomas, nice free-flowing drive. Once the ball is pitched up, he's not going to hold back there. So the bowlers would be enticed at that fact, you know. He would come onto the front foot, he would look to play those shots, and you can easily just pull back the length a little bit. Or up to now, we haven't seen a slower ball. Or I know it's a bit early days to try that in this format, but at the same point in time, no harm.
Yeah.
Just seen the background shot there. Brian Lara with the infamous 375, 400 and 501. Certainly the pride and joy of Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
Yeah, most definitely. Hodge is going to continue. 5 tidy overs so far. He's gone wicketless so far, but he's kept things tight. He's kept things quiet. It's been wicket to wicket so far, Kavim Hodge. And Thomas is driving, and he's getting it in the gap. This one is going to tease Kotoy, and it beats Kotoy into the boundary for 4.
Much better timing on that occasion. We saw previously a couple of shots from Saunders and Hodge that didn't get the full face of the bat. But this time Thomas not holding back at all. And again, just faced about 5 deliveries and already played 3 or 4 drives. So in the mood for some runs here, and he would take advantage of anything that Kavim Hodge bowls, which is either too full or too short.
Yeah, this one is a lovely flowing drive through the extra cover region. So Thomas is 6 from 6, showing some intent. Just trying to turn this one and came off the leading edge. Luckily for him, it didn't bubble up. This went flat, and not much of an opportunity. So just a one slip for Kavim Hodge. One slip cover, mid off, long on, a short mid wicket, pad, a square leg, and a man out at the deep mid wicket boundary. The deep backward square actually.
It's a nice looking sweep shot, but straight to the field, unfortunately. Thomas would feel like he missed out there.
Yeah.
But again, not afraid to play his shots early on. trust in his confidence and his ability. Despite not getting a good total on the first innings, he would look to help his team here as best as he can. That one is better down the leg side, but he gets the edge and that's out. Thomas has to go, caught behind. And what a way to out Kadir. You would think that that ball going down the leg side, not even angle onto the stumps, and just playing a good convincing sweep shot. Really not too sure how he mistimed that one and how he managed to get that edge. But we look at the replay here. Hodge angling that one very much
this
down
one
the
is
leg
almost
side.
innocuous. It as though it came off the back of the bat. And good presence of mind from keeper Walcott. So Devon Thomas has to go for just the 6. And the Leeward Islands in a spot of bother at 40 for 3. As the players take a drink, we too here in the commentary box will take a drink and come back with you very shortly. Yeah, welcome back to play after the drinks on the third and final session of this game. Just before the drinks break, we had the wicket of Devon Thomas caught by Tevin Walcott. Innocuous sweep came off the back of the bat, and he just contributed the 6 runs. So the skipper, Jamal Hamilton, has come out at number 5, and it's also brought about a change in the bowling. Kenneth Demba is into the attack. So Kenneth Demba replacing Preston McSween from the northern end. And attacking field set 4. Jamal Hamilton, 1 slip, backward point, cover, mid off, who's a few paces back, from the normal mid-on.
I'm a little bit surprised that they took off McSween from this end because he had just gotten a wicket, you know, and I thought he was bowling well, so it wasn't as if he was leaking runs or anything like that. So maybe they're giving him a breather to bring him back a little bit later on.
They might be encouraged with the way Hodge is bowling. Hodge. Yeah, they might be encouraged with what Hodge was doing from the other end, keeping things quiet and just picking up that wicket. Felt like Kenneth Demba could do something of that nature.
This is going to call for a big concentration effort here.
So it's essentially it's 69 for 3 as the Leeward Islands lead by 69.
But it's not nearly enough. You know, they really need to put some partnerships together here, and think in terms of batting until say lunchtime tomorrow. That's not the length you want to bowl, and easy opportunity to cash in there. And Hodge made no mistake.
Yeah, just too short from Kenneth Demba. Hodge able to rock on the back foot and pick that gap, that gap in the cover region, and 4 welcome runs. So he moves on to 18. He's been there from the start. Here's Monson Hodge, 18 from 37 deliveries. Yeah, it looks as though the Leeward Islands, they want to play shots. But it might just be the smart thing to just consolidate a bit and not lose too many wickets too quickly.
Over.
And I suppose that is the idea here now. At 45 for 3, you know, we always say you look at your situation, you add 2 wickets to it and see if you're still happy with your situation. 45 for 5 is not a healthy situation, so you want to, avoid that scenario. And like I say, dig deep. You may have to curb your natural instincts a little bit, or you could decide maybe one batsman is probably going to go after the bowling and maybe just try to upset the flow a little bit. And the other batsman is probably just going to drop anchor and keep everything out, you know, just rotate, strike, and what have you. There are different ways to skin a cat, but the idea is you want to be here by close, and you want to be in a position where you could kick on in the morning and maybe post 250, you know, a total in that region for them to chase in 2 sessions.
Yeah, but it's also a matter of you saving yourself
Wickets.
from losing the game.
So that's the thing. So you bat yourself into an impregnable position, and where one result is possible, if anything. 2, not 3. You know, so either you win the game or the game draws.
Yeah. And I think that might be the quandary for the Leeward Island Hurricanes at this stage. With just about 25 overs or so remaining, it's a long time to bat.
It is.
So they definitely need to be a lot more watchful than they've been at the start. And they would not want to be at the close 5 or 6 down. That would not be good signs heading into the 4th and final day.
Yeah, that would be a disaster for them.
Hodge is whipping this one out to the man at the deep backward square. And just a single. Hamilton for the first time in this innings.
I got it.
You going to say? You got to spin something, Cav. Spin it from inside.
What's it?
Spin it from inside, Cav.
It's 2 fielders in relatively close proximity Man under the
Come on,
bat
man. Keep working,
on the
man.
leg side, and Justin Graves at
Going, Tom.
short
Coming.
mid wicket.
Oh, right hard.
And of course, Trinidad and
Good
Tobago
boy.
bowled out for 185. And the Barbados Pride, they've just started their reply. They're 6 without loss.
Right, right.
Hey, ball. Over.
And of course, Guyana, 294 for 7 declared, and Jamaica, 85 for 1 now. So they're doing a lot better than they've done in previous innings. And but they have it's 400 is a total that, you know, it's tough. It's going to be tough for them to get. Now, if they keep wickets in hand and they just bat on, you know, who knows what is possible. But you know, they're up against a formidable Guyanese team. The leaders playing the last place team. So all of those things at play in this one. Here's 46 for 3, and you know, you
And that will be an interesting battle when the fourth round comes around, when the TNT Red Force plays the Jamaica Scorpions.
And if you notice that these bowlers are not getting much turn, and but there is a little bit of bounce because of the hardness of the ball. So I think the batsmen they have to be watchful, but they have to play with a straight bat most times, and that is kind of like how you do it. You kind of go with the tide, but the spin is not prodigious spin. So you're almost inclined to just pick up the line and just play with the line. If it turns, it's going to turn away from the bat anyway, and you know, probably beat the leg stump or the case may be. But you can't play looking for turn because it's not turning that much.
Yeah. You got to take that out of the equation. Hamilton looking to help this one along. Misses it completely. Good take from Walcott.
I'm a little bit worried about, you know, it's shot selection we're talking about. Now that ball is going down the leg side, going its merry way. You don't want to put your bat or your gloves anywhere near there, you know. Just let it go. Because you must be so concentrated right now that you don't want to give the opponents any opportunity to get you out, you know.
Yeah.
But just having a fun at that ball down the leg side there, you could easily get a glove or something onto it, and then you say you're unlucky. But if you're focused and you're concentrated, you know, you look anything off the stumps, you probably just leaving it alone. You're not even worrying about it.
Yeah.
Especially on your legs.
Over.
You know, so it has to be a real concentrated effort for the Leeward Islands here. 47 for 3 it is at the end of that over. And they should know that better than most because of what they did to Barbados last week. You know, and they saw how the Bajan batsmen just kind of, it's almost like they were stunned. And one by one, they came and went, you know. And so you don't want that. And because the Windward Islands are threatening a similar thing here as well. So now the Leewards have to say, well, boy, we saw this movie before, you know, and you don't want that to happen to you. So you have to, it's almost like, I don't mean you're going to a shell, but you play with a different mindset now.
Yeah. Yeah. At the moment, they're in a very similar position.
There might be a little inside edge as well. And this is what I'm saying. You either you stay there and you let him wheel away at you, or you try to rough him up a little bit. Just, you know, hit him a few blows and maybe force the captain to do something differently. But if you just stay there and just let him wheel away at you, that's fine. But both batsmen would have to talk this out and figure out who will do what.
And this is something very strange, and it says something because Kavim Hodge is left arm orthodox, and the two, well, now they're changing the field.
Yes.
Previously, Bishop was on the leg side as well as Graves, who was at that short cover. which means to say that he's looking to bowl straight.
Mhm.
He's looking
At
to
the
get you
stump,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, he's looking to get you out caught on the leg side. And he's supposed to be getting
Turning
the ball to
the
go
off.
away. Yeah, and there's no backward point. The entire backward point region is open. There's a cover and a mid-off. And now Bishop has come across to the other side at a short cover.
But if you look at the angle that the bat is coming down and look at where Munson Hodge is playing the ball, he too is playing the ball
Yeah.
towards the leg as opposed to trying to play it towards the outside. That's because it's angled in towards middle and leg stumps.
This time he's on the back foot. And it's not bouncing that much. It's keeping a bit lower there, Kavim Hodge.
Working Starkey.
Yeah, Munson Hodge just needs to be wary of this. And not go too much in a shell. And then a ball comes along with your name on it.
And he can't get it out. He should get a couple here. Atenes is after it, but he can't prevent the second run. So another over, another quick over comes and goes. And the score pushes on to 49 now for 3.
Yeah. So still 23 overs remain in the day's play. Just about 3 minutes past 4. In the Republic of Trinidad. So
So you have a 13 overs in the hour. Well, with spinners operating, you probably might get that up to 15,
Yeah.
16.
yeah.
So you may have to go over the 5 o'clock cutoff time to try to get those remaining 8 or 9 overs out of the way.
Yeah, and considering we play was stopped yesterday due to bad light, so that would have been a few overs remaining
there,
from
yep.
yesterday. Yeah. So Demba from around the wicket this time to Hamilton. Slip, cover, mid off, short mid on, pad on the leg side, and Hodge is flicking, turning this one, and that's a sort of a dangerous shot. That's sort of a when the ball makes contact with the bat, you turn your wrist. It can easily get a top edge.
Yeah, and well, I always make the point: you don't flick spin bowling, you hit spin bowling. When you try to flick it, is when you run into some problems sometimes, and Jamal Hamilton has to be mindful of that.
Quick single. Larry Edwards just got a bit napping. And Hamilton was able to come through for a quick single, which gets him off the mark. And the 50 brought up in the process. 50 for 3 it is.
Yeah, that's what these two should be thinking in terms of batting out the rest of the day, and maybe if they get 100, 120 on the board, they'll be happy with that, I'm sure. Or even if they just get 100 on the board, you take that, and you come back tomorrow and you try to build.
Yeah, good hand by Greaves at that short mid-wicket position.
A lot of chatter going on, but I think it's all fun.
Over.
And the good news for the Windward Islands is that I'm seeing Sherman Lewis back on the field.
So he obviously is probably feeling a little bit better. Probably got a lot of fluids in his system. I was making the point that in the football game, the Dutch team, they too had a bug going through their team. Several players actually were sent home as a result of that. And somebody was making the point that it might have been a chicken curry, or curry chicken as we call it. But Van Dyke says no. He said he had the chicken curry too, and he said he don't have a problem, and he said the chicken curry tastes good too. So he ruled it out. He said that cannot be the cause. He said something else.
Yes.
And as we talk football, Trinidad and Tobago is playing in a short while from now. And that's paddled nicely for 4. Effortless from Hamilton.
Yeah, just helped around the corner. It's too wide from Hodge. Easy for Jamal Hamilton.
And Hutch he doesn't have to change anything. To both right-handers, they're about the same height, you know. So he just needs to continue to spear it into that middle and leg stump, and see if he could get it to turn from there.
Yeah, and he's really looking to bowl straight that middle and leg line, and just to induce that false choke.
Oh, no hard.
See, because Hamilton wants to get at him, but look at his foot. It's not in the ideal position, and that's because there isn't any spin. So he's anticipating that that ball will angle into him. If Hutch can somehow muster a little bit of spin on pitching, and you know, he could very well force him into error there, because he might play inside the ball as opposed to playing with the tide.
Yeah. But Hodge has been steady. He's been good. Bowled unchanged so far from that southern end. It is 9th over now.
There was a debate as to who was going to bowl, you know, and you know, I'm not sure he was the first choice. Let's put it that way. But it turned out to be a good choice in the end. The end of the over, 54 for 3.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago playing later. We're playing the Bahamas.
Well, I think there was score to settle with Bahamas.
Nations League.
Yep. A lot of football. Last night I switched on the television after the cricket, and everywhere was Nations League. Mexico against Suriname, you know, St. Vincent and the Grenadines playing, somebody else playing. You had England playing in their ground.
Yeah.
Portugal played. So there was football all over. It will continue this way for the next couple of days, because this is a FIFA weekend. So
Yeah.
each country will play 2 games. Plus there were some international friendlies as well. Argentina played a friendly.
Yeah.
Messi scored 800 goals for club and country.
Astonishing. 55 for 3 it is here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, as the sun has gone down. Well, for the meanwhile. And
Another quick single offered. And you know, this is something that Atenes will probably have to look at to see if he can't plug that gap there, because if you notice, both batsmen are just shuffling and pushing the ball out in front of them, and they're squeezing a quick single out into the offside there.
yeah. Yeah, it's too easy. That vacant backward point region.
Once he keeps the ball on or about off and middle stumps, it's a difficult shot to play, because then you're trying to go against the green to open the face.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thinking why they don't have the man square up. Short extra cover, short cover. Who comes into play here now? But the idea bit, anytime he drifts outside the off stump, which he's almost prone to do, it allows the batsman the opportunity to probably just push it and just take a quick single outside the off stump. And he's trying there again. That's a quicker delivery. and he almost got him into error there. He almost put himself in trouble, Hodge, but he survives, and he remains on 24-6 it is to Hamilton. It's 56-3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, not a bad field set from skipper Alec Athanaze. Just wants to get them going, playing that against the turn. So he set a predominantly leg side field with those short catches. And there's the same thing for Hodge. The long on is going back. Mid on is going back to the long on.
And there's a similar scenario here. There's the easy single. Once they're able to push it out into that offside, the man at cover is fairly straight, and the mid-off is also deep. So there is that single on offer, just square the wicket on the offside.
Yeah. Yeah, Hodge is holding this line. He's really asking a lot of questions of the batsmen and their techniques. Keeping it wicket to wicket.
So Hodge to Hodge, the mid-on comes back in. The long on comes back to mid-on. When Hamilton is on strike, they tend to push him back onto the fence.
Yeah, they probably sense that Hamilton wants to go after Hodge. He might be likely to hit it back down the ground.
Over the head of the mid-on fieldsman.
Yeah.
One for the over. We use it.
So just the one delivery to come in this 20th over.
Another over completed there, 57 for 3 at the end of it. And but this is good for the Hurricanes, because what they're doing, they're just kind of stemming that little rut where they lost those 3 quick wickets, and so they're just trying to consolidate this situation here, and you know, just butting themselves into a safety position. But runs on the board is, you know, as they say, is runs on the board, and whatever you set your opponents, you want to, even if you bat until lunch, you want to be in excess of 250 around there. You know, but tonight, the first order of business is to try to survive tonight without any further loss, or as few as possible.
Yeah. Right on cue with that. This one is driven through the cover region, and it's going to get very close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to get there. A teaser for Larry Edward. He couldn't catch up to it. It was a good shot by Hamilton. Length into it and picked up another boundary.
At 4:15 in the afternoon, that's not the run you want to be making as a fieldsman. He ran it all the way to the boundary, and it just hit the rope in front of him. But funny enough, he couldn't even put in a dive.
It was that teasing.
He just had to run it down. And he's thinking now, try and don't do that again. Eh? If you're going to hit it hard. So it goes to the boundary quickly.
Slightly uppish.
Because look at how far out in front he's pushing the bat. It's the lack of pace in the wicket also.
Yeah.
That's the kind of delivery that got rid of Athens. He tried to get under, but he got so far under that he just spooned it up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, and here you can see him pushing, and the ball hit in the bat at an awkward angle and just kind of lobbed on the onside.
I think probably at this stage the Windwards may think about bringing back one of their seamers.
I'm sure Athens is must be thinking about that. He's probably also thinking about speeding up the over rate as much as he possibly can,
Yeah.
so that he get as many of these overs out of the way.
Yeah, maybe spin on one end,
Yeah,
bring back the
sometimes,
seamer
but
from the other end.
So I think he has an eye on the number of overs left in the day as well.
Yeah, at the moment, it's easy for Hodge and Hamilton. They recognize what the Leeward Islands, what the Windward Islands bowlers wants to do, and they're nullifying it thus far. At the end of 21 overs, it's 61 for 3.
Going Archie.
No turn. Look at the clouds. How
Keep
we have a little bit of overcast conditions here. Not threatened by rain immediately. If anything, you might get some rain later, or some part of Trinidad might get some rain later on.
Going boys.
And shots provided by our ace cameraman. 360 shots, land and sea.
He wanted to call his name.
Going away. Come on, boys. Let's enjoy it, man. Let's enjoy it. Wake up.
I'll call his name when the next ball rolls towards the boundary.
Right, Larry.
There it goes, and it's racing towards the boundary. And that's 4 runs.
Over pitch delivery, and Hodge working this one to the leg side and picking up an easy boundary. So back-to-back boundaries in consecutive overs for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as they
Wake up.
try to get into a position of safety. 94 the lead is now.
Hey.
When at this end, when the bat hits Monson Hodges, when the ball hits the bat, it makes a funny sound. You know, it's almost like you're hearing almost like an echo. It's like a tin sound when the ball hits the bat. You know, like if a bat is cracked or something. That's the sound I'm hearing when he plays the ball. That may not be the case. The bat may be perfectly okay. You're hearing the sound when the ball. When he hits the ball, it's not that normal thumping sound that you get. It's a kind of a, I don't want to say it's an echo, but it's like a split sound. This is what you get. Another over, quickly completed by Hodge. He's bowled 11 overs so far, 1 for 21. 4 of them maidens. And that's Kaveem Hodge. Munson Hodge is on 28 not out. And Hamilton 11 at 65 for 3.
17 overs remain today. So Demba to continue, 5 overs, none for 13.
But if you notice from around the wicket, because there's no turn, it's like he's just, once he picks up the line, he's already there. So he's just bringing the bat into line. There's no real turn. He's probably going to have to vary from there, use some flight or something, because he's just coming forward and the ball is just rushing onto the bat. Maybe if he puts a little flight, try to encourage him to come down the wicket or something.
Yeah, you could try bowling it very in a space, probably a bit slower. Toss it up.
Oh no.
4 runs. Again, once you drift out of his legs, Hamilton is not going to miss out on those too often. And he cashes in there for another boundary.
Yeah, outside leg stump. Safe sweep shot. And a lot of acreage behind square. So another boundary. After some relatively tight overs. 3 boundaries in
Should I-
quick succession.
Should I say it that the cameraman followed the ball beautifully to the boundary ropes?
Yeah, but he still wants you to call his name.
Eight shots from Mr. Pierre. Single shots from Mr. Pierre.
And Demba is back in his usual wicket to wicket sort of line. 69 for 3.
I already think they probably might consider bringing back McSween now. See if he can't maybe prize out one of these two late. They've given him a rest. I would imagine at some point in time they're going to have to look at him and say, well, give me another 2 or 3 quick ones and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I think the ball again is the problem. The balls seem to be either getting out of shape quickly or the seam is bursting quickly. But we had a change of ball in the last inning as well. I think we had one in the first innings also, if I'm not mistaken. And here we are again, and the seam seems to be bursting quite easily. And the third umpire is equipped with a number of used balls. And it's just a question of them choosing which one, a like for like. And I'm not quite sure what make of balls these are.
I think it's Duke.
These are the Duke balls. I think we use Duke balls in this part of the world.
Yeah.
I know the Aussies and they use the Kookaburra balls. Some people like it, some people don't. I know in Asia they started using the Kookaburra there as well. But in the main, the Duke ball, especially in England, the Duke ball is the preferred choice.
Those Duke balls in England after 50, 60 overs, it's still
because
could still
of the
see
conditions
the
that
conditions, so
the fields are heavily grassed, so the ball it's not abrasive, so the balls will stay in a pretty decent condition.
yeah.
Here we go, boys. Okay. Here we go, boys.
So I think they change it, so he has a different ball now.
Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar.
I'm always curious, whatever happens to those balls? So like now they exchange that ball. Is it that they clean it up, clean the edges, and what happens to a ball like that? Do they just discard it over time? Because if it's bad to play this game, it can be good to play another game, if you know what I mean.
Probably
So-
might be used to training or something.
And here the ball runs off the edge. This is going to be a run down the hill, and they're going to complete 2 quite comfortably. And
That's over, fellas.
and again, you don't know if this ball is maybe a slightly harder than the one that it replaced. So all of those things you factor in sometimes. 71 for 3, and I think the batsman might be well advised to keep a close eye on the ball, because you don't know how this one will behave initially, and might just play a few tricks. You never know. 28 to Hodge, who's batted well. Hamilton has come in, and he's been very positive for 17. They've added 31 so far. The score is up to 71, so they have a lead of exactly 100 runs.
Yeah. So a milestone accomplished by the Leeward Islands batters, 100, but I'm sure they would want something above 250, 200, 250.
At a bare minimum.
Yeah, unless they get
250.
bowled out,
Yep.
though. Yeah. Yeah, I think at this stage, this game really calling for a spell from Preston McSween, or even Justin Greaves. These two playing the spinners quite easily, quite comfortably.
Especially on the back foot. They seem quite at home on the back foot.
Yeah, not much turn on offer. Again, another quick single. Lewis can't prevent it. It'll be interesting to see on day 4 what sort of turn we get, or how the cracks are going to affect the state of the pitch.
I wasn't here last week, and I'm not quite sure how the ball behaved on the last day of that game.
Oh, the pitch held up very well.
Because
Wasn't
Trinidad
spinning
was
that
backed in,
much.
yeah, because Trinidad batted fairly well in the second innings.
Yeah.
They came up just short, but they did put up a bit of a fight, the low order.
Yeah, it wasn't spinning that big, but as we know, this is the same pitch they used from that game.
So I don't think it's going to because here, I mean, both of these spinners are trying, but they can't spin the ball. They can't turn the ball very much. You're not getting much turn.
Yeah.
Here, Hudge is using his angles and just trying to probably beat the inside edge of the bat more than anything else.
So the end of another one, it's 72 for 3.
So again, now what what could this discussion be? The two captains are chatting, two batsmen are chatting, but the captain Athanaze is right in the middle of their discussion, and they all seem to be having a jolly good time over there.
He wants to hear what they are saying.
They just, now he's going down with Hudge and having a word with him while he gets to the crease. But I always say, when the Windward Islands playing the Leeward Islands, it's like, it's friends and family playing each other. They seem to have this affinity for each other. They appreciate the success that each other achieves, even it might come at their own expense at times, as we saw that with the way they congratulated the century makers in this game. It's like they were happy for them. They seemed sad when Gore got out in the 90s. And another outside edge found. So I think at some point in time, Athanaze is going to have to rethink strategy here. If he can't get a wicket, I would believe in another 2 overs or so, he may have to really look at McSween again and ask him to come and do a job for him before it gets too dark.
Yeah. So after this over, we'd have 14 overs in the day remaining. So McSween would definitely have a part to play in those 14 overs.
And certainly as a fast bowler in the team and one of the key men, he would probably want to keep himself loose. In fact, if I was him, I'd have been waving my hands all over the place,
Hold
loosening
them
up,
up, hold them up, hold them up. So move, so move.
just to
So.
signal to the
Back
captain
and
if
front,
he's
right
not
and
thinking it.
sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Just put a little thought in his mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Get it.
As we start to see the shadow starting to stretch right across the field. On the first day we had it, we didn't have it yesterday because it was so overcast. But here we're beginning to see a little shadow stretching across the field. Even the player shadows are beginning to stretch. You look at the men close to the wicket. And that one just went. And it just slipped out of his hand. But he was able to run and catch it himself. So never touched the ground. I don't know if he was trying to bowl a leg break or what, but it didn't come out right.
Hodge is on the back foot, living dangerously. They've been playing the spinners on the back foot for the most part. Found it to be comfortable.
Yeah, because the spin, there's no real spin. Yeah, so they're just trying to make sure that it doesn't turn. And it should, in case it turn, they want to give themselves as much time as possible to adjust
Yeah.
if it spins at all. But in the main, the balls have been pretty consistent, and they've just been going through almost on a straight line. So Hamilton is up to 18 now. Hodge is on 30, batting well, 74 for 3. They remember they lost their wickets at 5. That's when Kieran Powell went LBW to one that kept low. 33 for 2 when Akeem Saunders caught at the wicket off the bowling of McSween with a beauty that went across him. And at 40 for 3, they lost Devon Thomas a little bit fortuitously when he was sweeping and the ball seemed to hit at an awkward angle on the bat, possibly at the back of the bat, and spooned a catch where the wicketkeeper took in more like a leg gully position thereabouts. So 3 important wickets, but these 2 have kind of stopped them in their tracks for the moment, at least anyway.
Yeah, they've battled back, so to speak, for all of those 3 quick wickets. Another quick single, an easy one though, into the offside. Hamilton has always tried to keep scoring, always tried to keep that scoreboard ticking. Hodge has been a little bit more sedate, 30 from 77 deliveries. Lead is now 104.
But Hodge is doing a job here for his team. You know, he's holding his end. He's not taking too many risks. And again, now the fielding team is, you know, they're getting excited when he plays on the back foot. But when he plays on the back foot, he's giving himself the time to see what the ball is doing. What Hodge, the bowler, has to do is probably try to beat him with a quicker one or with flight. And just as I say, so he bowls a quicker one. You know, either you try to draw him out of his crease with a flighted one, or you try to push him back and you go past him with a quicker delivery.
Yep.
You just try to hurry him as much as possible.
He's getting a nice loop. Hodge, Kavim Hodge, that is. A nice loop, getting it up and down.
That is Munston Hodge there with the on drive. But he can't get it through. So it's the end of the over. Another one quickly in the books. 75 for 3 at the end of it.
Keep going, man.
Yeah, Kavim Hodge early on today. He had a brilliant 100, 137, his fourth 100 at first class level, as well as Alec Athenaeus with 128.
Just having a chat.
And there we go, the physio again. She's been all over today.
Just coming to check on
Definitely
it.
played her part.
She's just coming to check on it.
I think she's probably just checking on him to make sure that that everything is okay and that he isn't feeling any way. And just as we suspected, it looked like there will be a bowling change. It's not who we anticipated, but they are making a change in the bowling. We thought McSween might have been brought back,
Yeah.
but they've opted against it.
Instead it's Larry Edward.
Are you coming, Larry? Huh? Change the bowler left arm round.
So again, he's bowling the similar thing to what Hodge is bowling, which is left arm around the wicket, left arm orthodox spin or finger spin, as the Aussies call him, left arm off breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Left arm round. Boys want the drinks, boys.
So
Let me
we
get
see
to
if
this
Larry Edward has something of a surprise in store for us. If he can get some to spin and bounce, he's a lot flatter than Demba. So it's Larry Edward from the northern end.
But he has to keep it tight though. He cannot give them, too many freebies now.
Yeah.
Everybody who's come on to bowl so far, they have, kept things relatively quiet. You don't want to give it away here now.
Tossed up delivery again from Edward, and Hamilton is showing signs that he wants to get after.
Not only that, he wants to run after he hits the ball, but he's hitting it so hard.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be the man at extra cover, but he has to be mindful that he's hitting the ball so hard. And that one spooned off a thick outside edge and almost carried to the man at short backward point there.
Did it go to hand?
It didn't go to hand. It was in front of him. And you could hear him in the stump mic asking him to throw himself at it. But I think he was trying to protect himself there. That's more like it, as he's able to find the middle of the bat this time and strokes it out into the offside. So Hamilton just tightening up here a little bit. That shot he played, he almost cost him his wicket the ball before. Trying to get after the spinner.
So he's moving on to 20 from 39. Hodges driving and a good feeling by Ambrose. Got a hand hit, saved a couple of runs for his team. Partnership goes on to 36 from 89 deliveries. A long single out to Kotori. So at the end of another over, it's 77 for 3. Hodges 31. Hamilton is 20.
And they're gonna get players are gonna get some refreshments. And they run to the sideline or they run towards the players with the drinks, the water maybe. 77 for 3 at the end of that over. Welcome back as we players just getting some refreshments as they welcome back the sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba. 77 for 3 at the moment as the Leeward Islands try to pad their lead. It's 106 overall now. As they took a 29-run lead on first innings over the Windward Islands. Again, the Leewards posted 382 for 9, to which the Windward Islands replied with 353 for 9. Unfortunately, Shimon Lewis had a bit of a stomach bug at one point, and he just wasn't the same. And he eventually retired out. He was the last man, and he just couldn't continue. So the innings folded at 353 for 9, thanks in the main to 137 from Kaveem Hudge and 128 from Alec Athanaze. They were the principal scorers. They put on 246 for that third wicket. The next best partnership was a 36-run partnership between Hudge and Walcott. So a pretty good reply for them. Jeremiah Louis, 4 for 64 was the pick of the bowlers. And of course, you also had Cornwall with 4 for 109. So we look at the changed ends here now. So they've decided that Demba is going to try his off breaks from the southern end. As you can see, the shadow is really beginning to lengthen right across the pitch now. And that shadow is the shadow of the light stanchion over to our right on the western end of the ground. And it stretches right across the field when the sun goes down. And, another easy run, ball turning into the legs. Just to quickly update you here, France against the Netherlands. The Blue in impressive form, 3-0 at the half. Griezmann, Upamecano and Mbappe. A 21-minute blitz, the second, the 8th and the 21st minutes. 3-0 at the half. The French against the Dutch. Okay. And Trinidad also leading the Bahamas by a 3-0 margin in their Nations League encounter, which is a positive result for TNT if they can go on and complete an impressive victory. And Gassif would be a happy man, and especially after the outing in Jamaica where he got a win and a draw. Certainly a win in this game would be ideal for TNT's fortunes going forward.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly for Angus Eve, as those results in Jamaica were considered huge, considering their position we were up against.
Jamaica had invited quite a number of their overseas stars. A few were missing because of injury or other commitments, but in the main, it was a relatively strong squad. And most of those players are actually in the squad now, as Jamaica also prepares for some serious matches as well.
Yeah.
So no more this friendly stuff. No, this is the real McCoy. We saw that with Mexico last night against Suriname. The new coach, and you could see that the players were still trying to figure things out. A lot of new faces as well. And but they still got to win. That's the thing. Some of these countries, they just have that winning mentality. They know how to win. And then when you play in Mexico, it's not the easiest of conditions. In fact, that's where I think Jamaica has to go to play. They have to play Mexico at the Azteca, which is at altitude.
Yeah, the altitude, yeah.
So that is always a difficult ask.
Yeah.
Not impossible, because I remember Trinidad went there and got a result against them at the Azteca already. People don't know, they said there was a time Trinidad used to beat up on Mexico, at football. When you tell them that, they watch you like you're going mad, but it's true. Countries like Argentina and others, we used to basically hold our own against those countries. But boy, how times have changed now.
Yep. Shoes on the wrong foot. No. And how badly the Windward Islands would want a wicket at this stage. Just 12 overs or 10 overs remain in the day's play. Still no sign of seamers, and a big hoik from Hamilton.
He just has that tendency to want to create something out of nothing.
Yeah.
And, at this point, you basically batting, you're taking what the bowlers give you. You're not trying to create anything at this point. You're just working with what they give you, keep your wicket intact, and just pick them off one by one. And but he's not that. He's of a different mindset. See ball, hit ball. That's his mentality.
Yeah, he always seems to want to get after the bowling, wants to feel bat on ball. It's not always a good thing, especially in a situation like this.
But even last week you saw it when they were well placed. Remember himself and Powell were going along nicely, and then out of the blue, just as he's past his half century, he tried one of those big expansive drives and got out, and then the game changed after that. Barbados had a sniff, you know, and they just couldn't get over the line in the end.
Yeah.
But
It all has to do with the mental
Yep.
aspect of it, whether it's required or not. Sometimes your mind play tricks on you. You want to get after the bowling so badly.
You see,
yeah, but your experience should tell you. I've been down here. I've been in this situation before, and I don't. This is how I approached it the last time, and it didn't work out for me. Let me try a different scenario now, and and see if this works this time, or if it worked, if a particular approach worked in the past. Try to repeat it. Now, don't try to change anything from that. But quite often, when you have all these different thoughts going through your mind, that's why I say sometimes just clear your mind, and
That's easier said than done.
yeah, just clear your mind. Don't try to overthink the situation. You know,
How do you advise one in clearing their mind?
well, you just focus on what you think is the easiest method to do it. Like in this case, if you're just trying to keep the bowlers out, you just try to, he just chipped it right back to the bowler. And just as I was talking about take what the bowlers give you, there Monston Hodge just clipped
Hamilton.
one. Hamilton rather just clipped one, and he clipped it straight back to the bowler. And Demba says, "Thank you very much." And that is the end of Hamilton. He goes for 22. It's now 80 for 4.
Yeah, just like that, Ruskin. We were just speaking about clearing your mind and not doing those things that you've done in the past that have brought about your demise. And here is Hamilton just chipping one back to Demba, who gleefully accepts. And the Leeward Islands are 80 for 4.
They're just leaving the door open here
Yeah.
for the Windward Islands.
Yeah.
The lead is just over 100. It's not like it's a big lead. And, so you always want to bat yourself into a strong position. Right now, it's still a dicey situation here. It's only 109 runs.
Yeah, he would be bitterly disappointed
Yep.
by that. 'Cause a lot was expected of him being the captain of this team.
So there's a young man who scored that brilliant, who got the 93 in the first innings, Karima Gore.
Karima Gore, the new man, out to join Monson Hodge, who has been there from the start, 32 from 90. He's grafted, he's still there. Whether the tough periods, not saying that it's not tough at the moment.
Players have different things that they go through, things that work for them. You see a lot of players now, when they're getting ready, they have on headsets. They're either listening to a poem, they're listening to music, they're listening to a lecture, somebody's inspiring words, some words to help them to get their thoughts right. Something is saying, somebody with some inspiring words. You could do this. This is not beyond you. Anything like to that nature.
Yeah.
And as a batsman now, this is what you're saying to yourself. If ever you make a bad shot or you're going through a little rough patch, that is what you're saying. You're just repeating that little mantra in your mind that is kind of singing in your ears, kind of thing. That you know what you do. You just have to now go about the business of doing it.
But that's where batsmanship is so much on the mind. So much depends on the mind, because as a batsman, you have to concentrate every single delivery, and the moment you switched off is the moment where you can lose your wicket.
Yep.
But as a bowler, you might bowl
A couple of bad balls.
you might bowl a short ball, a
Or you could even have a bad spell.
long hop.
Yeah, you could have a bad spell, but you could come back,
No, but what I'm saying is you could bowl a rank
and get a
hop
wicket.
and get a
Still
wicket.
get a wicket.
Yeah, but as a batsman, you're not afforded that luxury.
Well,
always have
well,
to
listen,
be.
it evens out itself sometimes. I always tell people that because there are times when well now with VAR and all the different things, it might be a little bit different. But before before you had all this technology, I always tell guys, I didn't. If an umpire give me out that I didn't like, even if you know in your mind that you didn't, you didn't touch the ball or whatever it is,
Mhm.
I always tell people those things tended to balance out themselves because there are times when you might have been out LBW and the umpire says not out, and you went on to make 100, as the case may be,
Mhm.
and it might have been in a difficult situation where your team needed you to stick around. Had you gotten out at that point, things would have been, real dicey for them. But the umpire didn't give you out for whatever reason,
Mhm.
and you went on to get a big score. Then come another time now, you play and you miss, but the umpire give you out, and what are you going to do? Stand up and fight? You know,
Yeah.
you don't, and that's what I'm saying. These things tend to balance themselves out over time because I'm sure if you laid out to any cricketer, if you ask them how many times they were given out when they knew that they weren't out, especially say a catch, something like that, they probably tell you, well, 10 times, and ask them how many times that they actually felt like they might have touched the ball, but the umpire said not out, you know, or something to that effect. But it now it's a little bit different because you have all this technology, so you want the umpires to get the result, get to the correct result, no matter what. It's a good shot that is going to go to the boundary for 4 runs. A little too much room there, and Hutch not wasting that opportunity and blasting it through that cover region for 4 runs.
Yeah. Hit powerfully in the gap. So it's 84 for 4. And the lead up to 113. So it's 113 the lead. And then the same could be said for a bowler in terms of
Yeah.
he bowls
Well,
a very
but
good spell.
and you
And
don't
he's
get a wicket.
wicketless.
But you think about it now, with all the technology that we have now, bowlers might be thinking, phew, the amount of times I felt I got men out LBW and didn't get that decision. Now with the technology, you're thinking,
Bowler's
"Whoa."
always right, though.
you think, oh my word.
Everything hit the pad. Yeah, that's out. That's out. Bowler's always right.
No, but I'm just saying, now the umpires could review it and,
Yeah.
all the different things. And so, all those great fast bowlers would be thinking, boy, I have 350 wickets. I probably should have had 400, to that effect. Something like that. Because
If
they
only I
say
was
now with
playing
all of
in the
that,
era with
yeah,
VAR.
now with
VAR.
VAR, I'll probably get,
DRS.
I'll probably get like,
We're mixing up VAR and
I'll
DRS.
probably get
Yeah.
10 more wickets or 15 more wickets or something to that effect.
I could have been close to Shane Warne.
Something, well, it could have gotten a lot more wickets. You can imagine Muralitharan saying that, He already has so many. And he's thinking, boy, I probably might have picked up a couple more
50 more.
in that regard because the amount of appeals he had turned down, either turning too big or, or umpires thinking that, batsman was playing a shot when they probably really weren't playing one or whatever the reason. But it goes both ways. And so I really don't even worry too much about it because it balances out itself over time.
I always had that one issue. Being a bowler, you bowl a full toss, here you get a wicket. And as a batsman, you lapse in concentration, and here you go.
But that's why but that's it. But that's the luck of the draw. I mean, unlike baseball, where you have 3 strikes,
Yeah.
cricket it could be 1 strike, and you're gone.
Yeah.
And but you learn to live with that. It's a different sport. So you follow the rudiments of the game and you go through with it. 85 for 4 at the end of that over. As we have 8 overs remaining.
Eight
Let me
overs.
stay with it, fellas. Let me
Mhm.
stay with it.
Yeah, with the spinners bowling, they're likely to get through those 8 overs fairly quickly.
Just past 5 o'clock. So yeah.
And I think the
Gone
Windward
time.
Islands would want to stay out there as long as possible to see if they can pick up another wicket before the close of play today.
Yeah.
And should they get one of these two, they'll be the happier of the two dressing rooms.
We are heading into the final
Yep.
day. Yep.
They will sleep
Mhm.
so much better tonight.
Yeah. I still think though, just 8 overs remaining. I wonder what's the thinking from Athenaeus, as we've not seen the seamers apart from their opening, apart from or just McSween from his opening spell.
Unless he's saving him for in the morning. So he's going to give him one big burst in the morning. But I think that big burst might be required tonight. Tonight it might be a 2-over spell at 3 overs, just to see what he can produce for you.
Especially with the new batsman in, Gore. Just to show something different at him.
They also have to look at the possibility of the light as well, but it's still fairly bright. We just had the sun with us, but it has kind of gone behind a cloud for the moment. And a little bit close there. Hodge was on the back foot, as he seems to like to do to the spinners. But he had to hurry down on that one and try to keep it out.
Yeah, amongst the wickets that fell, Hodges still remain steady. 37 from 97 he is.
But he's played well. He's tried to play the ball on merit as much as possible. And it hasn't been easy for him. He's had to really fight these spinners. And that's a good shot. And he might get a 4. He's in fact, he will get 4. The angle taken was a bad angle for the man at long on. And he couldn't cut it off, but he couldn't track it down either. And once Hodge got to the pitch of that one, it was always going to be difficult to catch up with that ball.
Yeah.
And the excellent camera work as well to see the player and the ball and the distance he was from the ball in the
In
end.
the same frame.
In the same frame.
Kudos to our cameraman.
They have to hurry here. This could be interesting. And the return, the throw at the non-striker's end. And probably he started a little bit late. That's what it is. And I think that's why Athenaeus and they were like a little bit annoyed. He didn't really attack the ball once it was played. And when you're in those positions, you read what the batsman is doing. And if he's making an aggressive shot, well, then you kind of plant and you wait, because you'll be required to go left or right most times. But if he's just pushing, you could afford to run in because you know the ball is going to go very quickly, either to your left or to your right. And so when you're in those positions, you're always on your P's and Q's.
Yeah, yeah.
And a single that's what you're there for, to try to cut off the
Cut
single.
one, yeah.
Yep.
Gotta be anticipating.
Yep. You don't want to just give away singles like that. You want to keep pressure on.
Yeah,
the
that's
batting
annoying.
team.
That's annoying when you concede singles as a fielding team.
That one kept a little bit low. We've seen a couple of those today.
He's living dangerously on the back foot though, Munson Hodge. He might be comfortable in playing that backward defense, but he's living a bit dangerously. Once one is lined up wicket to wicket and it stays a bit low, could be in some problems getting that bat down in time.
But he's not the only one. There are quite a number of players who prefer to do it that way. They tend to play it mostly off the back foot. They allow the ball to pitch, and then they play it off the pitch, off the surface a lot of times. And like I said, because the ball isn't spinning much, they get away with it because they're still playing the line that the ball was pitched, but they're not over-committing onto the front foot. They tend most times to want to just play it off the surface more than anything else. But it's not like a wrist spinner who is, tying them up with his two-way spin.
Go yet to get off the mark. 10 deliveries faced.
And he has to understand that he's starting at 0. Forget the 93 now. This is a new day here.
Yeah.
Over.
But he seems very disciplined at the moment. He's not too agitated at the crease. He seems fairly relaxed. 91 for 4 at the end of the over. Hodge, though, looks at a picture. He's on 43. And as you said, Go is yet to score, and they've added 11 so far, all of them to Hodge.
Lead exactly 120. 120 for 4.
And they must be thinking maybe another 100, 120 more, 130 more to get it up to 250 before they could even consider a declaration.
Yeah. You need to double, at least double the score.
Because you also have to consider time, and because you need time to get the opponents out, you know. But you also need to have runs on the board before you make a declaration. You don't want to declare too early, and then you don't have the kind of firepower to get the opponents out, and then one or two batsmen, you know, get off quickly, and then they cruise into a victory.
Yeah, especially on this type of surface that is still good for batting. You want to save yourself in terms of a good score, bat yourself to at least a draw. Well, the draw would be the next option.
Yeah, the more likely outcome, yeah.
Gore brings Gore back on strike, yet to get off the mark. 11 deliveries faced. Kenneth Demba would want to prize out another one before close.
This has been a much better spell from Demba.
Yeah, he's been patient, giving the ball some air. He's always given it some air. But he's a lot wicket to wicket making batsmen play. Just like that.
And this is where Gore will learn. That is the type of delivery that you could just open the face on contact and steal a single. You know, get off the mark and get down to the non-strikers end. You don't always have to play them back to the bowler, you know.
Yeah.
There are a couple of deliveries there. He could just
Batsmanship.
just open the blade a little bit and run it to the umpire square of the wicket and steal a single.
Yeah, I always loved watching Joe Root bat. He always seemed to do that so easily. Allows the ball to come directly to him, and then he just at the last
Plays
moment.
it late, plays it very late.
Wrist and gets it in the gap. He's always taking the strike over.
92 for 4 at the end of that over. So we have 5 overs remaining. Whether we will get them is left to be seen. The umpires are having a discussion, and they might very well be planning a date later. We don't know. But where are we going to have dinner tonight? Yeah. That seafood that we saw last night, or
Sounds good at the moment.
you may want to try it again tonight. You never know.
Oh, just a bit of grip.
Yep, a little bit
on
of turn
that
there.
delivery,
Yeah.
yeah.
But again, it's slow turn, so he could easily stand up, watch, let it pitch, and then make an adjustment after pitching. And this time he's on the front foot, so he was probably warned by that bit of turn that he got from the previous delivery. So this time he opted to just come on to the front foot and try to smother that spin.
May have
up.
gotten an
Yep.
inside edge.
Yeah, definitely inside edge, but he's pitching that one right up to him. You know, because he realizes that he's not prepared, he's not too comfortable coming onto that front foot too much. He's not over-committing onto the front foot. And he will play from the crease more than anything else. He's not going to even push out very much.
Yeah.
But he's still there. He's on 44, battling for his team. And that's another good delivery. But you realize it's hitting the inner portion of the bat. So a lot of those deliveries are just going
Sliding
with the
on.
angle. Yeah, they're hitting the inner portion of the bat most times. And that completes another over. So it stays 92 for 4. Hutch remains on 44. And Gore is yet to score. 16 deliveries faced.
Denver to continue. 11 overs, 1 for 29.
Kenneth, you got to spin
His
something,
figures so
Kenneth.
far.
You've got
Steady.
to spin something.
There or thereabout.
He got the wicket of Hamilton, caught him bold.
Yeah.
When it looked like Hamilton was in such control of proceedings. And here's the one that hit the back of the bat. And that is finally going to get him off the mark. And it goes for 4.
Yeah, for 2 hitters. It's fanning on this delivery again. Wide outside leg stump. And not the proper connection that he would have liked. But a boundary nonetheless.
So that pushes the score to 96 now. So slowly but surely they're building a lead here, 125 runs.
Not yet out of the woods. Certainly would want to double that score.
So now they have the leg gully in position there, that leg slip. A slip and a forward short leg as well. And they have a short mid-wicket straight. A regulation mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg on a mid-on, mid-off. And a cover, short extra cover. So we're into the dying stages of day 3. Still an intriguing contest. He should be able to get a single. No, he can't. Hit it too well.
I like though that he's playing in front. He's not looking to turn it. He's looking to play straight, which is key when you now come to the wicket. You want to play in those V's, get accustomed, get your eye in.
And this time he's on the back foot for a comfortable single. And you know, you could see Demba trying to just change it up a bit because he has the forward short leg and the leg slip. So he tended to slide it towards that leg stop. But experience will teach him that you don't necessarily have to bowl it there. Bowl it where you're accustomed bowling it. The batsman will help it get to them. Just like that. You know, don't try to force it down the leg side. You bowl it where you're accustomed bowling it, middle stump. And they will try to turn it and maybe turn it into the arms of the leg slip or the man at that forward short leg position. So it looks like we're going the distance. We have 3 more overs to go. And I would think if the umpires haven't call time as yet. They may very well see it through. So it's 97 now for 4.
We're right on track to get those 3 overs. Just 17 minutes past 5. And spinners operating. Larry Edward to continue. 5 overs, none for 9.
That's a delivery that he's flirting with danger there. The ball isn't spinning, so he has to put that pad across.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you don't want to just cover middle stump because you leave the off stump exposed.
Yep. Push that pad forward.
And let the bat follow the pad out in front. You know.
You know, a lot of time batsmen push their pad down and their bat behind the pad.
The pad, yeah. But that's what we were talking about. A lot of bowlers would think that they could have had more wickets if they had, you know, DRS and things now, so that they could, you know, the umpires could check on those, because you would appeal and then the umpire would just say not out and you have no recourse. But in your mind, you're thinking, you know,
Yeah.
he didn't play a shot, or that was going to hit the stumps anyway.
Yeah, hiding the bat behind the pad.
One.
And Larry Edward, though, he's in this spell, he's giving the ball some air, giving the ball some flight. He's not been as flat as in the first innings. So willing to toss it up a bit.
So that's another one in the bag quickly, 97 for 4. So just to remind you as to where we were, how we got to this point, we resumed this morning at 206 for 2, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, as they were chasing the 382 for 9 scored by the Leeward Islands. Kaveem Hodge was on 85, and Alec Athenaeus was on 105 when they resumed this morning. And Athenaeus went on to score 128 before he was third man out at 256 after adding 246 with Hodge. Then it was 256 for 4 in the same over. Sunil Ambrose was LBW to Cornwall. And he had a double wicket maiden at that point. And Cornwall then picked up another pepper at 292 for 5 when Tevin Walcott was LBW to Cornwall for 17. He had added 36 with Hodge at that point. And they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. But he was flirting with danger there, Hodge. And just kind of left the bat hanging outside the off stump there. And it passed perilously close to that outside edge. So 292 for 5. And of course, things then started to happen once the second new ball was taken. In fact, in that first over, we saw the dismissal that kind of set the things in motion. At 314 for 6, Kaveem Hodge playing forward to 1 and then trying to withdraw the bat. It struck the face of the bat and then it just bonks. This one is going to run away for another quick single. So Kaveem Hodge, his long innings finally came to an end. 252 balls, 15 fours, 137 before he was bowled off the inside edge by Louis. 314 for 6 at that stage. It was 323 for 7 when Demba was LBW to Luis. And not too long after that, 329 for 8 when Lewis again was in the business. McSween was the man out this time, caught at the wicket by Hamilton for no score. 329 for 8 and then 348 for 9 when Cornwall returned to trap Larry Edwards, LBW for 16. And the Windward Islands were still fighting there, but they had a problem because Sherman Lewis was feeling unwell and really couldn't continue his innings, so he had to retire out for 8. And Justin Graves, he too, remember, he had left the field after being struck, and certainly it was a difficult period for them. He came back to bat. Eventually, he got to 12 not out, and the innings folded at 353 for 9 after 95 overs. It meant that the Leeward Islands had a 29-run lead entering their second innings. Jeremiah Louis had 21 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 64. Javier Spencer, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 67. Colin Archibald, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Raheem Cornwall, 29 overs, 4 maidens, 109 runs and 4 wickets, 4 for 109. Devon Thomas, 12 overs, that cost him 44 runs. And Kofi James, 7 overs, that cost him 39 runs. And since that time, the Leeward Islands have started their second innings with a 29-run lead. And they've now pushed that up to 99 for 4. So that lead is 128 runs at the moment. This one is driven into the offside, but it will not even attempt the run. We're in the final over as we speak. Kieran Powell out for 4. LBW to McSween, 5 for 1. Akeem Saunders caught at the wicket by Walcott. Bowl Sween, 33 for 2. Devon Thomas caught at the wicket by Walcott of the bowling of Hodge, 40 for 3. And the last man out, Jamal Hamilton, the captain, caught on Bowl Denver for 22, 80 for 4. And so that's where we are at this point in time, 99 for 4. Karima Gore has joined Hodge. He's on 6 and Hodge is on 45. Trying to see things out here. That's the one ball remaining in the day's play. And he's struck on the pile. It's a loud appeal. He's out, LBW. Off the very last ball of the day, Gore goes LBW for 6. And there was the quicker delivery. And the ball just almost on track. It was a low tracker, as they say. And Edwards breaks through with the very last ball of the day.
How unfortunate for Karima Gore. He stayed out there for 33 deliveries, saw out the previous 5 deliveries, and the last one before stumps, he goes LBW. My, 99 for 5 as we close day 3 of this enthralling 4-day game at the Brownlar Cricket Academy. It's at this stage, Ruskin, it's 128. The Leeward Islands lead by but 5 wickets down as we head into day 4 tomorrow. This has really turned the tide, this wicket here right at the end.
Well, the game is very much alive at the moment, and like I said, I think the Windward Islands are the ones who will be sleeping a lot better tonight. They will be coming back tomorrow. Just 128 runs the lead at the moment, so they must be thinking if we can get the next 5 wickets cheaply and give ourselves a chance to chase down anything under 200 runs, that they must be feeling as if they have an excellent chance of pulling off a stunning victory here in this encounter. But that's all for tomorrow. We certainly have that action for you if you could join us in the morning from just about 10 o'clock. And we look forward to your company there as well as we get ready for day 4 of this very interesting and nicely poised encounter. So on behalf of Kadeem and Kishav, I'm Raskema, thanking you so much for being with us. But as we leave you for the moment, let me just tell you the very latest score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Leeward Islands 382 for 9 and 99 for 5. An overall lead of 128 runs. The Windward Islands 353 for 9 in their first innings. Tomorrow should be a dandy. We'll see you then.